Does everyone hear me? Are we live? Are we? Oh, are we live? Send to Spider-Man. Hey, we live, guys? Uh,
You are live.
we are? Okay. Let's see. That's cool. All right. Yeah, because remember, people who are in the Discord, the stream is going to be a little behind. They're like, there's like an 8 second thing where they're like behind you guys. Anyway, so welcome to the open debate chat. For the most part, I am winging this entirely. This completely. Dan's not here, so if we have technical difficulties, that's also probably likely to happen. He's doing something. I don't know what, but he's gonna be here later. So basically, for the rules here, if you want to be in a debate, then we're gonna post a Discord link into the chat. You can come into the Discord, chill in the audience, and then we're just gonna, God damn it, Baby Will Supreme, and then we're going to basically bring up different topics of conversation. If you have a specific argument that you want to put towards me, let me know. We could start a debate on that. If there's another debate you would like to see or something interesting you'd like to have, maybe two people in the audience would like to debate each other. That's cool. We could bring you all in. The only thing that I'm going to say, if you have a bad mic, you have no business trying to debate here. Please don't. If you are awkward or uncomfortable in front of crowds and you know that you're going to talk slow and you're going to have like everyone's basically going to have to slow down the debate for you, please don't come here. If you're not good at boxing, don't step into a ring with an amateur or professional boxer. It's just not smart. So if you know you're not good at something like that, you really shouldn't be doing it here. You could go debate friends somewhere else. Don't be an asshole. Don't start swearing at people. Be an adult. Be grown up. Just have conversations and stuff. If you don't agree with someone, it's fine. That's what we're here for. This is all supposed to be fun. So, am I missing anything? Is there anything else? Oh, also for people, if you're in the audience, in the Discord, don't bother typing any messages in the Discord message. I'm not reading them. I'm only reading the stream messages. So go over into the stream. You don't have to watch it. You can just like bring it up and look at so the messages are there and you can message there and I'll read it. I'm not looking at two separate chats. So even if someone tells me, "Oh, this person's saying this," I don't care. I'm ignoring it. Say it. Just go into the stream chat. And I think that's it. That sounds good, right? That's all the rules. I'm pretty sure that's all the
Sounds about like
rules.
what you said. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Now, I guess first up, the first thing we just do is ask. I mean, is there anybody here today who has a specific issue with something that I said that they want to debate me specifically for? If the answer is yes, we could do that. If the answer is no, we can just basically just have people give matchups, and then we'll just ask the people in the audience who wants to support what side, and then just start the debate that way. So if anybody has anything, let me know. I'll give you guys like 10 seconds or so to come up with whatever that is. Uh,
Quick, make it 20 because of the delay.
yeah, it's true. There's a delay. Well, yeah, okay. I'll do 20. I'll give it 20 seconds. But let me see. It looks like battle droids are overpowered. Just kidding, just kidding. But someone who's asked the question before 40k lore master depends. Blah blah. Nothing on top of my head. Last thing on equals sickle. How many people are actually in this? It's 40. There's fucking 45 people in here. Nobody can think of anything to fucking do with it. That's the crazy part, though, right? Like, how hard, Alden, have I been pushing this all week? Every single person who commented on my channel, like a disagreement or who was insulting me and shit, I messaged under all of them. Come to the debate stream. Come debate me. A lot of them said they would come. Some of them were like, "Oh no, you just talk over people or whatever. You're just gonna dominate the conversation." I'm like, "Okay, coward, whatever." I'm pretty fair when it comes to this kind of stuff. But yeah, a bunch of people said they were gonna come. So is anybody? Okay, so
Yeah.
40k versus Super Earth would be interesting. Helldivers Super Earth versus Doom Demons. I want to debate Gurren Lagann versus any. I have no mic. Stuff I don't know about much. Okay, so it doesn't look like anyone has anything that they want to argue with me about. I just see a lot of people who want to argue 40k.
I
Versus...
did see somebody who mentioned Doomslayer versus Greek Kratos. Didn't you already do a video slightly about Doomslayer and Greek Kratos?
I did a Would You Survive where I had the demons. I didn't say anything about Doom. I had the demons invade the God of War universe.
Gotcha.
But yeah, I mean, if you want to debate Warhammer 40k versus Helldivers, and it doesn't have to involve me specifically, yeah, we could just put it up to the audience. We just come up with the rules. Does anybody here in the Discord can they post the Discord link into the
I
chat?
can Rye, if I've gotten the permissions now, I can do it. Give me 1 second.
Were you given the permissions? Because I didn't give it.
Checking.
Yeah.
Yep, invites are disabled. The only person who can do that's you or Dan.
That's fucking sucks. Okay, hold up. Let me see if I could alter your permissions. So you can, because it won't let me do it right now because I'm.
Most of us don't have permissions, says Mr.
I don't
M.
really know how. Do I do mod view or do I do roles?
Yeah, you'd have to change my role. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, I'm gonna change your role. You're gonna be a stream wizard because I'm pretty sure that's the permission that you need.
Gotcha.
Okay, now try.
Okay, checking it out. Invite people. I've got it.
And I do want to debate Empire, Star Wars versus Hell by again. When the time comes around for it, I disagree with the conclusion that was come in our last stream. Which one are you? I was debating two guys on that. Are you the dude who was saying that he was solar system, or are you the other guy?
How the fuck?
James Sala. Also, James, you're gonna have to tell me you're neither. Oh, well, you made it seem okay. I mean, yeah, it's cool. Yeah, we can do that, James. Just let me have him get the permissions and shit, and then we'll post it so people can come into the audience. And then that'll be that.
Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that.
Oh, yeah. You're the fucking white dude who's Mexican Jesus. Yeah, I remember.
Mexican Jesus.
Mexico Jesus.
Alright, when I hit the invite thing, dude, it says it's a hidden use copy button. When I do, it actually just says hidden use copy button over here.
Are you streaming?
No, I'm not streaming.
Or are you using OBS?
Oh, I'm in streamer mode.
That's why. Take
That
streamer
is
mode.
it.
I'm in streamer mode. That's why it won't let me do it. So you need to get out of streamer mode since you're not streaming, and you need me, and because I can't get out of streamer mode since we're already live.
Yeah, that's fair. I got it.
So yeah, get out of streamer mode and then do it. Audio broken. All right, Doomslayer versus Slums in Brazil. Who wins between Greek Kratos from God of War 3 and the Power of Hope? Doomslayer now, not in the fight. Debate on Halo versus Helldivers. Anthony, Leon, do you want to debate on Halo versus Helldivers? Or do you want other people to debate on Halo versus Hell? Because we have a lot of Halo dudes in here.
We had a freaking
who in here's the
2.5-hour video about that?
Yeah, who in here is the biggest Halo person? What I tell you guys, I'm not reading the Discord chat at all. I don't care what you guys say in the Discord chat. If you want to message in the stream. I'm not reading it. I keep seeing messages pop up that I'm pretty sure are trying to be messages to me, and I'm ignoring them. You have to message in the stream. I'd like to see how well World of Darkness would fare against whatever. I want to debate any strong universe versus Gurren Lagann. Boy with Sauce, are you already in the audience?
I did set the Discord link. It's the last thing I typed. It's a bit further up now.
God damn it.
I can resend it.
It says hidden.
Just give me a second.
It says hidden.
No. There was one that wasn't hidden right there. It's popping again. It'll be the next chat you get.
I see nothing.
Down further. I just.
I can't go down. That's the bottom. That's the bottom. Hold up.
I'll be easy to see because I'm the only green guy. Your only member that's typing right now.
I don't see when I go up here. There's a hidden use copy button, and then when I go down, I don't see nothing.
Oh, that's
Dan. Thank you. Jesus Christ, Dan. Post the Discord link into the stream. You can't miss the beginning of these streams because nobody else can do this.
I think it's because I don't have.
No, I can't. If I'm streaming,
I don't have permission on your YouTube channel. That's why I'm not a mod on your YouTube channel.
I don't think I ever set mods on my YouTube.
No,
channel.
it's not about the mod on the YouTube channel, Alden. You just can't pull a invite link to the stream.
I can. He gave me permissions, and
I gave him permissions.
It's on mine,
but
it's not on there on his.
Well, no, on mine it says hidden use copy button, which means you still have the streamer setting up.
No, I don't. I've said it three different times.
According to this, it doesn't matter. Dan, post it.
HTTPS discord.gg/.
I'm not. I don't care. I don't care. We will deal with it off stream.
It just got posted.
Thank you. Jesus Christ. Okay, let's see.
See if yours pops up because mine didn't.
Yes, it popped up. God damn it! Stop moving, chat. Stop.
It might actually be because he's not a mod on your channel.
I made him a mod just now.
No, on your YouTube channel, I'm not a mod.
Oh, how the hell did I? What? I didn't even think I set any mods on channels.
You
Okay.
you gave it to me once because you needed somebody as a mod for something. I forget what it was, but now I have it.
Not gonna lie, I didn't know that. Okay, so anybody who wants to be in the audience, you go up, you click on Wizard of Strategy, the little thing up here, the link that'll bring you to the Discord, and then you go to the dojo. If you're looking on the thing, where is it? Here it is. It's the dojo. Come over to the dojo, and you can join. There's 40 fucking people in the audience.
That invite link that I sent should take you straight to the dojo, by the way. So for any of you that are looking to join the debate, you should be brought straight here. If you're not, like Rouga said, it is the dojo. For those of you who are currently in the audience, I see some of you have already figured out the request to speak feature. If you put your hand up, we can invite you up to the stage. You will need to accept it. If you're on a computer, it's a prompt that will appear right in front of you. If you're on a phone, it appears at the top of your screen, I believe.
Yes. Yeah, and also, as I said before, I can see a bunch of messages filling up in the show chat. I mean, I guess you guys want to chat to each other, you can, but I'm not reading it. So if you want me to see something, then you specifically have to do it in the stream chat.
And if you want, yeah, like if you guys are just talking to yourselves, that's fine.
That's fine.
But
But I'm
if
not.
any of you come up here without a mic, I am sending you straight back down. We are not sitting here doing a text debate.
Yeah, I gave them the whole spiel about having a good quality mic. Don't be awkward. Don't be weird. Don't start fights with people during the fucking conversation. Just do a normal conversation.
I like this misspell that we got over here in the chat. Rugar. Do you plan on doing something on lower scale, like Fighters versus Baki Universe, Luther Strode, or anything in that range?
Might be the first time I've ever.
The Baki universe is broken as fuck.
Yeah, that might be the first time I've ever seen someone say that Baki is a low tier. That must be a dude who's like every conversation he gets into is like fucking multiversal shit.
Probably.
Okay, so I think it was James was the only person who actually said that he like wanted to debate me directly. Was there anybody else who wanted to debate me directly? Or was it just James? And it has to be something that you already know that I actually disagree with. You can't tell me like, oh, debate Gurren Lagann against it, because I don't care about that.
All right, you got and Adamski says he wants to debate with you about Frisk and resets. Don't know what the hell that is. Maybe you do.
Resets?
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, the fucking save load system.
Yes, that's what they want to talk about. Also, Asterion, we just went over this. If you're messaging in show chat, we are not looking there. I looked there for 1 second and I saw that, but that is the last warning that you guys get.
Wait.
If you are typing in the chat, go to the stream and type, because we are not going to be looking in the audience chat.
Did you read that Frisk message from the Discord chat?
No, I'm reading it from your stream over
here.
Okay,
yeah, just don't ignore the Discord chat. I'm not.
Yeah,
no.
Yeah,
so
I'm just giving them the one last warning.
Okay, so it's just who wants to go first? James wants to go first, or the Frisk thing. You know what? I'll just turn this into a poll. That's what I'll do. What debate would you all rather see?
Well, before you do that,
What's up?
James, are you in the audience? And if so,
yes, he already said. Yeah, you're late, sir.
I need your username.
You're late, sir. Yes.
Okay, but I still need his username so that I know.
I'll scroll up and try to find him. His name was James in the chat.
All right, which debates? Okay, we got.
It's Mexican
HD
Jesus
versus Star Wars, or what was the other one? It was Frisk
and resets.
And resets.
Oh, you already pulled someone up.
Yeah, don't pull him up yet.
Mexican Jesus up.
There's no reason to. He might not be coming in yet. It depends on who wins the poll. Boop.
All right. Sorry, buddy. You're going back down.
All right. Invite you back. If you win the poll, you'll be right back. Okay.
Here's the question: are people that are both in the audience?
Well, who wanted to do Frisk and resets?
That is Adamski Shortinsky. I don't know if he's in the in here, but he said he'll do it. So if he's here, he's gonna have to raise his hand.
Well, Adamski will need your Discord username.
Looks like it's gonna be Helldivers versus the other one first.
I kind of figured. I mean, a lot of Helldivers people like this channel. I feel like anything Helldivers or Warhammer or Dragon Ball are probably gonna get a lot of votes.
James Creech Alva, you're wrong about Helldivers lore. You should debate me, coward. I mean, this is an open debate night. Anybody can come in.
Yeah, anybody. Like it's open, dude. If you want to drop in and debate, that's what we're doing here. Love you too, Stoke. I love you a lot, man. It's that
All right.
special
Well, we already
docking
have
kind of love.
46 votes, and it's looking like Helldivers is taking this soundly.
Okay. I find it strange that a guy enters the chat and calls me a coward for not debating when the whole
On a
point of the
debate night.
stream is for people to come in and debate. It's like,
All right, Mexican Jesus, I gave you an invite back up to the stage. Come on up.
hello.
Hello.
Okay, so before we get started, I want to be very clear about this. If this is a debate between me and the Mexican, it's a debate between me and the Mexican. Alden and Dan, do not butt in. If you want to pseudo referee and get things moving, that's fine. But do not argue with either of us.
Yeah, we'll moderate. That'll be it.
That's why I'm here. Like, I have a mute on my headset. Don't worry about it.
Okay, good. I don't want to gangbang anybody. At least not tonight. Okay, so it's your argument, Mexican. Go for it.
So my main thing was, I feel like, the people in the stream last time didn't do, Star Wars justice. I felt like they focused way too heavily on convoluted, contradictory information, specifically regarding Palpatine, when there's just so much more the Empire has available than just Palpatine and Vader. And to me, it felt like they didn't really touch on those aspects of it at all, and to me, that's why Star Wars got ranked lower than what I think it should have been. I'm not saying Star Wars stomps or dominates. I'm advocating for a minimum of eternal war between the two.
Okay. How? Like what exactly? Like, I mean, I'm assuming that you saw the previous debate. I think you were actually there for it, so you know, for the most part, the arguments. So what do you think is different that should be changed, and why they should be up higher?
So the biggest thing is, I feel like, mentioning of so a big thing about the debate, like I said, they focused on the Force users a whole fucking lot, when in reality, the biggest asset of the Empire is its firepower and the amount of firepower that it can bring to bear. I'm not saying that Helldivers doesn't have a lot of firepower. We know that Super Destroyers have been stated to be able to level a moon with its salvo of ammunition. The thing that I think is that it would take a lot of Super Destroyers to destroy a Star Destroyer, because of what we've seen Star Destroyers being capable of not only tanking, but outputting. I believe that even though there are a fewer amount of Star Destroyers, the disparity in power is too great, and given that we have no actual concrete information on the larger ships, that I don't think that bringing them in as speculation is a fair argument to make. So given what we do currently know about Helldivers, I don't believe that they have the capacity to overwhelm the Empire fast enough before Emperor Palpatine can enact a lot of his great bullshits that he planned. He's got a lot of special weapons projects. There's a lot of canceled cloning facilities and droid foundries that could be restarted. I think there's just a lot of things that weren't brought to the table that should be brought to the table.
Okay. Before I start, do me a favor. I don't know if it's just me or if it's everybody, but your voice is stupidly loud. So I don't know if the mic's too close to your face or the volume's too high or what.
You are peaking a bit. So the best thing you can do is turn down your input sensitivity, or turn up your input sensitivity, or move the mic a little farther from your face.
Yeah, like I can hear every breath you take in between everything. It's like, I'm like, Jesus Christ. But yeah. So
how is that? Is that any better?
No, I mean, it sounds fine. Yeah. I mean, I won't know until you actually start like getting into it. But yeah. So all right, kind of threw a little bit at me. Basically, you didn't actually tell me how strong these ships are. How strong are they?
So the biggest thing that I want to bring up is the shield strength of Imperial Star Destroyers and the Imperial Super Star Destroyer. We see it directly in the movies. They move through an asteroid field at top speed, attempting to chase down the Millennium Falcon. And out of the entirety of Vader's fleet, only one Star Destroyer's shields went down and was destroyed due to taking an asteroid directly to the bridge. the Executor, the Super Star Destroyer, was completely undamaged from the asteroid field. And given the size of the asteroids, they are going to be pummeling these big-ass ships with extreme amounts of force over an extended period of time. And that fact alone, I believe Star Destroyers would be able to sustain combat with Super Earth ships for more prolonged periods of time, because they can not only absorb hellacious amounts of Super Earth firepower, but turbo lasers, which are comparable in output because the turbo lasers are designed to help take down shields so that fighter craft can exploit unshielded targets.
Why is
And
why is flying through an asteroid more impressive
Well-
than being shot by anything that's made of metal or explosive or blowing up continents or countries? Why is an asteroid floating through space that doesn't have gravity, that doesn't have weight, being shot through by a ship? Why is that more impressive?
Well,
because
actually,
it's not.
Before you keep going, Mexican, a little farther on the mic, because again, your breathing is just getting
It's super
all the
loud.
way in there.
It's super
Oh,
loud.
my bad. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Like, your quality's not bad. It's just I think you're a little too close to it, and every time you get like super into your argument, which is a good thing to be in a debate, you are getting very breathy, and I
Yeah.
don't think
It
people want
sounds
to hear
like
you inhaling your mic.
you sound like a chunky dude trying to jog.
Yeah, a little bit.
Go ahead. Why is flying through a rock in space without gravity more impressive than tanking a nuke or any sort of massive explosive that blows up even a city? I mean, even something like why is flying through some rock in space more impressive? I don't understand where the correlation there is. I mean, if you look at he might have turned his mic off. If you look at what the Helldivers can do, I mean, even if you don't go to like the moon leveling shit, I mean, it's a fucking weightless rock that they flew through. Now imagine firing a big ass fucking shell that's explosive, that's, shot out of a ship, that's meant to go through metal that's not rock. Like, I don't see why those two things are comparable, or why that means that their durability is stronger. Is he dead?
Mexican, you still there?
Can you hear me now?
There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead. God damn it, Mexican. There was one rule.
He stopped working.
Fuck.
Well, you told him
I
to
mean,
stop
his
eating
mic
his
was-
mic, and then
He was too close.
Yeah, his mic was working, and now we broke it.
I didn't
you
mean
can either
drop the fucking mic in another room, just
hey, quick in the poll. We have 69 votes.
all you had to do was pull it away from your face a little bit. You didn't have to select any settings or anything. I'm gonna end the poll because the poll clearly it was a clear domination. Yeah, Anthony's
We
saying
do
the
have
same
a
thing.
few questions while we're waiting for.
I don't think it's
Mexican
necessarily his mic that's
himself.
awful. I think it's the way he has it too close to his fucking face. I don't think Dan should have told him to go into the settings and start changing anything. I think he should have just told him.
I wasn't recommending to go into
bring
user
it.
settings. Jesus.
I just think he should have
But-
took the mic away from his face a little bit. Let me see. Let me see.
Rouga.
What's up?
Well, while we got
No, I was about to read them. I was about to read them right now.
Oh yeah, they're just wondering if we're doing legends and that kind of shit. So
I mean,
that would
also,
depend
while
on.
we're waiting, we do have other people in here that could come up and replace Jesus. So
I suppose I don't want to.
Is
Okay.
it good now? Because
Ah.
I put it behind my
there you
head a
go.
little.
Yeah, I can hear it.
That's
For,
actually
I can
really
hear it
good.
for now. Yeah. Well, okay.
All right.
You heard what I said. Go for it.
Yeah. So the whole thing about the rocks being weightless and in space. If you know things about space and how things orbit and movement in space and stuff, things are very rarely actually still in space, and things move very fast in space because there's nothing to keep them from not moving fast. Even small ass little particles in our orbit can fucking annihilate a satellite. Something the size of a penny is moving so fast that if it hits one of our satellites, it can pretty much fucking explode.
Sure, things in
Not
space.
exactly.
Sure, things in space can move fast, but the rocks you're talking about weren't. You were talking about a specific example of specific rocks that were barely moving in space that they flew through. I saw it. I mean, there's no evidence that those things were moving faster than sound, or like thousands of times faster than sound. They were just sitting there and they just flew through some rocks. I would hope that all of these ships should be able to do that. Considering the amount of force that these things are capable of dishing out to other things, they need to be able to take that. At least a little bit. I mean that's you also have the fact that this rock is in space, which means it doesn't have, like, asteroids that fly through space are significantly less durable than rocks that you find on planets, because gravity smashes those rocks together and densifies the rock. So not only is it not really moving all that fast, and not only is it a rock and not metal, but it's a soft rock. So again, I don't see how that's a feat that would be more impressive than any of the guns that they have. I mean, we already know, as we went on last time, where most of everything from their armor to lightsabers to even a lot of their shields in Star Wars don't do all that well against kinetic damage. Like, that was something that we covered
Actually,
last
that is a common shielding, specifically, like actual shields. The types of shields used on board of larger spacecraft, they are definitely capable of blocking kinetic.
I didn't say they're not capable. They're just not as good at it as they would be in a lot of other fictional universes. I mean, they would have to. Like, if you're flying a ship through space, you would have to. It would have to deflect some kind of debris that hits it. Clearly, it does, since it went through the rock. But that's not the. But in Star Wars, they don't really have kinetic weapons that they fire at people, so they don't have that kind of defenses for it. I mean, it exists, but they're very rare.
Another example that I could pull from is in the movie Rogue One, I believe. Vader's Star Destroyer comes out of hyperspace, is decelerating from faster than light travel, and completely rams through a rebel ship with absolutely no damage.
Yeah.
I'd say that even though we don't know the exact speed of the ship, that is, at the very least, a very solid feat of the durability of Star Destroyer shields when presented with kinetic force.
All right, someone posted some stuff.
Oh,
These Star Destroyers These Star Destroyers can also completely vaporize such asteroids. Just meow. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I'm not arguing with the destruction. I just, like I said, I'm not arguing with the fact that Star Wars can do stuff. But you're trying to compare it to another universe, and there's nothing that you're saying that I think would really make it stronger. Well, I mean, these are ships that shoot at each other, and they could take the blast from their own ships, and these are ships that level small moons, blow up small moons, blow up larger moons. They have weapons that destroy planets. This is all a part of their fight. So I don't think how you're saying anything that makes it more impressive than what we've already gone over. It depends.
Another big part of that I was going to bring in is the existence of the Death Star itself. I believe that from what we have seen, nothing in the Helldivers' current arsenal that we have actually seen is capable of destroying the Death Star.
Why not?
The Death Star is literally
the size of a small moon. That's literally the size.
The Death Star was blown up by a photon torpedo.
Yeah.
Helldivers have more powerful explosives than that.
It was blown up by a photon torpedo that was shot into the perfect spot and guided by space magic.
Sure, but it doesn't matter. Like, where does it show that the outside of the Death Star can't, like, take attacks that would blow up countries? I mean, like, I don't understand. Where do we see it taking that kind of damage? I mean, throughout the thing, you see little ships getting blasted and flying into it and blowing up a big chunk of the side of the Death Star in both movies that we see the Death Star. There's nothing saying that it's super durable and can take attacks. It's just really big, and Star Wars doesn't have guns that can destroy something that big. Helldivers does. The guns in Helldivers are considerably stronger than the guns that the Rebels had access to in that movie.
Well, another point the big point with the shields is the fact that shield strength is capable of. We've already based turbo lasers are powerful as fuck. The fact that shields are capable of tanking turbo lasers, they're also quite strong. The Death Star is shielded, from what I remember.
No, it's not.
It's,
Well, okay, wait.
It's
No,
not?
I'm
In the
lying.
second
I'm lying.
movie, it is.
I'm lying.
The second Death Star was shielded.
He's right. The second one was. That's why they had to go down to the planet and take down the shields on the small planet. And
Yeah,
so
that's why they went to the fourth.
Yeah,
movie
that was
line.
the whole. That was the first one didn't. The second one did. So if we're talking about the second one, then yeah, it is shielded. But again, well, for one, you keep talking about this laser, but you haven't said how powerful it is. You just said it's powerful as fuck. So you'd still have to prove that laser is powerful, more powerful than something that the Helldivers would be able to fire. But also, what's stopping the Helldivers from just shooting down a team of Helldivers down to a planet and undoing the shields themselves? They would be far more capable than Han Solo would.
An army of Wookiees.
They
Wookiees.
would be, but I think that
Yeah.
actually getting to the planet, the big issue is space navy is a huge thing in Star Wars, and we don't know the scope of Super Earth's space navy. We don't know exactly how big they're.
We know it's enough to have complete domination over space. Like the fight, we know that the automatons cannot win against Super Earth in space combat. It's one of the reasons why most of the combat is done on planets. They literally can't win. They have an extremely powerful navy, if you want to call it a navy. But Super Earth's spaceships are unbelievably powerful. Like there are statements about single ships being able to take on whole fleets by themselves. They're powerful.
Oh yeah, I'm not doubting their power. I'm just saying that until there's concrete information on what exactly these ships are capable of, using them as Super Earth has a powerful navy, I don't feel like that's a justifiable argument, because yes, they may be powerful, but we don't know how powerful.
Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because so far you haven't given me anything that says that your ships are more powerful than super destroyers. And if it's not more powerful, Dan, it's a 1v1, please. Yeah, I mean, if you want it to be a 2v1, we can do that. But I would prefer a 2v1. I would prefer a 2v1 be against me and not against the guests who are coming in.
I was just gonna say that you're kind of shooting your own argument in the foot if you're saying that because we don't have concrete information, we can't really have this debate.
It doesn't. Dan, that's on me to say that to him. You can't butt in on a 1v1 debate at all. Can't say anything. You can't say anything that would hurt his argument or mine. Anyway, what were we saying, Mexican? Or I was saying something.
I was actually just about to mention that I do think it might be a slightly goofy number, but given what we have actually seen turbo lasers capable, like what they can do at times, I think one of the higher end numbers in Legends for turbo laser output is like, is it 200 megatons or 200 gigatons? I know there's a very vast difference between those numbers, but I can't remember exactly which one it was.
Massive fucking differences.
I know, it's massive.
But it doesn't matter.
I know it's
either way, it's weaker. I mean, look. You have super destroyers that can level small moons. That's the smallest ship that the Super Earth has.
That requires its entire salvo of ammunition.
That's not.
Doesn't it?
No, it just says it's capable of leveling small moons. It does not say that's the entire salvo. Now, you can make the assumption that that's the case. You can sort of read into it and imply that.
I would definitely say that. I mean,
but
given what
you're saying that because
them capable of there
but you're saying that
on the ground.
But you're saying that because it helps your argument, not necessarily because there's any evidence in the statement that says that.
But there is. There's
No,
evidence. There's not evidence in the statement, but the evidence is in the gameplay itself.
But you can't.
We don't see super destroyers outputting moon exploding feats on the ground, even if you're
I didn't say it was a moon exploding. I said it was a moon leveling. That's not the same thing.
I know.
Those are two different things.
Yeah, I know.
They can essentially,
regardless,
they can essentially firebomb the entire landmass of Africa if you want to compare it to somebody, or probably a little less than Africa because our moon is about the size of Africa, but our moon is not considered a small moon. This would probably be something closer to something like Phobos, but you're still talking about several countries worth of landmass, which the average Star Wars ship is not capable of doing. Not even close. The average Star Wars ship is not capable of doing it.
The average Star Destroyer?
The average Star Destroyer is not average. The average Star Destroyer is not average.
even the weaker version, the versions of the Star Destroyer that came before it,
A
before it
Star
was actually
Destroyer
the
is
beefy.
not average. That's like some of their biggest heavy hitters. You're taking a Star Destroyer that's some of Empire's biggest ships, and you're trying to compare it to a Super Destroyer, which
it's
is their
also its ship
absolute
of the
smallest.
line.
If you want to compare the smallest ships to the smallest ships, you have to compare the Super Destroyer to the TIE Fighter. There's no comparison to be made.
I think actually a closer comparison would be probably the Tartan patrol frigate.
I don't know what that is.
It's Vegas. It's a small. It's basically like the Corellian Corvette that you see in A New Hope running away from Vader's Star Destroyer, but it's an Empire version. It's just a small ship that's fast.
All right, whatever. Either way you want to put it. I'm not 100% sure what your argument is. You're saying that this is what the smallest ships in Helldivers can do, and then we should just disregard anything else in their entire military and just go by what the Star Destroyers, what the Super Destroyers can do, because that's not an argument. That's essentially you admitting defeat, because we can't go, because you're saying we can't go any higher, and you're just going to compare all of your best shit to literally the weakest thing that Super Earth has. Well, hold up.
No,
give me one second. It took a fleet to kill a planet. That is not comparable to a nuke. What is he talking? What's he referring to?
I have no.
Helldivers, I'm reading the chat correctly.
It took a fleet to kill a planet. That's not comparable to a nuke. It took a fleet to kill a planet. No, it
Wait,
didn't.
no, he might be talking about Star Wars, because in Star Wars there is a scene in Old Republic where
That's the
they
Old Republic.
destroy Terrace with a whole fleet of ships.
It's
Yes,
like
but Old
2,000
Republic has...
years ago.
Yeah, but you have to give
Star
something.
Wars,
But you have to give something better.
a
haven't
single
given
Star
anything
Destroyer
better.
can glass a planet.
Yes, a Star Destroyer.
That's the ship of that's the ship of the line of the Empire. That is their most common weapon of fear and firepower.
Fear.
The
not,
Super
not,
Destroyer.
not necessarily firepower, but fear for sure. I think you could actually argue that their most common for firepower would be the TIE Fighters. That's the one you see more likely. But even let's just go with the Star. But I mean, again, your argument is flawed, because you're literally saying I can't use anything above the Super Destroyer, and you're going to use everything in Star Wars.
I'm not saying that you can't. I'm just saying
you actually
that,
literally
to
did
me,
say that we don't know.
I'm saying, to me personally, it doesn't make sense to.
Of course
but
it does.
you can if you want.
We know. Look, we know what their high end is. We know their high end is they can literally destroy planets. We know that. We know they could do it.
You got another $2.
Also, Star Destroyers are capital ships. What does he mean by that?
They're the capital
Basically,
ship of a fleet.
Yeah, so they're like the flagship of a fleet.
Oh, well, there you go. That's not even so. It's not their main ship that they just like throw out there. It's like the lead ship of a fleet. So yeah, the comparison you're trying to force
single
a
Star
comparison.
Destroyers were typically used to dominate an entire system.
Yeah, but that's not. Yeah, what you look. It's very clear what you're doing. You're trying to take the stronger stuff that the Star Wars does and compare it to the weakest stuff of the Super Destroyers, while also canceling my ability to go into anything else in the lore, despite the fact that we know they can blow up planets, despite the fact that we know that they have ships that are tons and tons of times bigger. I mean, they have a goddamn satellite that has 1.3 million people just to run the damn thing. Like they have two.
When have we seen a Super Earth ship destroy a planet?
When have we seen a I didn't say that a Super Earth ship can destroy a planet. I said that they have.
I thought that's what you were talking about.
No. They destroyed a planet with a black hole. That's what destroyed a planet.
Oh, okay.
But we know that that's their peak, and we know that they use black hole
Right.
technology to do that. We know that their
Right.
absolute bare minimum is a super destroyer that levels a small moon. That
Right.
lowest peak, that lowest low, is far beyond what the vast majority of Star Wars ships can do. The only way that you can overcome it is by using things like Star Destroyers or much, much bigger ships. But we also know that in Helldivers, forgot the fucking title of the game. In Helldivers, they have complete mastery over all of space, and none of the other races can even fight them in space. So we know they like that. Like, your argument's just super flawed. You're basically saying I can't do anything. I just have to talk about Super Destroyers and nothing else.
No. Let me refine the argument, because I never meant it to come across that way. I'm just comparing the Star Destroyers, which I see as like the kind of like the poster boy of the Empire to the poster boy of Super Earth. You know what I mean?
But the poster boy of the Empire is one of their largest ships, and the poster boy of the Helldivers is literally their smallest. They don't have smaller ships than that. So they're not. That's not a comparison. You can't compare the poster boy to the poster boy. We know on average their firepower is significantly higher. Star Wars had to put in all of their funding and all of this shit to create one weapon that can blow up a planet. And they ended up doing it twice, and it was a massive hit when that thing died. By comparison, if Super Earth wants to blow up another planet, they could do it. They just do the dark fluid shit again. It's fine. And they blow up. They literally use moons as target practice. We know that. And by the way, they haven't told us what ships they use moons as target practice for. So I mean, again, like I guess you could say it's an assumption.
I was just about to say I would assume that
there's no evidence that it was from their absolute largest ships. We just know that they use moons as target practice. That's a common thing we do. So if we say that their average ship can do that, which makes sense considering their smallest ships can level 1, so it makes sense that their medium ships could probably blow it up. So I'm not seeing how Star Wars is competing in a space battle.
I have a stream related question. Are Alden and I allowed to bring up chat arguments? Also, you just got 100 Norwegian crowns.
Yeah.
What is that again? It's like $10. Okay. So I would to point out that the shipmaster does say, the destroyer has enough ordnance to level a small moon. I've done the calculations myself, which would mean it would take all of the ammo. That's true. He does say that.
Yes.
So wait, no, I'm trying to remember where.
You keep going,
What's up?
Can Alden and I bring up chat arguments from the YouTube?
That are either helping one side or the other. We've got some people that keep asking if you guys are counting the Legends stuff for Star Wars or not.
That's up to Mexican whether he wants to count the Legends stuff. It's his argument.
I know about Legends stuff, but there's so much about it that I don't know because there is just a fuck ton of it.
I know a lot of Legends lore, but
that would be 2-1. So we're just asking if we can bring up stuff in chat, Rouga.
I'm okay. Yeah, I'm okay with 2-1 against me, but don't gang up on the person I'm arguing with.
Well,
Roger.
The question still stands: can we bring up arguments from the chat, just so that it's not just the two going back and forth?
I mean, if there's a correction and someone says something wrong, like the super chat just now, that like he was giving a correction that is useful, then sure. But don't just start throwing in random arguments. This is our debate. If they want to come in and debate, they can. But don't backseat debate somebody else who's up here.
Oh yeah, no, I was just asking if.
No, I'm not talking to you guys. I'm saying the chat. Like they can type it if they want to come in. They can. It's open to the public. So
there's some people who are waiting to be let in, and I'm just like I don't know who to let in.
Let them all in. Oh, in the stage?
Yeah, he's got 11 hands up right now of people that have thrown their ideas in.
People who have things that want to say or
want to argue with Star Wars.
Debates.
I mean, if it's relevant.
I'm not sure that they necessarily want to argue Star Wars.
Well, you have to figure that out. If you want to.
Yeah, I know. I'll deal with that.
Yeah, like I said, they could type it in the stream chat or whatever. Okay. I'm sorry, Mexican. Where were you at?
Honestly, I don't remember, but I think we were talking about we can't compare Star Destroyers to Super Destroyers because of the size difference. I think that's where we were at.
Well, it's not so, well. We can't cut off the entirety of what Super Earth has, so that
right. Yeah, I amended that. I'm not wanting to do that by any means. I find it hard to compare, like. We can't put a Super Star Destroyer against a Super Earth ship and decisively know which one would win in that battle because we don't know. We have no idea how well.
Yes,
we can assume.
We do.
Assume.
It is not an assumption to say that their ships can blow up moons and they use them as target practice. That's a fact. We know that. Now, we might not know the model of the ship or what it is or what, but we know that it's common. It's what they do all the time. Who the fuck is this? And we know that it's common that they continuous.
Who had
stated that they blow up moons for target practice, or that they use moons as target practice?
No, they blow up moons for target practice. This is something they do. They test their weapons by blowing up moons. We know this. Now we know there were two different news like they were kind of like mock news things and that the developers released. One of them was them talking about the massive satellite, the DSS satellite, blowing up a moon for target practice. But they also said that in a different one, they were saying that ships were firing at moons to test their new ships or whatever. It's a common thing. That's what they do. They value planets too much, but they don't care about moons, so they just blow them up for target practice to test how powerful their guns are. So I don't think it would be an assumption to say that the average ship can blow up a moon. And the Super Destroyer is not an average ship. That's also not an assumption. It's a small ship. It is a small ship meant to support one dude on the ground. There's like 40 people who man it or something. I might have that number wrong, but there's not a lot. But they
actually, now that with the lore that we got yesterday that you mentioned, it's not just supporting one dude. It's supporting whole squads.
No, it's not. No,
as many as it needs.
That was not what I said yesterday with that lore. What he's referring to, what he was referring to is that the developer said that the only reason why there are only 4 Helldivers to a squad is because the engine doesn't allow for more than that. But they're trying to make it so that you can have 30, 40 Helldivers in a level all fighting together. It's just the engine's making it very difficult. There's no lore reason as to why there's only 4-man squads. That doesn't mean that ships will support more than one. Each Helldiver still gets their own ship.
Can I ask about something about Helldivers, please? What is the strongest the Helldivers can have?
You're gonna have to tell me what you're talking about.
Okay, what
Be more
is
specific.
The strongest ship? Like, what's the strongest ship they have?
That's the thing. We don't know. We can assume that their strongest ship can't blow up a planet, since to blow up a planet they had to open up a black hole into the planet. I feel like if they had a ship that could just blow it up, then they would have done that. So we don't know what the strongest is, but we know it's in between small moon and planet.
Okay, small moon planet.
Yeah, that's where it would be. But the thing, and I'm not saying that, and I actually would agree that there are Star Wars ships that are more powerful, because I think there are Star Wars ships that could like destroy suns and shit. However, that's very, very rare, and the average Star Wars ship doesn't come anywhere close to the average Helldiver ship. And I don't think having, I forgot what the guy said in the last one. He says they got like 60,000 ships that can blow up like stars or something. Even if they have 60,000 ships that could blow up stars, that's not going to be enough to stop the trillions, if not quadrillions, of ships that are going to be coming. I mean, when you're talking about the scope and how the scale, why are y'all keep letting people in? It's supposed to be a 1v1 debate. There's fucking 5 people in here now.
No, it's become a 2v2.
Well, now it's a 3v2 because you just invited another person in.
No, there's Alden and I aren't part of this. It's
Dude,
3v2.
look at the screen. There's 3 people other than
Dino Duck's on your side apparently.
I had something to present, not necessarily for the Star Wars thing, though. I guess it is kind of relevant.
Damn it, Dan.
Stop inviting people in. If the conversation, I'm having a conversation with Mexican. Stop letting more people in.
I'm aware. Dino said he had something to say before or about the scale of Helldivers.
Well, let him say it in the
from the lore.
Then let him say it in the fucking stream chat. Don't let him in the. I'm in a debate with Mexican. If he wants to come in and debate me afterwards, he can. Don't just don't dump a bunch of people in and confuse the goddamn debate. That's what the stream chat's for. Get them out of here for now. If they want to come in later, they can. I will let them. I mean, if Mexican wants to help, I guess. If he wants to add some more people, but don't just start dumping a bunch of people because a bunch of people say they have a comment to do. Of course they're gonna have a comment. We're talking about fucking Star Wars. Everybody's got an opinion.
PC King says, "Quit fucking around, Dan."
Yeah, the fuck.
Okay, first off, Dino said that they had something to say about Helldivers, not Star Wars.
It doesn't matter. I don't want him helping me either. I'm having my argument is with Mexican right now. When we're done, we'll let somebody else come in. We'll probably jump off of Star Wars and Helldivers for a little bit, do something else, and then come back to Helldivers later. But because I don't want the whole thing to just be Helldivers versus shit. But anyway, what were we talking about? This is gonna be a bitch to edit.
So one of my thoughts was, given how Palpatine functions and what a goof. So okay, actually, a better way to frame this: exactly what way were the Helldivers and Star Wars interacting? Were the galaxies just put next to each other, or was it the old thing from your videos where it's like they ripped open a portal like somewhere in Star Wars galaxy?
Look, stop worrying about the debate that we had last week. This is a different debate. We're having a new debate. Whatever you want to be the premise of the debate, we can have the premise of the debate. Where this is not going to be like a sequel to a previous debate. If you want to debate Helldivers versus Star Wars, we could debate Helldivers versus Star Wars. I'm not worried about what the last people said. So whatever. I mean, I guess whatever you want.
So the way I see it is, do we know how durable Super Earth ships are? Like the material, like how actually durable the material is.
Generally, they're known as glass cannons.
Okay, I gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, so
yeah, I mean, we know they can survive faster than light travel. We know they're made out of some kind of titanium alloy. We know that they can survive basically any atmosphere or things like that. But like, just to give you like a legit, like they take this. No, we don't really know.
Oh no, yeah, but
can like a TIE fighter hit them?
We don't know.
Wait.
We don't know. Like would it, like, if the average Helldiver ship could blow up a moon, can two Helldiver ships fire on each other and take the hits and take a couple of hits to blow each other up? I don't know. We don't have enough information.
That is a fair point. Because I was just about to question just the general durability of like the armor and stuff.
It's titanium alloy. What the alloy part is, I don't know. I know it's a lot of the armors and a lot of the stuff they have has nothing to do with real world alloys. They're definitely not the same because they could do shit that real world alloys can't do. But as it's just general fictional sci-fi titanium alloy is what it's made out of.
Yeah.
But yeah, we don't know.
Typical sci-fi, stronger than
normal metal shit. Yeah, basically. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. So I think we could do a fair baseline and assume that given the damage that Star Wars ships do take, unshielded Star Wars ships and super destroyers would be relatively comparable in durability, right? Well, or just Helldiver ships in general.
I don't think it is far too over the top to say that they probably both one-shot each other, because I think the Helldivers have stronger guns and that would knock through the shields, and I think that there's really no evidence to say that the Helldiver ships could take a whole lot from firing. So I don't necessarily think that the Star Wars ships need to have as much firepower as the Helldiver ships in order to take them out. So, I mean, I guess you could say that they could one-shot each other, possibly. But I do think I don't think that all the smaller ships will. Like, I don't think TIE fighters are taking out super destroyers. I don't think the smaller Star Wars ships are taking out the medium-class Helldiver ships. I think overall, what you have here is you have arguably a larger military of more powerful like spacecrafts than Star Wars does. Star Wars' peak spacecrafts are more, but it's not going to matter in a full-scale invasion of the entire galaxy because you don't have enough to protect every single planet. Like it's just, you can't have all of those ships there, and even those ships that are Star Destroyer, they do not have that many.
Can I make a point?
That's a very common thing in the Empire. They haven't even taken over their entire galaxy yet because they don't have the means to.
Yeah, for sure.
So
I agree with you there, and that's why I wanted to bring context into it, because if we're saying that the Helldivers just appear in Star Wars, like, then yeah, for sure the Empire does not have the amount of ships to be able to sustain. I mean, basically, what would end up happening is you'd have 300 Helldiver ships for every Star Destroyer, and like you said, given
a lot more than that.
Yeah, I know. I was just throwing out a rough
number. like the Empire is struggling to take over their own galaxy, while Helldivers have a massive overpopulation problem, and they need to kill off their own people just so they could sustain themselves because every planet is massively overpopulated. They have it's kind of gotten to the point in Helldivers where they have to spread and acquire new colonies because of overpopulation.
Wait,
so
I have a question.
Yes.
I have a question. Will like, if the Star Wars universe took over what the Helldivers universe, could they do what Helldivers do? You think?
What do you mean?
As in, like, take over the whole universe? Because there's relatively like this.
No, I don't.
The difference in strength. We don't know what the difference.
They do not have the numbers. They have no way of wiping out all of the Terminids. The Terminids were capable of just in a couple, like I think it was a couple weeks or a couple months, spreading from just a couple of Terminids to covering an entire system. Several systems, actually. They spread unbelievably fast. The Empire is not going to be able to slow them down. They don't have the numbers to do that.
I think the Death Star would be able to nip the Terminid problem in the bud pretty effectively.
How?
It can move at faster than light speeds.
Okay.
It can destroy planets.
Okay.
And it can do so without the loss of life that the Helldivers are required, and time that the Helldivers required to set up and make the black hole to destroy that planet.
But they didn't set up the black hole to destroy the planet. I mean, they did set up the black hole to destroy the planet, but it wasn't for the purpose of wiping out the Terminids. Like the Terminids are capable of releasing spores that travel through space to other planets. So like blowing up a planet is not going to be an issue if they could survive space. They also have the Gloom, which again covers multiple systems that ships can't even fly into because no one who's flown into it has actually come out. All of the ships get destroyed just going into the Gloom. And they have spores that cover on a galactic scale that as of right now the Helldivers don't even know how to stop. They spread too fast. They shoot spores to nearby planets. There's pretty much no, as far as we're aware, there's no environment that they can't live in. They are capable of living in space, the vacuum of space. No. And I mean, even if you want to get and also they only have one Death Star. You could blow up planets every single day for the rest of your life, and you wouldn't even scratch the number of planets that the Terminus could spread to in a week. Like like you just don't. They don't have enough.
They don't need to use the Death Star like all the time. They have other ships too that does like world. They have one called.
It doesn't matter. It wouldn't solve the. It would not solve the problem.
Regardless, I don't want to get too off topic because this is supposed to be Star Wars versus Super Earth, not. Like,
I mean, I don't think
not Star Wars, but the Empire versus Super.
I don't think it matters. I don't think you're not gonna. I mean, especially if you're not using. I mean, you're not. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt of saying that they have ships that destroy stars and shit because Legends does. The movies don't. If you're going by the movies and canon, which seems like you are, they don't even have that.
No. I'm not. I'm going by the movies and Legends. Not the Disney movies and stuff. Yeah, I go by the expanded mostly.
What were you saying different?
I want to say expanded because that will give us more range of ships that we can use.
Sure. Like, I mean, yeah, but he just hasn't brought up anything in the expanded so far.
Okay.
But look, it's
a few things that I was gonna bring up, like the thing.
Well, look, you have to counter the things.
As I'm having this debate.
Wait, let me talk. Mexican, let me talk.
Go ahead.
You haven't countered what I've already said. The Helldivers have more ships. Their average ships are considerably more powerful. That's really all they need.
That's exactly what I was just about to say. As I've been having this debate, and I've been having things that I hadn't brought up yet, I've been thinking about them, and the points that you're explaining to me make a lot of sense. And honestly, even if I were to bring in things such as the Eclipse-class Superstar Destroyer, or the World Devastators, or the Viscount...
Yeah, they got crazy shit. I'm not arguing that they don't have crazy shit, but
But even if they do, it's not.
It's few and far between. It's very few and far between. They don't have the numbers. They don't have the and also we haven't even gone over ground.
We don't know the numbers.
Huh? We know
don't know the numbers.
Well, you can look at their. Well, we know they don't have enough to take over their own galaxy.
Yeah.
They can't. Okay. They haven't taken over the Outer Rim. There's an entire unknown space that they haven't even touched. And
would you say Star Wars is a stronger universe, like as in like they have more powerful like things?
If we're talking about, see, that's really hard to say because there's so like as of right now, what we know, probably, but I just don't think that it's the stuff that they have that is that power. Well, okay. First off, the answer would be yes because Star Wars has gods and shit. If we're talking about just the whole universe, Star Wars has gods, and Star Wars does have ridiculous stuff. But that stuff is so few and so far between, and the Empire doesn't have access to most of it. And the stuff the Empire does have access to, they don't have a lot of. So I just don't see how they're beating the Helldivers. The Stormtroopers cannot beat the Super Earth military on the ground. And in an actual war, even if they do have stronger weapons, the average ship of Super Earth is so much more powerful they can overwhelm all of their stronger ships, And honestly, they could probably take a medium-sized ship that's not as strong as their strongest ships and still blow up their strongest ships with those medium-sized ships because of the insane firepower. They're like just because a star destroyer can destroy a star. Let's just assume that I think they can, but yeah, that doesn't mean that it needs a star amount of force to destroy it. It doesn't. We know that because Rebel ships and shit are capable of destroying them, and their ships fucking suck. So there is no ship that the Helldivers can't destroy. Basically, with the firepower they have.
The only argument that came from chat that actually is a point in your guys' favor, Mexican Jesus, is the Sun Crusher from Star
Yeah, that's
Wars.
what I was about to say.
The Sun Crusher is actually okay.
How
so
many?
even-
How
so Rouga, your whole
wait.
argument
How
about
many?
there's
How
few and far
many
between-
Star Crushers are there?
There is one.
Okay,
There's not many.
Then
There
it
is
does.
one.
Then it doesn't change the argument at all.
Hold on, Rouga, because
No,
it
it
kind of
doesn't.
it
But
kinda
it
does
is-
a
No,
little
it doesn't.
bit.
Okay, let's say it could destroy.
it-
Let's say it could
alright,
destroy a
it's-
solar system. Let's say
It
it could
says it's
just.
nearly an indestructible craft that is no larger than a basic starfighter, so
It's
the
fast.
X-wing,
Okay,
that is
it's.
able to.
But it's one.
have the
We're
same
talking about.
destruction.
We're talking about a galactic war.
It can destroy
It's
the whole
not-
star system.
It doesn't matter. It could just how many star systems is going to destroy? How many is the also? I kind of call bullshit on this because what was the point in the fucking Death Star if they had a little one-man ship that was capable?
They came
of doing
out-
This?
they came out
This is
after.
what we.
It was-
This is
Yeah,
what we're
this
saying.
came
This is
out after.
expanded, or we like this is like what we said.
Yeah, this is expanded.
So is this after the Empire?
No, this is just a later addition to the Empire's arsenal. It was created well after the Death Star as like a concentrated version of what the Death Star was supposed to be.
And someone also bringing a point on chat as well. I thought that was pretty good. Is like, what do we know? What type of people who are running the Helldivers? Because like there's like brilliant geniuses that are doing the calculations and stuff. Like we got Thorn and stuff, but we don't really know who are, we don't know like who is like a good tacticians. and
No, but we don't really need to. I mean, we know the tactics that they use. We know they throw down armies at insane numbers down at the planets, and we know that the Helldivers are they use Helldivers as special operations. Hold up, sorry, unplug my shit. Okay, and they use Helldivers as special operations that come down and do individual smaller missions to weaken planets. So like, come down and destroy their communications on the planet, come down and take away their oil or their fuel sources, destroy military bases, things like this, and systematically weaken the planet with, like, I don't know, tens of thousands of smaller units of Helldivers that get dropped down. And then once the planet's, because the Helldivers don't want to blow up planets, they only do that when the planet is lost and they don't think they could take it back, and it's only happened once so far in the Second Galactic War. But they want to colonize. That's their whole purpose. They're colonizers, so they don't
I also
want
got a
to.
question
And also,
about-
which is actually something we haven't talked about, Palpatine also does not want to destroy planets. Palpatine actually bitched at Vader in the first movie for destroying Leia's homeworld, Alderaan. He was really pissed off about that. So the idea that
It wasn't Vader's decision either. It was Tarkin's decision.
Sure, but Palpatine didn't like it. Point is, it's
Oh,
not
yeah,
something.
Palpatine was
Neither side is going to go around destroying planets. Neither of them want to go around destroying planets. It's not smart to go around destroying planets because planets that are livable are not that common. So you don't want to go around.
But if you have a
destroying
full-on
planets.
war, it's gonna be different though.
So yeah, that's what I
know
was just
because-
about to say.
well, look, if we're having a war-
remember what I brought about context is if we put these two galaxies next to each other,
Mhm.
there's going to be a very clear first, like there's gonna be like two like main sectors where the fighting is gonna start, and those are essentially going to act as bottlenecks for the fighting until the war breaks on either side. I'm not saying that Super Earth is definitely going to break, but I am saying that I think with the fact that there would be that bottleneck,
Wait,
and
you're
the
talking about
bottleneck would help.
You're talking about the portal between the two worlds?
No, I'm not necessarily talking about the portal. I'm just saying
what
like,
what bottleneck are you talking about?
I mean, they would have to encounter each other first. If we're saying Super Earth makes first contact with an Imperial planet on the outer rim.
But it's space, so where's the bottleneck?
Well, the bottleneck comes from the fact that the Helldivers don't know anything about the Star Wars galaxy. They can't just start jumping around willy-nilly. You'll
Why
jump
are you
yourself
assuming?
into a
Why are
fucking
well? Okay,
star.
but okay. So now you're giving yourself an advantage with prior knowledge. So are we assuming that it's in the Star Wars universe? Because that's going to make it a different debate than if we're assuming.
Be a different debate.
It would depend, because if you're saying that they're in the Star Wars universe, you're giving the Empire a clear advantage. If you're saying it's in the Helldivers universe, you're giving the Helldivers an advantage. If you're giving just a middle ground and they're both in an unknown universe and they both have the exact same thing to deal with, either way it doesn't matter. You're not bottlenecking in a fucking space warfare. You can go anywhere. It's space, so there's not going to be a bottleneck.
Oh, that's fair too. But...
Okay, that's fair, but like they're gonna see each other and they're gonna go at each other.
I mean, if you really look, okay, I'm just let's get to the point of this. We've already Helldivers have more ships. We've kind of gotten to that. Their average ship's more powerful. Star Wars has stronger like maximum ships. Helldivers are better at acquiring technology, upgrading that technology, and using it for themselves. I don't. Where's your win con
wait,
here?
How is that? Wait, that doesn't make sense, because if they can't like blow up a planet and they need to use black holes, how are they gonna more technology than Star Wars? Because when Star Wars has like more powerful.
That's not what I said. I didn't say they have more technology. I said they're better at acquiring technology and upgrading.
Okay, yeah. Okay, fair.
Which they are. I mean,
I think the win con is
the fact is that even
Sun's crushes.
The fact is that even if Helldivers don't have the weapons that Star Wars does, which for the most part they do, I will admit that there are certain ships that Star Wars have that are just way too powerful. It's only a matter of time if a war goes on long enough that they'll get their hands on that weapons, and then they're going to start having weapons that are more powerful than Star Wars weapons, because they're better at upgrading technology and improving it than Star Wars is.
That's what I wanted to bring something up. Is I think you're completely wrong on. So if we are saying this is in a neutral universe, and this is just military might and logistics, that's all we are talking about.
What else would
Palpatine would have absolutely no issue blowing up every single Helldivers planet for absolutely no reason other than he can.
You're going against his character. He's never done that before. Never.
That's not against his character.
That is absolutely against his character. He specifically states in the movies that's something he doesn't want to do. You're going against his characterization.
Like, you're going against an invading force, or you're going to fight like a planet that's like not your planet.
Well, okay, so we've gone over two things. This is two different sort of things. One, you're arguing that he would go against his character, start blowing up planets, and even if let's say I gave you that, we still already have the fact that they don't have enough weapons to do that in a way that would be effective. Like, okay, let's say.
Okay, can I give it like?
Well, let me finish.
Simile?
No, let me finish my point. Okay, let's say that Star Wars has the Death Star, and then Star Wars has Star Crushers and all this kind of stuff, and that's cool. But they have like one of each of these weapons. They might have a bunch of Star Destroyers. Okay, fine. Hell, any person, any ship can. Any little Helldiver ship, any medium-sized ship, any ship can have dark fluid and then put it down and open up a black hole on the planet. Just by this point means that they can blow up planets faster than Star Wars can, because literally yes, they can, because that's what happens in the series.
They have to deploy the dark fluid.
They've been synthesizing it for hundreds of years. It's like America, it's like when America just kept building nukes over and over again. There's a shit ton of dark fluid. They went into.
I'm not saying that they don't have.
It took them like a day or two
to deploy.
It took them like
saying that.
No, but listen to what I'm saying. It took them like a day or two in order to blow up Meridia by having a couple of different dudes come to the ground and place it, and then boom, it exploded. They have, trillions, quadrillions, however many ships. They can have multiple people on multiple planets laying down these things and blowing them up. They're not stuck to a particular type of spacecraft like Star Wars is. If you really want to do, I don't think either side would do this. So Palpatine is not going around blowing up planets. Helldivers are not going to go around blowing up planets. But if that's the argument you want to make, Helldivers can do it faster.
Palpatine in Legends did hit the fuck it button and just start fucking on everything.
So Anthony Leon from chat says that Palpatine is capable of blowing up planets if there wasn't any sort of strategic resource, technology, or intel on that planet. So basically, if the planet isn't worth jack shit, Palpatine will blow it up.
But that's not what Mexican is saying. Mexican is saying that he'll just start blowing up all of their planets. Like he'll literally eliminate like no one would just strategically, that would be dumb. You're eliminating the amount of land that you can use as well. You're eliminating all of it.
Yeah. Because at one point in the comics,
there's a reason why countries who have nukes don't use nukes, because nobody wants anybody else to use nukes. Helldivers can blow up planets the exact same way that Star Wars can, but they can do it to more planets at a time than Star Wars, than the Empire can. Considerably more.
Star Wars can still arguably do it just as fast, if
no,
not
they
faster,
can't.
because it still took a day, like you said, it took a day or two to
but
deploy.
But think
the
about
fluid.
how many ships they have that can do. Literally every ship they have can go down and deploy it. It doesn't matter if it takes a day.
A Sunseeker could destroy the whole, like...
If you have 10,000 ships in Star Wars that can blow up planets, which they don't, but let's just say
there's one Sunseeker.
Let's say they have 1 million ships that can blow up planets, okay? So every day they can go and they can blow up planet, blah, 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 blah. You have trillions, quadrillions, octillions of soldiers in
You don't know
Super-Earth.
that.
How do I not know that?
Because we don't have a number for how many there are. You can say that are a lot,
but it doesn't matter.
It
doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. You can't say trillions, quintillions, octillions.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
It doesn't matter. You gotta listen to what I'm saying.
It does.
No, because let me finish. It doesn't matter. Let's assume that both sides have the same number. The average stormtrooper does not have the technology to go down and blow up a planet. The average Helldiver does. Because all it is this little vial of fucking dark fluid that can be on all of the Helldiver ships. They all go down and start planting it on planets all across the solar system.
Helldivers are a particular unit.
Huh? They're not particular units? Yes, they are.
They're a particular unit, right?
What do you mean they're not particular unit?
So there's like a bigger empire there's other troops and stuff, right?
Yeah. There's
He's basically asking if they're like special forces. Which
they're basically special forces, but there's a shit ton. There's so many. There's tons. There's more than billions. But and we can assume that much for sure. I mean, fuck, they lost like 2 billion people in the fucking just recently. So I mean, it's like they have a lot.
They didn't care.
Yeah, they don't care. So they have a lot. But like I said, I'm not going to give them a number. Like, let's just say that they're equal. Let's say that they're equal on both sides. It doesn't matter. Your average stormtrooper is not going down and setting up to blow up a planet. You have specific ships. And the only way that you could say that is if you could argue that there are more planet-destroying ships in Star Wars than there are number of Helldivers. We know that's not true. The Helldivers can spread farther and affect more planets. Let's say in the first day, Star Wars destroys 10,000 planets. Okay, fine, fair enough. Let's say it takes like a day or two for the Helldivers to plant all of their little fucking black shit. Okay, well, they just destroy 2 billion planets in a day because they have the numbers to do that. Whereas Star Wars doesn't. So, like, your arguments are very strange because you're having all of the characters act completely against what they would normally act like, which I mean, fine, let's just...
That's not the case, though.
That absolutely is.
We just don't know how desperate people will get,
Yeah, I directly told you that in the comics, there is a point in time where Palpatine hits the stage of fuck it and decides he's just going to kill everybody.
Okay, how many planets does he blow up?
I don't remember exactly. I haven't
Is it 3? Is it 10? Is it 100?
I don't remember.
Because that matters.
Exactly,
Because he's
willing to do it. That's all I'm saying.
That doesn't matter. That's not. But you're not arguing. You're not arguing that he's willing to do it. You're arguing that he will wipe out all the planets that Super Earth can go to. That is not the same argument. What you're saying is completely out of character.
I was just retorting to your. No, it's not out of. That's why I retorted to you and explained to you why it wouldn't be out of character, because Palpatine has in character hit the fuck it button and decided he's just going to start blowing shit up.
Yes, okay, now you're repeating yourself. I'm going to ask you, please stop repeating yourself. I heard that. And my counter to that was that you don't know the number of planets, and you're going hit the fuck it button, like blowing up 10 planets, blowing up 100 planets, is not the same thing as blowing up literally all the planets. That's what you're arguing.
I-
Unless you're going to argue that his fuck it button was him wiping out half of all life in the Star Wars universe, because that's what you're arguing. You're arguing that he's going to just start wiping out all of their planets. So what do you mean by him hitting the fuck it button? He clearly did not wipe out a third of the planets or a quarter. No, he wiped. I know what he's saying. He wiped out maybe a couple, maybe even a dozen. Fine. That's not what you're arguing. You're arguing he's going to wipe out every single planet that the Helldivers have. That is what your argument.
I'm not saying that he will.
That's
I'm
word
saying
for
that he
word
is
what you
willing
said.
to.
No, he's not.
I'm saying
Did he do it in Star Wars? Did he wipe out every single planet?
He got stopped before he could. Luke stopped him.
Okay, was his goal to wipe out every single planet in the entire galaxy?
He was.
No, the answer is no. It wasn't.
He was still but your statement earlier was that Palpatine is not willing to destroy planets. I'm telling you
that is not my argument.
And why?
That was.
Alright, I hate to cut in here, but Pimp Demon gave you 20 Norwegian krones, and Chad is getting tired of the argument, so they are asking for people to move on.
Alright, well, let me see. What comic does Palpatine say that? I don't know. Mexican.
I believe it's in Legends somewhere. It's in one of the mini books.
Well, it's definitely in Legends, but that's.
It's in one of the many Legends comics, and I really hate that I had to go over to get the priority talk button. But yeah, Chad is also saying that they are getting tired of this and would like to move on to a different debate.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, so I kind of don't want to do this, but like I guess what we do now, we would like make a poll of who won the debate. I feel like that wouldn't be fair because it would be biased.
I concede the debate because the points that you brought up were completely valid.
What the fuck was the point of the last 10 minutes of that?
I don't even fucking. I was just going back and forth at that.
God damn it!
Point. No, genuinely speaking,
if you concede, then concede, so we don't just keep continuing. I thought you were still defending Star Wars.
So,
all right.
I have 2 people on a list here, but there's more in chat. There's Asterion who wants to talk about 40k, but I'm assuming that would turn into another Helldivers thing.
We'll come back to Helldivers stuff. Let's try and keep it kind of you know. What else we got?
Zero RG2 says, can we go to Frisk 40k or something? So if somebody wants to talk about Frisk and is in the chat, let me know.
Well, we had that Frisk guy from earlier.
We did have the Frisk.
The other half of the
where's the Frisk? Where's the Frisk guy? Rouga, he wanted to give up like 20 minutes ago, and you told him to shut up. Oh, well, shit happens. Well, I don't know what to tell you. Okay. Okay, where's the Frisk guy?
Did you get his name earlier?
No, I didn't find it.
Well, I mean, if he's here.
Wereowl.
Oh, that was Wereowl? Alright.
Well, it says he's not the original, but he's the one who's here, so Wereowl gets to come up.
Does he want to? Okay. Alright, fine. Mexican, different. I gotta boot y'all. This is, sorry, guys.
Hello.
I was already on it.
Going through?
Hey, do you have a better mic? Because your mic yesterday was fucking trash.
No. So yesterday you said my mic was fine, just a bit echoey.
Oh, were you the one that was fine? I don't remember. Somebody was awful.
Your mic's a little echoey. It sounds kind of like you're talking into
through a funnel,
a Pringles can or something.
It's not funnel here. I can tell you that much.
Are you talking at your phone or in the bathroom?
No.
He's taking his own.
It's just echoey. I mean, it's echoey. Yes, like we can deal with it, but chat. What do you guys think? Do we let this mic or no?
That's up to.
Unfortunately, I'm not very knowledgeable about mic setups.
About what?
Mic setups.
Oh, mic setups. Okay.
Well, Dino Duck says kill to your answer.
All right. Some people are saying it's fun.
Someone says banish him. One person says it's fine. Someone says keep it. We got about a 50-50 so far.
Russian wants to debate on the Vex versus Halo. I don't.
It depends if he has a better mic. Okay. I got no issue with it. I'm half deaf. Can't hear the difference. Drop him. Echo Man is fine. Banish. It really is 50-50.
All right. Well,
we're gonna bring the debate happen.
Let's bring it to a vote.
Wereowl, you're getting pulled.
Kick him.
No, not the poll. Anything but that.
Don't kick him.
Damn it.
All right, here we go. Start the poll. All right, you guys.
I mean, at least this is entertaining compared to the circles that were starting to be talked about.
I try to tell people, like, stop repeating yourself. Like, I get what you said. I said my part. Now say something different. Because, like, they heard what you said. They heard what I said. There's no reason to keep repeating yourself. I get it happens, but it's irritating.
I think what it boils down to is that people really want to defend like the one point that they made.
But you already made it, so move on. Like everyone heard the point. I heard the point. So like, why keep bringing it up? You know.
I have
a small... just said they were the original Frisk person. Adamski, Shortinsky.
Wait, who is it?
Adamski. Yeah.
The original Frisk person is here.
Yeah, the guy who said that he wanted to do Frisk. What is your... Okay, thank you.
Bring him up.
Alright. He is being brought up as we speak, and I do want to say to chat before the next debate starts, if y'all have something that you want to talk about, let me know in the stream chat. I have a list going here so that I can give them to Rouga as debates end. So please, just like let me know, and let me know your Discord usernames so that I can write it down properly. That being said, it's on you guys.
Also, we should probably I was thinking about this before we actually started, and it was like after the debate, should we make polls to see who won? I feel like I didn't want to do that because I feel like whatever vote you get is going to be biased, whether it's biased towards people who like certain universes more than other ones, or whether it's just biased towards me because I'm assuming most of the people here like my channel, you know. So I part of me feels weird about doing that, but I don't know if because I don't know how many people can actually be like, you know, I hate this guy and I hate the universe he's defending, but damn, did he defend it well, so I'm going to vote for him. I just don't see people doing that. So I don't know. But I don't know. Talk about that maybe. Okay, so I probably should have asked you guys if y'all even have the same issue with Frisk before I invited you both up here. But what was the issue?
Howdy. My original issue. Am I coming through all right? Just want to make sure.
You're fine.
Yeah, you're fine.
Lovely. My original issue was just how you explained the resets and the fact that the player was the reason that they had resets and the such.
I'm not even gonna lie. I don't remember what I said in that video. That was a long time ago. But
that's fair.
I mean, the basic idea is that the universe is a video game. He's a character in a video game. You are playing yourself, the player, puppeting a guy who is like going through this fictional world where the characters within the world know that it's fake, or not all of them, but a lot of them know it's fake. They address you directly as being the player of the game, and these being video game characters. And the entire theme of the game is about these characters being video game characters who, but that despite them being video game characters, their life still has value. It's basically Horton Hears a Who, but in game form. I do know that a lot of people were arguing me saying that I shouldn't have made it like a game because they're all game characters, but I think that's dumb because Frisk is like the game of Undertale specifically written as if they are video game characters in a video game world, and all of their powers are specifically related to the game world. That includes the save load function, but it's more than just that. But yeah, anyway, so I guess what was your argument? I mean, go ahead.
I didn't agree with that either, mostly because there are other characters with save load, like Flowey. Flowey had it.
Yeah, but Flowey, sure, but no. But I never said. Well, I don't know what I said in the video. I don't remember. But I'm not saying right now that your character has a save load because you're the player. But save load is just one function that relates to it being a video game. That doesn't mean that other characters can't also have save load. I mean, essentially, Flowey is a character who has basically gotten over, like, he has, he's figured out that he's in a game and he has been able to fuck with the game functions. That's essentially what Flowey is. He's like an AI gone rogue or whatever. I mean, I know it's not quite AI. Like, the whole point is that it's not AI. It's like a real person, but it's still in a game. My argument isn't necessarily that because you're a player you have a save load. My argument is that save load is just one feature in a bunch of different features and a bunch of different plot points and the entire themes of the story that show that yes, they are in a game, but that game is supposed to be taken. Like the game is still a real world. Like it's like Horton Hears a Who, right? In Horton Hears a Who, the elephant finds that there's life on the little flower. And then he's like, and everyone else is like, who cares? It's small. It doesn't matter. No. That life isn't important. And Horton's like, no, it is. It doesn't matter. A life is a life, no matter how small. that's essentially the plot of, or that's the message, not the plot, but that's essentially the plot of Undertale, where yes, these are video game characters, technically they're not real, but they do have life, their life should matter. That's the whole purpose of the game. That's the whole purpose of the game.
I'd have porpoise. Anyhow, I'd have to agree that that's the theme of the game, you know, treat video game characters with kindness and the such. But Flowey Flowey didn't gain awareness. He doesn't know he's in a game. Where do you get that inference?
Well, it's not exactly certain whether or not he understands whether or not he's in a game. He often references the idea of if the player leaves, it's over.
He references it.
He also never specifically says as such.
He references it. Goddamn, you're talking about a game I haven't talked about in forever or even thought about.
No,
it's referenced several times, and Flowey directly talks to the player. It's again, I'm not going to remember the wording because it's been really long, but he talks directly to the player. He is aware that that Frisk is being controlled by the player, and it just. Again, I'm not going to remember the exact line. There's just no way I'm going to remember the exact line. But yeah, does he directly state we are in a video game? No, but he's aware that his entire world is lesser than that of your world, and he talks about you as if that is. And then there are other references throughout the game that show you that it's a video game world. Like, he's more aware than most of the other characters are about what's going on, even if he doesn't know it's specifically a game world, I guess would be the best way to put it.
Also, the thing that gave him load and save weren't his awareness, it was determination.
I didn't say that.
Specifically from the human souls that he got.
I said that he has more awareness of what's going on, and I said that he has the save load, but I didn't say that those are like, there's more characters than just Frisk and him that have the save load. I'm just saying save load is just one feature that shows it's in a game, but there's a bunch of little references throughout the game that you are in a game. Like, that's what you even agreed that's what the theme of the game is.
That's the theme, but that's
it. Like, if that's the theme of the game, then we're in agreement.
Sorry for the inference there, by the way, but the theme, just because that's what it's about, doesn't mean the characters are aware of that. It's not like in a story, a character's going to be aware of the theme of their story.
So now you're jumping to a different argument. What do you disagree with, and what are we arguing?
I disagreed with how you. I disagreed with how you said Frisk wouldn't have that. It was odd in that story.
Because she's not. It is not in the underground. The only reason you can save load in the underground is because of its high concentration of magic, which allows determination to control that. You can't save load outside the underground.
What's that?
By the law. Well, you can't. Okay, determination only allows you to save load when you're within the underground. I'm not sure the exact reason why, but no one can do it from upground.
Here's the issue with that. I'm not saying you're wrong, but you can save load. Flowey can save load, and there's that other character whose name I'm forgetting who can save load. Only one person can have determination at any given time, and that's Frisk.
That is true as well.
So it's obviously not tied to determination necessarily. If they're all save loading.
Determination though, because it depends on Kara had determination before Frisk was around. Flowey got it because he got the human souls, thus he was able to add his determination plus their determination to overpower Frisk. So it is based on determination. The player
more characters than one. So more than one character can have determination.
It's who has the most, pretty much.
Yeah, whoever currently has the most.
So when Flowey gets the ability to save load, does Frisk lose it?
He had the ability to save load before Frisk ever dropped, and he got it back after he consumed the other 6 human souls. And
so they're basically swapping the ability.
Yeah. Yes. It's who got it. It's who has the most.
They're swapping it around.
The most, yeah.
Okay. So, do you ever go outside of the underground in the game?
At the very end, but that's the ending of the game.
Now, is outside
evidence to imply that you can save load outside of the underground?
That you can or cannot?
Cannot. There's no evidence to imply that you can.
Well, is there evidence to imply that you can't?
Yes.
Okay. So, is outside the underground the real world?
That would be the human world, pretty much the surface, so on and so forth.
So,
But
again, what's the
I've
argument?
always theorized it's about the high concentration of magic because all of the monsters, all of magic, everything is in one area. So that's why you can save load. Is my theory. They don't exactly explain why or why you cannot.
Okay, this is getting all over the place. What is the argument?
I'm not sure. I'm just giving lore.
Because I don't know what your argument is.
My main thing was I just thought they would get a bit further than they did. Mind you, not actually beat the challenge. They'd get probably capped at anywhere.
What are they debating against exactly? Like, what's the challenge?
It wasn't a Cult of the Lamb challenge.
It was Cult of the Lamb. Pretty much, I'd say they'd go on.
Yeah, but like what did I say that you have an issue with?
You said like the basic. You said like the basic cultists and the such were like their limit. When I thought they would probably get to at least anyone with mind control or anything of the sort.
My argument for that video, my basic argument, with not going into too much details, because like I said, I don't entirely remember. But my basic argument in that one is because he's a video game character, the vast majority in the real world, like Cult of the Lamb is considered a real world in that universe. He would not be able to bring a lot of his powers with him because he is specifically a game character that can alter shit within the game that he exists in. So outside of
exactly
he's a digital character that's being brought out into the real world.
That, hey, we're just gonna strip the character of their main ability because it doesn't happen to fit in the setting. How would he do? Well, he does shit because he's a child, obviously.
I mean, that could be an argument that you can give if you'd like to. But the fact is that his ability he's essentially a technomancer. I mean that like he could control the technology of the shit that he's in. He controlled data and save files and things like that. Is his power. If you really want to bear it down onto what his actual power is, his power is not time travel and resetting time. His power is a save load function in a technological world. I would essentially have to just like pretend that that's not the case and give him a totally new set of powers.
But then there's no reason why he couldn't do it within the Cult of the Lamb, because Cult of the Lamb is also a video game.
Not in its own universe, it's not.
Well, not within Undertale's. Like, okay, so
the universe of Undertale. Listen, let me finish. The universe of Undertale is a game in the logic of its own game. Cult of the Lamb is the real world in the logic of its own game. You can't suddenly say it's a video game, so it fucking. Well, okay, so what if I said that Frisk in our real world? Then I could beat the shit out of him because we're not really in a game. Like, it's not that serious. It's Cult of the Lamb is not a game in its own in the internal logic of its own story, and Undertale is. Now you could disagree with me doing that, but you're not really disagreeing with anything I said. You're disagreeing with the logic that I'm going with. But you're not saying that
they're main powerful.
I'm not stripping them of their power. He would still have technomancy. It's just that Cult of the Lamb doesn't have any technomancy shit. It wouldn't help him there. You're wanting me to take his power and upgrade it to time travel, and he doesn't have time travel.
No, it's not time travel. It's just like
resetting,
being able to go back to it.
Yeah. Well, resetting events would be time travel.
Well, they can't go. They'd be resetting from the very start when they first dropped down into there. They can't choose a specific point.
It doesn't matter. It's still going back in time.
But technically, you're able to choose from 2 different points within Undertale.
It doesn't matter.
There's restarting the entirety of the game and
it doesn't. Don't get too much off topic. But the whole thing is, in his own game, he is capable of going back in time to a previous event within the game. It's a save load function, but it's not time because it's a game, and he's just reloading a save file. That's literally how they describe it in the game. That's what it's called. That's his power. If you bring him to Cult of the Lamb, there's no fucking save file. There's no technological shit. You're not inside of a game. So again, you can disagree with me going with that, but if I were to take that away and give him literal time travel, where he basically have Groundhog Day powers and could just keep resetting, I'm giving him a whole new power, because that's not what his power is.
I didn't agree with the whole it's a video game in universe. I didn't like.
Well, you agree with me at the beginning of this conversation. You agree.
I agreed that was the theme.
Well, then you agree.
That was.
Basically, what we're saying is, you mentioned Horton Here's a Who. It's exactly like that. Their world is their own world. It's not a video game. We just see it through the lens of a video game.
No, but it is. It is a video game.
Then where's the proof?
You could say the same for Cult of the Lamb, because we see it through a view of a video game.
We don't see it through the view of a video game. What are you talking? Like, it's a real like.
You play a video game to play it.
Huh?
That is seeing it for the view of the video
Yeah,
game.
but
We
see
do the
now,
same with
but
Undertale.
now
Within
you,
the world of Undertale, it's not a video game.
but now you know you're being dishonest because you know that there's a difference between Undertale and Cult of the Lamb and the way that they portray their stories. You know that Cult of the Lamb portrays its story as if it's a video game and Cult of the Lamb doesn't. You're playing stupid. You know that there's a difference between those two universes.
Green Gnome is pointing out that it's sort of like Monica from Doki Doki.
I've never played that.
The fact that she knows she's in a simulation/game.
I found that one. Number one, yeah, that one is definitely in that way. But the only characters that really talk to you about anything in a game, or at least point out you the player, is I believe just Kara.
Yeah, because most because most characters aren't aware of it. But you only need one character to say it in order for it to be true. And again, a lot of the gameplay mechanics are specifically game related, like the save load function. Like, you know it's in a game.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, no, because if you look at the Sans boss fight, Jim, you will see that he is directly referencing and using the turn-based combat system to his advantage at the end of the fight.
Well, could that just be how monsters fight, like some odd system there? I mean,
in theory, but it directly basically confirms Rouga's point.
Yeah, I mean, it's yeah. I mean, like I said, I get it. People like Frisk, and people like to say that he's universal or multiversal or whatever they like to say.
He's not multiversal. What? Who's saying he's
God, no.
Welcome to the internet, man. A lot of people. I never looked at Battle Wiki, but people in the comments.
Sure, he basically can win any 1v1 where he can hurt someone with the knife, but if he can't do that, then it's over.
People were really mad at me after I made that video because they were expecting Frisk to be that's going to be the one dude who makes it all the way through the Cult of the Lamb survival challenge, and when he ended up being one of the worst that has ever been on there, people got
people pissed. He would be able to save load, in which case, of course he would, because just like in Cult of the Lamb, when you're playing it, you die and restart.
Well, it doesn't necessarily.
So eventually,
it doesn't. Well, actually, it doesn't necessarily mean that he will. I mean, even let's if we're just gonna play theoretically here, and I did give him save load when he go in. I still think you're just giving him time travel, which he doesn't have. But let's for a second say that he does have it. He still doesn't win.
No,
because his coming back to life is based on his coming back to life is based on his levels of determination, which cannot stay at maximum levels at all times, and the odds that he will remain at determination constantly through his entire life living on the fucking island is extremely unlikely. Eventually, he's gonna die, and then
he stays at maximum determination because of the nature of his being as the.
Sure, but you would have to. Yeah, but sure, but then we'd have to get into an argument.
The way that you could say that he wouldn't lose. He would lose determination if we gave up.
But
then we give up.
But then. Well, eventually the player's going to give up. But even if we say that that's not the case, you would also have to argue that he has the most determination on an island filled with gods, including the Lamb, who went to war with all the gods and stuff like that. And it's like, would he even have maximum determination in this new world with all these new people? It's
difficult to say.
It's an up in the air sort of thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, overall, I mean that was relatively a quick debate. But yeah, I mean, basically, I think that if.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. If I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
Determination is a substance. Like, Alphys extracts it from human souls and injects it into monsters. That's how you get the amalgamates.
Yeah.
It's not like a feeling. That's something inherent to the universe.
No, but you
lose determination like that.
Well,
as long as the player exists, he would have basically max. So the question is more: is there
anyone
inside the Cult of the Lamb universe?
Hold up. I'm trying to remember this scene. But there was a scene in the game where you do lose determination. Like, he gives up at one point, and then he comes back. It does happen. I remember the scene.
What you're talking about probably,
like I said, it's been a long time since I played it.
Where he has a power of 7 human souls and literally kills you, and then you come back after that. That just means that you got more determination. That just means that you ended up getting somehow more determination than the 7 human souls that you were fighting against.
It never decreased, it only increased.
I was almost positive there was a scene in that game where he gave up for a bit and then he had to come back or something. I don't remember what it was.
Giving up would be the player giving up. Remember, beyond one moment in the entire game, basically, he is just you, the player. So unless you give up, He never gives up.
There's only 2 times in the game where any other monster or creature in the underground has more determination than you, and that's Omega Flowey and Azrael. And Omega Flowey lost because
multiple human souls being combined.
Okay.
And Omega Flowey lost because the souls just betrayed him and left, and Azrael lost because you just talked to him too hard.
Okay, fair enough. All right, before this turns into a fucking lore stream for Undertale.
Yeah, no.
Let's.
That's fine.
All right, you guys, did y'all have anything else, or is that you were good
again? Assuming they do have save, load, reset, that sort of thing, they would probably still just get capped at anyone with mind control because they've shown no reason to resist that.
Well,
that's about
where the question of like you can't mind control the player unless you're saying that causal land can extend.
This isn't a player. This would be Frisk, and I'm just saying anyone with mind control
himself wouldn't be able to do anything.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Frisk.
They'd just be running around anyhow.
He could turn him into a fucking bug. He could banish him into another dimension. There's 1,000 different ways to get rid of him.
They aren't winning. That's not happening. They're probably just gonna run. They're just gonna run around and either eternally or until someone mind controls them. That was my argument.
I got you.
Yeah, his original argument was just that he would make it further than just basic bitch cultist.
I mean,
eventually you go.
I don't even remember where I put him. I assume because I didn't give him his powers. But I mean, if we're under the assumption that he is getting those powers, then sure, yeah, I would agree with that. But if I'm keeping him where he is, which I would keep him where he is, because like I said, his powers are not time travel; they're based on in a game. Then I don't think I would move him up at all. I think he would stay exactly where he is.
There is one final thing that I was wanting to mention. While you and Were Owl were talking, I was looking through the wikis and the such and looking at the dialogue of characters like Korra and Flowey. Mm-hmm. Neither of them actually point out you, the player.
Flowey talks directly to the player at the end of the game.
No, he talks to Frisk directly.
He talks to Frisk. Yeah,
Frisk is gone.
It's just really general, dialogue.
Frisk is gone. He looks directly at the screen at you and starts talking to you. This is after Frisk is gone already.
Yeah, from the how the scene is laid out, he's talking to the player, regardless of whether or not he says, "Hey, player." Yeah,
well, I mean, he never says, "Hey, player." That's
my point is he doesn't have to because of how the scene is laid out.
Frisk isn't there.
There is no Frisk he's talking to.
He literally stops what he's doing. Frisk is not there. He looks directly at you sitting on the sofa and starts talking to you.
Well, not exactly like that, but
I mean, basically, it's a black screen. He's looking direct he's breaking the fourth wall.
Yeah.
He's like, no, I was sitting off to the side. He was looking straight out. I'm like, nope, he wasn't looking at me.
Okay, all right.
It's not what I meant, but sure.
Okay, so I think that's we're good with this one. We can move on. Dan, do you have any other debates topics?
Yeah, no, this one's pretty much over.
Dan hasn't spoken in like 30 minutes.
I think Dan might have muted himself and forgot.
Dan has push to talk on so that you don't hear his obnoxious typing while he tries to keep up with all of fucking chat on his own.
Why?
Hey, I've been talking with them too.
You don't have to.
No, I know you've been talking with them.
You don't have to keep up with chat. Just look, we could wait. We could wait until the debate's done, and then we'll see who wants to go next. It's first come, first serve sort of situation, or whoever has the most interesting one. If 3 or 4 people put shit up, we'll make a poll.
I have a list, so
you gotta stress yourself out. All right.
No, I'm not actually all that.
I'm gonna join again.
It took me a minute to catch up on the list, but I have the list now.
Okay, go ahead.
So, Luke Young really wants to do God of War 3 Kratos with the Power of Hope versus the Doomslayer.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure if I would argue with that. Okay, well we can have other people come up and argue. He wants to be God of War 3 Kratos.
I'm assuming. I mean, he hasn't even given me his Discord handle.
Well, let's find him first.
I'm assuming this is end. If that's so. Well.
Yeah, that's the end. So the two of you, if you can see yourselves to the audience, that'd be great.
You know what? You know what? Power
Okay,
of Hope
lay it out
Kratos.
then.
Power of Hope Kratos versus Doomslayer.
Oh,
I will
great
debate.
night.
I will debate. Good night, guys. I will debate that. Yeah.
Okay,
I'll debate that.
Shaggy Santa or Darkman67 can come up because Luke Young says he doesn't have Discord.
Okay.
And Shaggy said that he would do it in his place. So
Hey, Rouga, I got a question that goes sort of along with your other one while we're in the intern. I'm trying to get more people in here.
Okay.
So with you know, the whole Frisk being able to do the whole save thing, and this goes over to the Elder Scrolls games. In Morrowind, Vivek literally looks at you and tells your character that they know that you can just basically pause time, i.e. hit the start button, and that even if they defeat you, you'll just come back, and it's heavily implied that he's talking about the save function.
Yeah.
So is that something sort of like that, like a wink, wink, nudge, nudge?
No, because that would be like a reference, like a kind of fun sort of little thing. When it comes to Undertale, the entire game's theme and plot revolves around it.
Gotcha.
Right,
Like it's something you can't really ignore. Go ahead.
Before you get into the God of War 3 thing,
Yeah,
you got $5 from Jordan Meso.
Thank you, Jordan.
I'm glad to have made it to the next stream. And what are you all talking about?
We're about to start a new chat right now, a new debate. Someone wants to debate me on God of War 3 Power of Hope Kratos versus the Doomslayer, which would be kind of fun. I honestly don't know who I would think would win, to be honest.
I see the 87 messages piling up in the chat on Discord. We don't read that, guys.
They might be talking to each other, but in case it's good to remind them.
I saw one person ask specifically if they could join because I get a little pop-up, but we don't read that, guys. So you guys need to talk in the stream chat if you want.
Hell, some of them were directly freaking messaging me before you got in here, Dan. Like DMing
some of them were adding me and sending me message requests as well. Don't worry about it.
I have one direct message and then a bunch of requests for 15 requests. So
great.
I mean, you got to talk in this. I'm not looking at two separate chats. So if you're in the Discord, you got to open up the stream and look at the stream.
I'm not pulling up a secondary chat as well. Like I already have enough going on my monitors. Like chill out, guys.
Yeah. And remember yesterday, Dan, you were like, no, I can monitor all the streams, motherfucker.
No, I can. I am monitoring your stream. I'm monitoring, I'm doing all of it. It's just I don't feel like pulling up Discord chat as well.
Is Darkman? This is the God of War guy.
Yeah. Can you all hear me?
God damn, these fucking mic these mic qualities are awful. I guess.
Can you get a little closer to your mic?
Sounds like you're talking.
You are a little quiet.
Can you hear me better now?
He's echoing. Do you have a mic strapped to your face with the mic next to your face? Or are you talking through your phone? Or are you talking from across the room or in a bathroom?
1 sec. Let me try this.
Because that is a particularly shitty mic.
Oh, that actually got better.
Yeah, when you said this at the end of "Let me try," that wasn't bad.
1 sec. I'm in my dorm. 1 sec.
That's a little better.
Oh, you're already better right now, dude.
That is already so much better.
Can you not hear these fans?
No, I can't hear the fans. You actually sound great where you're at compared to where you were.
Comparatively.
All right, yeah, because my roommate's got a bunch of fans on, so I want to make sure y'all ain't hearing none of that.
No, I can't hear no fans.
Seems to be doing its job for you, so you're fine.
All right, so I'm arguing in his speed. I know a decent amount of Kratos, but I'll argue for that.
Wait, for speed?
No, he's arguing in Luke's steed. Basically, he's just taking over for Luke since Luke doesn't have a Discord.
Okay. Yeah, sure, we can do it.
All right.
3, 2, 1, fight.
Do it.
Yep.
All right. So, in my opinion, the reason I personally think Kratos with the power of hope would beat Doomslayer if they ever were to meet is because Kratos, I think, is more physically stronger, especially in the Greek games, than Doomslayer is. And with the power of hope, I feel like that just gives him even more of an amp. And I'm not really sure if he's faster than Doomslayer, but I think that due to the feats that we see in both games, I think that they should be comparable.
Okay, so Hugo Martin, the creator of the Doom series, Doom Eternal, he says that Doom Slayer's power is will, and he can will himself to be as strong as he needs to be to overcome any obstacle that he needs to overcome. So his strength is limitless, and he basically the entire premise of the game is a completely unstoppable force, which is the demon invasion, against a person who will stop it inevitably. Like he's literally built to be as broken as a character possibly can be. He can't be damaged. He can't. He's as fast as he wants to be. He's basically God in every way that you can be God for the most part. But really, the main thing and the reason why Kratos really can't do anything to him is because you cannot kill primevals in the Doom universe, and Kratos has no way of destroying conceptual beings or destroying characters who are completely immune to death, since even gods in the God of War universe can be killed with magical items. So he just won't be able to put him down. And any strength or speed feat that Kratos has, Doom Slayer could literally will himself to do that. This is the reason why I've never made a Doom guy versus, who would survive challenge, because he's impossible. Like, that's the whole point of the character. The entire design of the character is based around being completely unbeatable. And even if you want to go through things like destruction ability to destroy and shit, he defeated Davith, who passively creates universes just by existing, and Davith creates and destroys an infinite multiverse, which is something that doesn't even exist in the Greek God of War games. So you can't even say that he has the same destructive ability.
Okay, wasn't it stated in the first God of...
Before you get going, Darkman, just need to point out $10 from Jordan Meso again. I don't think Kratos can win because his god-killing power of hope can be taken away, while Doomguy's power is just there forever and can't be taken or copied by anyone.
Well, it doesn't matter if it doesn't matter if Doomguy. Well, I guess if you want to say that Doomguy's gonna like rip the fucking blades of chaos off of him and take all of his items, that's actually not true. If we're it depends on what game you're talking about. If you're talking about the first two games, I'm gonna let you. I promise I'm gonna let you talk. Sorry, let me just reply to this guy real quick. If you're talking about the first two games, that's not true because his powers aren't directly tied to items. If you're talking about the third game, almost all of his powers are directly tied to items. So it kind of depends on which version. But even so, Kratos, all of his items basically are hidden in a pocket dimension whenever he's not using them. So it would probably be pretty fucking hard for him to actually take them from him. I don't think the fight's going to be won. If it is won by Doomguy, I don't think it's going to be won by removing his powers. I don't think that's going to be how it would go. Go ahead, Darkman.
Well, isn't it stated in the first... so the way I always interpreted the first God of War game is the reason that Kratos needed to get Pandora's box was because he wasn't able to kill the gods.
Yeah, because he didn't have enough. Because he didn't have enough power to do so. When he opened up Pandora's box, it made him really fucking big. That's it. Like, yeah, there's really no evidence. There's no evidence throughout the games that they're conceptual beings or that normal people can't kill.
Well, aren't
gods.
they tied to the concepts that they are related to, though?
No.
How do you explain then all of the natural disasters that happen, like the tsunamis and everything that happened after Poseidon does?
They explain it at the end of the game, at the end of 3. When Kratos opens up Pandora's box, she releases chaos, and then chaos starts to corrupt all of the gods and basically turning them evil. And then when Kratos kills the gods, he releases chaos back into the world.
I would like to clearly say that I haven't played God of War in 10 years.
I mean, it's fine.
So I'm just kind of...
It's fine, but that's the reason.
This wasn't I'm just arguing in this guy's stead. My argument, wouldn't the power of hope eventually, isn't that an infinite amp? Because isn't it like hope? Is it just the concept of hope, or is it just...
Yeah, I would assume it was the concept of hope. I mean, he literally gives it to humanity before he leaves. Yeah, it would be the concept of hope. But unlike Kratos, who isn't really shown being able to destroy concepts because the gods are not concepts in the God of War universe, Doomguy can destroy concepts. So even if Kratos does have the power of hope, it doesn't stop Doomguy from killing him. Whereas Kratos can't kill Doomguy because Doomguy is a prime evil, and prime evils cannot die. The only person who is known to be able to kill prime evils is Doom Guy, because he was specifically brought. His purpose is to destroy Daph and to kill the demons. That's why he was created.
You know what? I'm just gonna concede to him. I'm a bit out of my out of my depth.
So
I wanted to argue about Cyberpunk, but I'm just
okay. So I'm just gonna say this for future reference. If you don't know something, don't come in here to debate it, like, at all, ever. Like I'm not saying you. I mean, I said this at the beginning. I should have repeated it. Yeah, like, don't come in here if you don't know something, or if you aren't actually passionate about debating it. So just I thought when you stood in for the other guy that you stood in because this was something you really wanted to do. If you don't want to do it, don't step up. Like, that just is that. We'll move on to somebody who actually has an argument, who feels passionate about it, and who actually wants to do it. Let me read this. Mr. M just posted. In traditional myths, even Ares can be cut by a standard blade. It's just they can't die naturally, and they have magic healing waters. That's true. I'm not going to go too far into traditional myths, though, with God of War, because they don't. Now, one of the developers did say that if it's information that's not shown in the game, just go by the real myth, and that's what happened. But a lot of times, I just don't see how that's possible because of how much they change in the games from what the real myths are. So maybe that's the case, but we don't have enough to know. But yeah, we do know that gods can generally be. Gods are basically just super powered guys. But okay, yeah. So Darkman, I'm gonna boot you, and we're gonna get somebody up here who actually wants to debate stuff. So.
Gotcha. All good.
All right. I don't know how to kick people. Kick him.
Oh, I got him.
Kick him, Dad. All right. What's the next? Yeah, just guys, just make sure that it's something that you actually want to debate, and it's something that you know really well. Like, don't come up here and have no idea what you're talking about. What's up, Dan?
Well, no, Alden just made a joke that he thought you said kick Alden, so yeah, I'm just gonna boot Alden back to the audience.
Okay. Well.
All right. Russian Peanut or Tarovan the Glorious wants to do Vex versus Halo, but I'm pretty sure that's not either of your area of expertise.
I don't know either of those.
One is Destiny and the other's Halo.
If two people in the audience really want to do that, they can do that, and I'll just be like judge or whatever. But yeah, I don't do Halo or Destiny. I don't know anything about them.
Odin Fang had. We could, but Odin Fang has Los Illuminados versus Arkham City.
Okay, so if you want to debate me, just tell me something that you disagree with and we can debate it. If you just want to have a debate on something, we could do that too. But I don't know what you guys. It's really whatever you guys want. If you guys want to debate each other, we can do that. But if you're just gonna name two random universes and be like, Rouga, debate it, and I'm like, I don't have any passionate thoughts about these random matchups that you guys are talking about.
Well, you seem to like Arkham City, but
yeah, it was the Los Illuminados is basically
just because I like something doesn't mean I have passionate thoughts about random versus matches that you throw them into. Like people, I get thousands of comments, literally thousands every week, about people disagreeing with specific things that I say in my videos. If you wanna disagree with stuff like that, that's cool. Or if you have like a cool matchup that I'm like, that's kind of cool. Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, we could do that. But yeah, just like random matchups and just be like, Rouga, pick one, let's do it. And I'm just like, I don't care enough about this. Like, let's get someone who's more passionate about those than I am.
Excalibur says he wants to debate the reasoning for Kaido v Doom in relation to the Latveria versus Conquerors video. So this is directly to you.
Okay. I don't really remember what I said entirely, but bring him up. We could do that one.
I'll pull him up.
I don't entirely remember what I said. He can remind me what I said.
Rouga's true passions and these forgotten beauties in comics.
Bro, I make 4 of these bitches a week. You're insane if you think I'm gonna remember anything about any of them. And honestly, and when it comes to Kaido, I'm not caught up with the series. So if there's like new shit that he does or whatever, I'm not even aware of it. Go ahead, Excalibur. What did I say that you don't agree with?
Hello. Is my mic all right?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yes.
Go ahead.
It's better than the others we've had so far. You just got 10 euros from random person. What about debating the Zerg from StarCraft 2 against the Helldivers universe?
I don't know anything about the Zerg.
I'm gonna let you take that one.
No, I don't know anything about the Zerg. I mean, we could have a discussion. If it's something I don't know anything about, it wouldn't really be a debate. It would just be a discussion. I'm not really gonna stand here and argue that Helldivers are gonna beat a universe I know literally nothing about. But if you wanna have a discussion where it's like, okay, who would win, and we would talk about it, that we could do. But I wouldn't. I have no idea. I mean, if Zerg can erase universes or some shit, I'm like, oh, okay, well, they win.
Well, no, the Zerg's main thing is
Debate over.
Overpopulation. But the thing is with that too, we are kind of stepping away from Helldivers just for a minute because we had a really long first segment that was just Helldivers.
And then the next two were like super fast. So
yeah,
we are currently in the search of a really solid debate that we are in the search. If you have a good one, if you feel very passionate about something that you want to fuck around talk about, then come on up. But yeah, go ahead, Excalibur.
All right, I'll try my best for a good one.
All right.
All right, I've got my notepad here. So in the Latveria v Conquerors.
Yeah, man's brought notes.
Yeah, that's crazy. Go ahead.
You went over, Kaido and Doom, and one of the merits I think that you took off of Kaido is that he's ship-based Navy type of thing, and I think you responded to my comment forever ago. But the gist of it is that during what's called the Wano arc, Kaido has been shown floating a whole big ass island. It used to be a peak of a mountain or whatever, but he's doing that while he's trying to be assassinated. He's doing it while fighting people, sustaining wounds and shit, and he's doing it pretty casually. He's never like stated to be like diverting a whole bunch of effort to doing so. So I think he could very well pretty easily either float the island or just a couple of ships to Latveria.
Did I say that Kaido would win?
You gave him a decent shot. I'll get more to that point a bit later. But you were saying that, the start of this is that you say that most of his forces would be tired as hell because they'd be walking the whole way, which isn't necessarily true.
I mean, if he could transport them all on his back, then yeah, that wouldn't be true.
Yeah,
I'd agree with that.
But that's fair.
Yeah, I wouldn't debate with that.
Yeah, the main meat and potatoes, I suppose, would be like the devil fruit versus Doom's magic type of deal, and it's weird because devil fruits are just weird, right?
So I don't know what I said when I made that video, but I'll tell you, if you ask me right now, I would say that Kaido would most likely defeat Doom in a 1v1 fight.
That's
more than likely.
Yeah. I think in the video you were like, well, Doom could like portal him or whatever with the magic and things.
Yeah, he's got a lot of shit.
My argument here is like, if we're equating devil fruits to magic, Kaido would have the hockey, which negates devil fruits to negate Doom's magic.
That would not negate Doom's magic.
Yeah, that's the argument, I suppose. Because devil
that's
fruits
your argument or mine?
Well.
I never made that. I never made that.
I would like to have a discussion about it at the very least.
No. There's no magic.
Okay.
There's no magic in One Piece. I'm not saying no, we can't have the debate. I'm saying it wouldn't happen because there's no magic in One Piece, so you can't say that hockey would negate magic to something that doesn't exist in that universe. Also, someone put $2. Latveria has no oceans near it. It's landlocked. Yeah, he was saying that he could transport everyone on his back across regardless of how much land he would have to fly over. Because One Piece characters can literally fight for days on end without tiring. So it would not be that crazy for him. Now, I think he would be limited to how many people he could transport that way. Like, he's not bringing his whole army on his back. It would be a very small group of people.
It's not a literal carrying them on his back. He's floating at a whole ass island that he's standing on while he's fighting people. Like, if he gets on a ship and a couple of ships and he floats the ships, he's not going to have an issue doing that.
Okay, yeah. Well, can he float all the ships, or can he only float the ship that he's touching?
He can float. He makes clouds, and he like puts the clouds over the island, and the island floats because of the clouds.
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, look, and honestly, if he does something like that, he could literally just drop a fucking island on top of Latveria if he wants to. And
that's true too.
And then like fucking debate over. You know what I mean? It just is what it is. You have to remember, I made this video a long time ago. I made this video when Wano was probably a little more than halfway done. Like if they've introduced a bunch of new powers that he has, or a bunch of different shit that he did, like that's an updated version of what I was saying. So it's when I made that video, I knew that he could turn into a dragon. He got into the first fight with Luffy and blew up a section of a mountain. Like, we had some stuff, but we didn't know all of his crazy shit that I'm sure eventually happened in Wano, because I actually dropped the series. I haven't read it in a while. But yeah, I mean, if he could lift the islands, he could just drop it on Latveria if he wants to, and Doom could probably escape from that, but I don't necessarily think that he could survive or save his island from being fucking destroyed. Because I actually think, honestly, I thought you were going to come in here and defend Doom, because I usually shit on Doom and how good Doom is. Like, I usually talk about how trashy Doom is. Doom's not that good. Like, Doom gets his ass beat all the time.
To your credit, you were shitting on Doom for most of the video. I just know that in the video itself, you had Doom coming out on top. Just for one, he could probably, I guess, you stated that he could probably find a way to negate Devil Fruits, which I guess makes sense with like Sea Stone and stuff existing in One Piece. But another thing you said was the magic, and I kind of don't feel like transmogging and stuff like that really affects One Piece characters,
but transmogging isn't
to magic.
But it's not magic. Well, at least as far as we know. Like, if they come out and say that devil fruits are somehow tied to magic, fine. But as of right now, magic is not something that exists in the universe, so we can't just say that it suddenly would negate magic. I mean, hockey's, like, there's certain things we could say it would negate, right? Like, if a character can turn into an element, even if it is magic, you know, maybe he could probably still hit them, because it's still kind of somewhat what they can do. But yeah, just straight up negating all uses of magical ability just because hockey can defend against like physical attacks and hockey abilities, which we don't know what the source of hockey abilities are. No, I'm not. I think that's a stretch.
You got $5 from Clan Lycos. If you know who Natsu and Dragon Slayer are, can you see how he would handle dragons in other universes?
I don't know how he handles dragons in his own universe. I watched a little bit of the anime, and I found it very generic and dull. And then
Fairy Tail is kind of generic and dull to begin with.
And then a friend of mine who actually was kind of into it started sending me stuff from it when it was
fan service, the anime.
Yeah, when in his opinion it was starting to get really bad, he started like sending stuff to me so that I could laugh at it, and I did. The only I know, like, Gajeel dies and then is brought back like the next chapter, and in like 1 or 2 arcs they do that to 3 separate characters where there's death fake outs just for the next chapter or 2 chapters later for them to come back. And he sent me that 3 times. I was like, this is really bad writing. And he's like, yeah, it's getting really bad. It's like, and it was like he sent me this one where what was her name? Urza Scarlet, where she's fighting some dragon bitch and she shatters every bone in her body, and all she has is her wrist isn't broken. And she defeats a dragon who just beat the living shit out of her and broke every bone in her body. And she beats her by flicking her wrist on the ground, which launched her at the dragon. And then using only her wrist, swung her sword and sliced the fucking dragon and killed it in one hit. Despite the fact that we just saw a whole chapter of them fighting and the dragon completely overpowering and beating the living shit out of Urza Scarlet.
But don't you know the power of friendship?
I don't even think there was a friendship power up there. It was just random. He just randomly started doing shit with his wrist. It was very... No,
but Fairy Tail is entirely just the power of friendship compels you.
Not that one. That was just bullshit. I didn't know what that was. That sucked. Yeah, but I know I was never interested in Fairy Tail. I started it. I did not like it. I watched the first couple first couple arcs. I got past where they recruited Gajeel. I'll tell you where I dropped it.
Gajeel, yeah.
Whatever his name is. I'll tell you where I dropped it. There's a scene where one of the main Fairy Tail dudes is fighting this guy in a forest, and the guy can make like these little yellow balls float around the forest that explode. If you know what I'm talking about, that's the part that I stopped watching.
I know exactly what you're talking about. That's the end of the 2nd arc, I believe.
Really? It's that soon?
Fairy Tail has a lot of fucking filler, so it feels like a very long show.
Yeah,
but a lot of it is just absolutely bullshit.
I would have guessed like Gajeel or was like 2nd or 3rd arc. You know, I feel like a lot happened. Yeah, we had like the whole backstory with like Urza and that blue-haired dude who were like their whole backstory. Like those are all. A lot more happened. It didn't feel like 2 arcs. Anyway, doesn't matter.
Connor Anderson gives you another $5 and says, "Not a debate, but challenge ideas." Oh yay!
Whatever.
Regular COD versus Five Nights at Freddy's, the first game. The Walking Dead and Fallout. P.S. I love your content.
Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy it. I don't know. I'll look into it. I don't really plan out what videos I'm gonna make. I just wake up and make them. It's just whatever I feel like talking about that day. So I generally don't take recommendation simply because if it doesn't ever interest me, I'm never gonna do it. If it interests me, I'll talk about it. That's why a lot of the shit I talk about is sort of odd. Like, people wouldn't expect something like a fucking Cult of the Lamb to be in it, but I like Cult of the Lamb, and I thought it was an interesting concept, so I started talking about it, and here we are. Later. Okay, let's start the next. Wait, did we Excalibur? Did we finish what we were talking about, or
I mean, kind of, sorta. You're kind of like, I don't know if you're conceding whether or not Kaido beats Doom. I don't
know. I don't remember what I don't know what I remember what I said. Like, I have no idea. I would tell you if you asked me right now who would win in a fight between Doom and Kaido, I would say Kaido. I don't know what I said back then. But I can't concede to an argument that I made months ago that I no longer agree with, and I don't even remember. So,
look,
as of right,
blame President Rouga for what past Rouga did.
Yeah, like I'm constantly Look. The point of a debate, for me at least, the point of a debate is not to win. The point of a debate is to be right. And if I'm wrong, I want you to prove me wrong, because then I will be right, and I want to always be right, and that's the whole point. So, if I was wrong then, fine, it's wrong. If you want to argue with past Rouga, I'm sure he would have stood here and he would have fucking fought you teeth and nail, but present Rouga is probably going to agree with you. I think
Halliburton, you get the highest honor of the stream. You're the first one to win in a debate.
It's not a debate because I'm not debating it. It's not a debate. I'm like, yeah, no, I don't even remember what I said in that video. I don't remember how far I said he would get. I don't remember anything that happened there.
Even so, he still gets the highest honor. He's the first one to be right.
I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this. If we're using the version of Doctor Doom that is 100% capable, has all of his shit from all of his different storylines, just the composited great version. Not like the God versions, but he just has all of his shit and he is prepared for it. He could probably do some shit and figure it out and defeat Kaido. It just happens to be that the vast majority of the time he doesn't. And he can be very easily overcome by people who are arguably not as smart or as strong as he is. Happens all the fucking time. Honestly, when I heard you saying Doom and Kaido, I assumed you would be defending Doom, not Kaido, because I remember shitting on Doom a lot in that video. I think I said, isn't Akainu in that video? Who else is in that video?
No, Aku is there, Kazuya, and I think Philod Ozai.
Ozai would lose.
Yeah, you shitted on Ozai a bit. Kaido was the third highest.
Who is the highest? Aku? No.
Kazuya, I believe.
Oh yeah, Kazuya would dominate. Yeah.
And then you had Aku. I think
Aku would probably dominate too.
Yeah, Aku was pretty high. I don't know if Kaido's higher than Aku. Would you say that?
Kaido or Aku? I generally shit on Aku as well. Like, I think Aku is not that smart. I don't think he's that competent. I think he's kind of a dumbass, and he's entirely reliant on the fact that he's the most powerful thing in his universe. And when he's not the most powerful thing in his universe, he generally gets his ass beat. I think Doom can win that one. I think Doom can win that one. Yeah, because he's a master of magic, and Aku is not that great. like literally, like, I mean, if you really think about it, Jack is just a dude with every single person throughout the entirety of Samurai Jack who Aku ever fights, who is capable of fighting back, beats him. The only people Aku defeats in the series are people who literally are incapable of hurting him. Every other fight he loses. He lost against Jack's dad. He has lost every single fight with Jack that he's had. At one point, we see him fight this god being in this underground sort of thing, and that god being, he literally runs away. He can't do anything. Aku's a bitch. You also got to remember, Aku is just a slither of this giant mass of dark evil that was destroyed billions of years ago by Odin, Rama, and somebody else who I'm forgetting. But yeah, they destroyed him. He's just a sliver. Like, he's a fraction. Thank you. He's a fraction of the power that the mass that he came from used to be. Like, he's really not that much. I honestly don't know why Odin or one of those gods will just show up on Earth and just immediately eliminate him, because they could. They have way more powerful than he is. If he's only a sliver of the original and they killed the original by themselves, I don't really see why one of them couldn't kill him. But they
Solar Hypercane gave you $5 and said, "I am unfortunately unable to participate in any debates for many reasons, but there's just one thing I want to say in the stream," and then didn't type out the rest.
Well, you gotta tell me what you want to say in the stream.
He might have ran out of characters in a $5 donation.
When you
Maybe.
pay for it, you run out of characters.
Yeah,
I don't know.
$2 is
kinda
50
ass.
characters.
Yeah, he
$5
paid
is
for it.
150 characters.
He paid $5. How many words is that? I want to know how many cents
Let
per
me check.
word
Let
did
me
they
check.
give this motherfucker?
Super chat at the $5 character. 150 for $5.
Wild.
150
25 words.
cents?
No,
Oh,
150
characters. Okay.
25 words is how many he has on there.
Okay, that's ridiculous. Okay, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Let's see. It was a piece of the chaos that came
Not
before.
the only thing that came before.
Send Diddy to your location. Aku can kill Jack, and Jack has big ass plot armor. No, Aku, go rewatch the series. Every single time Jack fights Aku, he fucking destroys Aku. It's not even close. Like it gets
Also,
to it
Aku
gets.
is not much of a tactician.
He's not a tactician. He's not smart. He doesn't have like a very capable army. He doesn't have anyone loyal to him. He constantly kills his own people. Like the only thing that makes him good is that he's the most powerful thing in his universe, and nobody can kill him. But no, every time him and Jack fights, he loses. Like he gets fucking annihilated. It's not even close. He can't beat Jack. I mean, look at his. I mean, think about this. This is how dumb Aku is. I think I've said this in a video relatively recently. Aku was fighting Jack. He couldn't beat him. So his goal was to throw him in a portal through time, super far into the future, where Aku was in control of everything. So he's like, okay, now it'll be easier for me to kill you then. You threw him in a portal through time. You could have sent him anywhere. You could have sent him before the time of the dinosaurs. You could have sent him in the middle of the sun. You could have sent him into outer space and instantly killed him, but you sent him in the future. Not only did you send him into the future where he could deal with you later, you had thousands of years to prepare for his arrival and did nothing to prepare. In fact, when Jack shows up, Aku forgot about him. Aku has lived thousands of years. I'm sorry, Aku has lived billions of years on the planet Earth, and only one person was ever able to fight against him, and he totally forgot this dude ever existed. Like, he could have been preparing that whole time. He knew what time he sent the dude to. Like, he was aware of when he would come. He could have prepared. He could have learned martial arts. He could have figured out, okay, we're going to get all this different stuff. It's going to wait there when he shows up. We're going to blow him the fuck up the moment he drops in. He could have done all kinds of stuff. He didn't. He just forgot about it.
If he had been a smart character, Aku would have been prepared, and Jack would have been obliterated the second he spawned in again.
Oh yeah, it was brutal. It was brutal. But yeah, okay. So Excalibur, and I guess what's up?
Yeah, if you're saying that Kaido's better than Aku, which is what I kind of wanted to do, then that works out. I don't really have much else to say then, if that's the consensus.
Kaido's better than Aku. He's definitely smarter. He's stronger. I mean, the only thing Aku's got, Aku has way more hacks, which is useful. And he's and he can take more hits because you can't really hurt him. The only real question would be is whether or not Haki would allow him to hurt Aku. I'm inclined.
I was saying in the context of the Doom Latveria video.
Oh, if he would do better.
Yeah.
If he drops an island on top of Latveria, if that is the way he decides to go about it, then yeah, I would say it's probably better. If he doesn't do that and he tries to invade, I think it would be a little closer. Because I do still think that there are things that Doctor Doom can do, especially if he has prepped. Look, here's the thing: people don't like it when I make fun of Doctor Doom because they wank the fuck out of him. But Ant-Man in the comics was able to break into Latveria when Doctor Doom knew he was coming. Because he just fucking killed his daughter. Like, Doom knew that Ant-Man wanted him dead. Doom shows up in Latveria, finds Doctor Doom, beats the living shit out of him, pulls him out of his castle into the middle of the central square Latveria, and beats him to a fucking pulp in front of all of his people. Like, citizens of Latveria are watching him beat the living shit out of him. He rips his mask off, he disrespects him, he busts his face all up, and then he just leaves, and there was nothing Doom could do about it. This is Ant-Man. What the fuck do you think Kaido's gonna do?
Yeah.
Like, it's like
it's
crazy. Like, people really over exaggerate what Doom is capable
Doesn't
of.
Kaido also stand at like 12 feet tall?
Kaido's huge.
Probably taller. He's
Kaido's
much
built
taller,
like a
yeah.
fucking brick house.
He's got to be like 20-something feet tall. Like, he's really big.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
he is essentially a brick fucking house that's just coming to kick your ass.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, no, I would say Kaido probably has that, but it's also true that since I've made the channel, the more I look into stuff that I didn't really care about before, that I didn't really pay attention to, the more I realize that characters are weaker than I initially had thought. So, like, if you go through and watch my videos, I'll make videos about the same character multiple times where, like, I might portray that character as slightly weaker or slightly stronger in future videos. And it's because I have decided, I started to see them in a new way that I hadn't seen them before based on different stuff. So, my opinions of the Marvel Universe as a whole have just fucking dropped like a brick since I've had this channel and
Wait,
like
Rouga is learning?
Yeah, I learn. I told you, I like to be right. And
but he doesn't learn if there's a book involved because he's not a fucking nerd.
No,
he's not gay.
That's gay.
He's not gay.
That's gay. Yeah. I don't know. Reading's gay. I just touch the front cover of the book, and then the information just gets absorbed in my head.
Touches the front cover of the book.
That's how I avoid the gay.
See, I actually have to read, so I guess I am gay.
That's really gay. Yeah, that's pretty gay. No, but
how many times we got to send you to the gay away camp? Damn it!
It's been like 4 times now, dude.
I mean, I'm still reading chat for you. So
I think
does
that's
that make me gay.
Yes. Yeah, it does. Makes you
that makes you
gay.
cyber gay.
I actually think you should stop.
No, not the cyber gay.
You should stop. You should stop reading it in the stream and like I don't know. It's weird. It's like you're doing a bunch of gay shit in the stream. It's fucking. People are gonna start
Naruto
bailing.
versus Tekken or Cyberpunk and Killing Floor. What the hell?
I actually really like those. Say those again. Okay, so Cyberpunk and Killing Floor.
And Naruto versus Tekken.
I have that on my list up here.
Okay, so Cyberpunk and Killing Floor dominate. I'm sorry, Cyberpunk dominates. It's not even close. I like it, but they dominate. Killing Floor is just not that powerful.
And Naruto versus Tekken dominates. Like, I'm sorry.
I don't know how powerful is Naruto. I'm not a Naruto fan.
Naruto has moon destroying feats in it, so I mean it would be close.
I've read the mangas. Even with the chakra gods, Naruto gets destroyed by Tekken.
Because interesting.
Tekken. Okay, so
Excalibur, see yourself out.
Devil
you won your debate.
It's okay. I'll bow out.
Let's all give an F for respect for Excalibur in here for winning his debate.
Let's go.
I didn't debate. I didn't argue. I just agreed immediately. It's not a debate.
You moved Kaido up, so I mean, I kind of won in my directive.
Everybody, an F for respects for Excalibur.
Awful. This is awful. This is terrible. I didn't debate.
Even if it wasn't a debate, like he got his point across and you agreed with it.
I guess. I mean, like I said, my opinion. It's not because of my opinions of Kaido have gone up. It's because my opinions of Dr. Doom have gone down.
Battle Chicken just told you to shut up. You lost.
I probably would have. I probably would have said that everybody in that particular video would have done better now than they did when I made it.
I have said my piece. All right, chat. Give this man a good debate.
See you, Excalibur.
God damn it.
Who do you want me to pull up next? Do you
I don't
want Boy with Sauce?
I don't know anything about Naruto, but I know Tekken relatively well. Does he want to debate Naruto versus Tekken? We could talk about it. I mean, he might say
both Cyberpunk and Killing Floor and the Naruto versus Tekken.
Yeah, but does he want other people to debate that, or does he want to debate that? And what side does he want to pick? That's some things we need to clarify before you just start letting people up here, and they're like, "Oh, I just want to talk about it." It's like we're like, you know.
That is a good point.
Get the full information before people just start jumping up here.
Oh yeah, Alpha Wolf has been waiting very patiently for a long time.
What did he want to do?
The Jesus is God debate.
The Jesus versus God?
No, Jesus is God.
Being God.
He's been saying that since like before the stream started.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, this will be fun. Yeah, sure, I guess. Bring him up.
All right, I'll pull him up.
I never said Jesus isn't God, by the way.
Immediately the debate's over because you just said that.
Yeah, I didn't say Jesus isn't. Well, I never said it. That wouldn't even be arguing against anything I said because I never said that.
Wait, I thought during the Ash Evil Dead.
No, I never said that Jesus isn't God. No, I never said
isn't.
That. I never said Jesus isn't God.
Well, in that case, bye, Doug Plumber.
I never said that in that video. No.
Well, all right, now I feel. No, this feels weird.
My argument in that video was that God came down in the guise of a man and was a man on Earth. So he had all of the physical ability, and he wasn't like superior to a man. Like he committed miracles, but if Jesus fell and scraped his knee, he would scrape his knee. He was a man. But I never said he wasn't God. Like that's what I said in the video.
Okay, well, that was all I came here to discuss then.
All right, we're good.
Oh, never mind.
That was quick and simple.
So is that
the whole time
so?
just
Is
to be
that
like,
one?
well, shit.
Is that one a victory for me or not? That one doesn't count.
Jonas goes, wow, misspelled that was quick.
Let's see. Boy with sauce, do you have the information on like which one you're debating for? A debate for Naruto against Tekken if someone wants to debate for Tekken. So
I don't
Rouga, you
know.
said you'd do for Tekken?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's gonna turn into a debate because I don't know what Naruto can do. If he says something that Naruto will do that just completely outclasses Tekken, I'll be like, yeah, they win.
You and Dan versus me and Boy with sauce on this one. Me and Boy will be Naruto.
I thought. Oh. Okay, so Dan. All right. Well, Dan doesn't know anything.
Dan will be your hype man.
Dan doesn't know anything about Tekken.
Thank you.
No,
I know Tekken. I know Naruto and Tekken.
Wait, this is your second time in here.
Wait, are you Boy with sauce?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, you're the one who stepped in for the other guy last time.
Yeah, but I was like he was trying to argue something I wasn't trying to argue. But like I'm okay with this though. I can argue for Naruto because I'm into.
Okay,
Naruto
well, I mean, I don't
Naruto.
know if this is gonna be a debate yet because, like I said, I don't know anything about Naruto. So, I mean, why do you think Naruto wins? And I might just be like, yep, nope, that sounds about right.
Okay, so like, how fast are Tekken? Are they like faster than light, or are they like close to light speed?
Probably I mean, they have light speed. Well, it's arguable if they actually have light speed attacks. They have the only thing that's light speed in it is arguably they shoot these forehead lasers that are called lasers, which would mean they are light, and characters can dodge said lasers. But you're not even sure if they're dodging the laser itself or the person firing it. I think it would be a pretty major assumption to say that
So
they're light speed.
that would be like a upper. That's what like the upper. We can argue that's what's the word?
Upper limits.
Stronger. Yeah, upper limits. Yeah, that's the upper limits.
I would say they're not light speed. I would say even saying they're upper limits would be kind of a stretch. We do know that all of them, including the absolute weakest characters in the entire series, guns are completely worthless. Doesn't matter how close you fire the gun. Doesn't matter what caliber of weapon or how fast the weapon fires.
Oh yeah, guns will kill some Naruto characters.
Bullets cannot hit them. Period. They will not allow them to hit them.
Yeah, definitely go through some of the Naruto characters.
They're considerably faster than sound. Like
any character that uses exclusively ninja tools has basically just been fucked.
Yeah, but there is people way stronger than like that. The upper tier characters of Naruto.
10-10 whips out gun no jutsu.
10-10 whips out gun no jutsu and loses.
Go ahead.
Like my argument will be that in Naruto, like all the six paths characters that are like six paths are like kind of not confirmed because like it's what you say. It's like there's an attack that Madara, one of the main villains, does called the Light Fang jutsu, and that is like kind of stated to be light speed, and he reacts to that.
He's Naruto's able to dodge it.
So yeah, no, I think I've seen this one. It's like 9 inches away from his face or some shit, and he moves out of the way after it's fired. Yeah, I mean that would be that would be faster. There's nothing like I said. Arguably, the lasers they shoot out of their forehead are light speed, and there's also they are called lasers. So we'll just say they're light speed just for the sake of it. And then there are satellite lasers they fire at them down below that they could dodge, but those are being fired from fucking space. So I don't think dodging those is necessarily light speed. But again, like with the lasers, they're never shot at like right in front of their fucking face where they have to dodge it. I mean, they're seeing the dude charging it up and firing it, and then they have to respond. So they're mostly responding to the dude who's firing it at them. The thing that they are casually dodge without any issues are bullets, tank shells, things like this. I think at one point a character jumps out of an explosion after the explosion goes off. He kind of like outruns an explosion, basically. Stuff like that, but no, nothing near light speed. So if this dude's like moving faster than like get out of the way, he's considerably faster than.
This is like how you want to scale Naruto, though. That's
I mean they would be faster. You prove the point.
Yeah, and I will also say like how susceptible are they to like mind control, and like stuff like
Depends on which character you're talking about. The Mishima bloodline characters are very, very resistant to mind control. Well, okay, so Tekken basically has like, it's kind of like Dragon Ball Z in a lot of ways. In fact, it's something that people who play Tekken have gotten pissed off at. That it's gotten more and more like Tekken.
Yeah.
It's got more like Dragon Ball. But basically, they have like this sort of energy key aura, and that aura can do everything from enhance their bodies to be used to defend against certain hacksy abilities, things like this. So all of them should have some kind of resistance to mental attacks, but the only ones who are consistently shown fighting off mental attacks are the Mishimas, and they do it very, very well. Yeah, so it would really depend on, like, if we're going up against Naruto and you're going to use Naruto's strongest characters, the Mishimas are really the only characters that I would even bother talking about, because they're considerably more powerful than everybody else.
So is that space laser attack the highest end of the Mishima attack power, where he flies up into space? I know you said cuts.
Where he
like
blows up
moves.
So no. So yeah, the space laser is at one point in one of the endings is shot at the Earth, and it destroys a very large section of the planet, like larger than Africa, like an entire whole section of the planet. But that's Devil Jin. Devil Jin gets surpassed by Base
Angel
Jin.
Jin.
No, by Base Jin. Base Jin defeats Angel Jin in a 1v1 fight, and he dominates him, and he actually proves that he's stronger than Devil Jin. And then Jin becomes Angel Jin, which gives him an even bigger power up. Kazuya becomes Devil Jin. Kazuya becomes Devil Kazuya, who is stated to be not as powerful as Devil Jin, but then he becomes True Devil Kazuya, and then after becoming True Devil Kazuya, he absorbs Azazel, who is basically a god, and he acquires even more power and basically becomes like a super True Devil Kazuya. And by that point, we don't know how powerful they are. We just know that they would scale significantly above Devil Jin, who blew up the continent. Blowing up the continent is the strongest feat that we have in the series, but we know bare minimum there's 2 other characters who are considerably stronger than that.
So we could say they can theoretically blow up the planet if like.
I don't want to go. I don't. Well, okay. So they say that Azazel at full power would blow up the planet, and they actually word it that way. They say he would destroy the entire planet. So possibly, since you can assume.
Oh, so that means they can do it at a weaker point though, because Azazel, like him, Kazuya absorbing Azazel Kazuya's already powerful. Like he beat Azazel.
He casually beat Azazel. Like Azazel didn't stand a chance, and he absorbed his full power. And then you have to ask, like, well, was Azazel at full power when he absorbed him? Because we knew that when Azazel showed up in Tekken 6, he was not at full power. So was he actually absorbing the full power version of him? Possibly. We also know that Devil Kazuya was not capable of using the full power of Azazel while he was fighting Angel Jin, because right before the final fight, Azazel was actually talking to Devil Kazuya, and he was like, I'm still here, I will not allow you to use my full power. And he's like, it's only a matter of time before my soul overtakes yours and your power will be mine. But he talks to him as if his power isn't his yet. So it's hard to say for sure. Like, I want to say that they're probably damn near planetary, possibly a little over, but there's nothing concrete, so I can't really.
They don't want to destroy the planet either.
Yeah, nobody wants to destroy the planet. I mean, the biggest thing that we see, I mean, even when True Devil Kazuya is fighting against Angel Jin, the biggest thing we see is he tries to blow up an island, and then Jin knocks it out of the way, and it goes into the ocean and makes this massive splash. But we see Devil Jin doing way more impressive shit than that. So, you know, they just don't. It's a series where they have really powerful characters that don't actually do a whole lot of like planets. Like, they don't destroy a bunch of shit. They don't spend a ton of time. It's really more about the martial arts, and all of the best fights in the series are like dudes on the ground fighting with martial arts, which is why people are getting mad that they're making it more like DBZ.
I don't like the new Tekken game. I like the older one.
I liked 8 a lot, actually. I did enjoy it. I think it's the better. I don't love the story, but it's the best story they've had since probably Tekken 3 or 4. The Tekken stories
on the story part.
The Tekken stories have. I still don't love it. The Tekken stories have been really bad for like 3 games, And
Yeah.
but I think they're going in a better direction now. I do dislike a lot of decisions that they made.
The gameplay.
I like the gameplay. No, the gameplay
Yeah,
I don't have any issues with.
Fumi, even if we go with Naruto scaling, the Naruto characters have way better speed, it seems,
Yeah.
especially with flying Raijin and shit like
Considerably,
that.
yeah. Considerably.
However, it seems like I would have to give the power discrepancy over to, unless you count the one god of Naruto that we all know of.
Oh no, wait. Can I talk about like Kaguya's different dimensions and like they stated that they can like destroy them.
Yeah,
like,
we can
those
talk
different
about
dimensions.
that. I just want to address that using Boruto scaling. Even using manga scaling, which is objectively better than the anime, and has objectively stronger versions of each of the characters, Boruto still loses out to Naruto or Shippuden. So, sorry.
No, not now. He with his
read the latest
vortex
Boruto manga, so I don't
with
know.
his vortex ability he just gained is basically like putting a Rasengan powered by the planet around him, so nothing can touch him at all.
And
period.
every character is kind of wanked and crazy in Boruto.
Yeah, no, it gets super overpowered. But no, I still don't think. I think the only thing that's strong enough to be a planet buster. I know we've cut the moon in half in the last, but the only thing that's a planet buster I would say is probably that the god of the Otsutsugis, the Shin.
Really, you don't think that Naruto with 6 paths could destroy the planet if he wanted to?
No, I don't even think full KCM with both halves of Kurama and 6 paths could destroy the planet. They pulled out half of his chakra and it cut the moon in half.
Because it's stated that the Nine Tails can destroy the world.
I mean,
when I say destroy the world, he means
this is destroy the world. This isn't blow up the planet.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
The Tekken level, Rouga, if I'm not mistaken, from what you were saying, is theoretically high enough to blow up the planet, right? Not just wipe out all life.
Azazel at his full power should be able to destroy the planet. They specifically say the entire planet would cease to exist. But the question is whether or not Azazel was at full power, and whether or not Kazuya would have been able to utilize that power when he absorbed him. That's the question that we're not really sure about.
Oh, okay. So are we saying that Naruto characters can't even hurt Tekken characters because they're too strong?
Oh, they can hurt them. I mean, hell, fucking Goku, I would say, is probably stronger than Tekken characters, and he gets hurt by a fucking gun if he's not focusing. So if he's not paying attention, so I'm pretty sure they can hurt him. They could speed blitz him and do some damage.
But who gets hurt by a gun?
Goku gets bruised by one in Super.
We're not talking about Dragon Ball.
I know. Yeah. I was saying, like, he was saying, could they hurt him? I'm like, Goku is stronger than Tekken characters. He could get hurt by a gun.
That's not. No, that you can't. That's not. The vast majority of characters in Tekken, guns would just bounce off of them.
They would just bounce off of them.
Heihachi literally catches a bullet with his teeth.
With his mouth, yeah.
Yeah, and he just spits it. And he just spits it out.
Goku was catching machine gun fire as a child, but he still can get hurt.
Yeah, but why are you inflating Goku?
Different. It's
totally different universes.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, I'm pretty sure they could speed blitz and do some damage, but you guys got more raw power. I'm saying that Tekken's got the power.
First off, it was bullshit that Goku was ever hurt by that bullet. But let's just say it wasn't.
I agree with you.
The rules of Dragon Ball have it so that you have to. Well, basically, what Super kind of introduces is that you have to. Is that if you're not paying attention, you're not using your ki to up your physical durability. While you can up your physical durability in Tekken with your ki, sure. All the characters are still vastly too, way too durable to be harmed by bullets for the most part. I mean, there's some that can be, but like the top tiers, they're not getting hurt by bullets at all.
Would the bioengineered panda get hurt by a bullet? This is the question.
Trank dart, only trank darts, no bullets.
I don't know. The only reason why I'm saying that some of them are probably we've seen some get hit by bullets and be completely unaffected. The only reason why I'm saying that some probably can is because there are certain characters who are shown like actually dodging bullets, and the only question is like why would they be dodging if the bullets can't actually harm them? So that would be my only question about it. But honestly, with how hard these characters can punch each other, if they could take a punch, they should be able to take a bullet. Like they punch significantly harder than any bullet's gonna hit them.
Yeah. So we talked about raw power, like, but Tekken is not really like it doesn't have any hacks, like.
Yeah,
No,
actually,
it does.
Right?
No,
it has like
it does. It does.
it does. I mean, but say like not as much as Naruto or like.
I would
it's
assume
like,
not. No, but they do have them, and the ones they have are actually pretty good. All of all of the if we're talking specifically about the Mishimas and the people with the devil genes, which is kind of who we're talking about, they're basically immune to anything that tries to fuck with their soul. They can also affect the souls of other people. They can open up and trap people in other universes. They can create universes and sort of fight in these other universes. They trying to think of some other ones they got. Kazuya specifically has an insane mastery over his soul, and he can possess people. He can also have his soul overtake their soul and absorb their powers that will add to his own. Yeah. Although he's only really done it to other Mishimas. Because in this universe, the Mishimas are really the only ones that have that kind of power that would be worth taking. So there's really no evidence that he wouldn't be able to do that to anybody else.
I mean, yeah, if you put Kazuya into Naruto, he just fucking takes Kurama from Naruto. In theory, he would be able to transfer his soul inside of Naruto and take Kurama, or take Kurama's soul directly out of Naruto's body, because that's kind of what he was doing to Jin in Tekken 4.
Yeah,
but
can I make a counterpoint to that? Can I make a counterpoint to that?
Of course.
The soul stealing thing, that's also in Naruto. It's been introduced as like it's like they introduced it very early into Naruto. It's
I'm sure they do. I'm saying that the characters in Tekken have very high resistance to soul fuckery. Like even Heihachi.
I would say Naruto too.
Even Heihachi, he fought Akuma, and Akuma did his move, the murderous intent move that's supposed to destroy the soul of whoever he does it to, and it didn't affect Heihachi at all.
And Gravy, I assume what you're referring to there is the Reaper's Seal that was introduced very early on in
Reaper
Naruto.
Seal, and plus like the end game as well, when you have like the Kaguya trying to take souls and stuff like that, and they resist, and Naruto's literally holding his soul, like with his avatar state.
Mm-hmm. So
I feel like it would definitely be an interesting thread to explore.
Like, has anyone ever I think Naruto would probably win simply due to the speed advantage. I think the speed advantage is too much for Tekken.
I meant specifically with like the soul stuff.
The soul thing would be interesting.
General,
I think that if Kazuya, well, another thing you have to think about too is that the power creep in Tekken is insane.
Yeah, from Tekken
5. It's so crazy. Dude. In the first Tekken game, the most impressive thing was that Paul could punch through a brick wall, and he was the only one shown to be able to do that. By the time you get to Tekken, as I said, they were world-destroying entities by the time Tekken 5 rolled around. It's been like that for a while, but it's actually canonically in the game that all of these characters, basically their key levels just continuously rise over time, and they're just getting stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger. If the Tekken characters are in the Naruto universe for any amount of time, they will eventually catch up to Naruto characters. It just will happen. Their power creep is considerably more than Naruto universe is. But so I would say that, but then you have to ask, would any of them wait around long enough for their powers to get to that level? Probably not.
I think it's unfair to talk about Tekken as lower form, because then it won't really compete with Naruto.
Yeah, the higher levels in Naruto's truth-seeking orbs, which can literally just erase you from existence.
And and Limbo, I don't know, are we counting Limbo clones as well? Because they're in another dimension from you.
Yeah, you can't see them, but they could beat your ass.
Yeah, if you can erase people from existence in Naruto, then Naruto wins. They're faster and they can erase people from existence. Tekken doesn't have anything like that. Tekken are just super big brawly dudes who fight a lot and have some cool hacks here and there. But I would assume that Naruto would take this relatively easily.
Oh yeah, I was playing devil's advocate there for a bit because I did know that Tekken had at least the space laser from your video.
Perhaps if Kazuya saw how strong the universe was that he was in, and then decided to go around and hunting and stealing souls of weaker ninjas to gain their power, and
You could
sort
do
of
that.
build power that way, and then eventually get to a point where he could face off against the strongest, that's something that he would be able to do. That would be cool.
What if Kazuya just encountered Orochimaru right away and stole his soul?
Orochimaru, he's a snake guy. I don't know much else about him.
Orochimaru's a cheating bitch. His soul has been locked away in the jar from the Tetsuga
that's right.
blade,
Orochimaru,
and he still fucking came back even though his soul was gone. His arms were sealed away in the Reaper Death Seal. He still fucking came back and could use his arms. He's a cheating cockroach bitch.
Yes, but my point being, like, if Kazuya somehow did get Orochimaru's soul, the entire story plays out massively differently.
I still think like Naruto was 6 parts was still like, I mean, like, it depends like how many people that Kazuya defeats, right? If he gives everyone but like the main cast, then yeah, probably he will do some damage. Yeah, I say that.
I will.
Well, I mean, even
I will
if he
say
gets
this.
his hands on like two tailed beasts, I think Kazuya ends up winning.
I will say this: if Kazuya is smart and he's pretty patient. So since the very beginning of the series, Kazuya's always wanted one thing. He wants world domination. He wants to take over the entire world. He did not start doing that until Tekken 8, because before that he wanted to eliminate his dad, because he knew as long as his dad was alive, he would not be able to take over the world. So he spent literally decades trying to kill his father for the sole purpose so that he didn't have any real challenges when his attempt at world domination occurred. And he has kidnapped people in the past to steal their souls to acquire more of his power. He purposely resummoned Azazel, who was the most powerful being in the Tekken universe, solely so he can absorb him and acquire a power enough so that he could take over the world. And at the end of the game, Tekken 8, when he loses all of his power, he says he doesn't care because stealing the power was just a means to accomplish his goal, which is world domination, and he actually doesn't care if he doesn't have that power anymore. So he's an interesting character because he will come up with a plan to do what he needs to do in order to accomplish his goals, and he's not going to like, okay, let's go kill Naruto and fucking Sasuke at their strongest right now as soon as I get there. He will take the time to see the world as it is and go through the proper plans to enact the thing he needs to do.
He'll open up a ramen shop in the Hidden Leaf.
Maybe. And just like then people will just slowly start disappearing one by one as he absorbs their souls little by little until he's strong enough.
So my thing is, I don't think he would set up in like one specific hidden village. He seems more the type who would like go around the entire world looking for as much power as he could get, which is if he could like understand the scrolls that are in that world and did learn about tailed beast and sages, he might go around hunting specifically for the vessels of the tailed beasts.
Okay, that's an interesting argument. Can I also say something? Now you mentioned that, right? So if he's gaining chakra, now he's actually has chakra, right? So he can be affected by genjutsu now.
There's nothing saying you couldn't be affected by genjutsu before, though.
Okay, but genjutsu can be easily dismissed if you have high enough mental resistance, or if you can
depends on the genjutsu.
Is there.
Well,
Tsukiyomi can take on everyone.
Okay, well, Gravy, I don't know what happened to your audio, but it got a lot worse. But also,
I was like,
you're good. But also, if we're talking about like genjutsu being mental abilities, I'm pretty sure that's what that is. Kazuya is the mentally strongest person in the entire Tekken universe. Like, no one is stronger than him when it comes to
regardless of your mental strength, you will be affected by infinite Tsukiyomi. It's like every character was infected by infinite Tsukiyomi.
But
no matter
just because every character was infected by it in their own universe doesn't mean that a character can't have high enough willpower to resist it.
And also, infinite Tsukiyomi can only be used by one specific ninja.
And as I said,
it can be used by anyone with a very specific set of conditions.
And as I said, Kazuya's soul, on 2 separate occasions, Kazuya's Kazuya was so Jin, who also has very high willpower, by the way. They are infected by 2 souls. So Jin has his soul in the Devil Jin's soul, and he was struggling with controlling the devil within him for his entire life. Kazuya had the Devil a second soul, the Devil's Soul, and his soul overtook that soul, and he dominated the other body very quickly and very easily. He's been in control of the Devil Gene pretty much since the first or second game that we saw him in it. It was very early on in the series without any issues, where this is something that Jin has struggled with the entire series. He has high ki that should be able to be basically the equal counter to Chakra. He has very, very high mental resistances. He has very, very high soul resistances. I think it's possible. It is. I think you can very easily argue that with all of his different abilities, he could counter Chakra-related mental attacks, since he already has ki-related mental defenses.
You could say that, but if you have Chakra in you, then like it's. I think it's a different story. Because like Chakra is a thing that's been affected, and if he learns Chakra and uses Chakra-based ability, it will be affected.
It's
by
not Chakra. Well, he doesn't use Chakra. He uses Ki, but they're similar. They're basically the same thing.
Well, Infinite, not Tsukiyomi. You know the guy Shiki, Itachi's best friend, has the best genjutsu. You can
Actually,
like use.
His grandpa had a better version of the same thing, but yeah.
Well, so
you know the one I'm talking about, though.
Yeah.
Leader of Lost Souls says Genjutsu can affect others without chakra if it's Mangekyo Sharingan or higher level Genjutsu. Power alone does not make you immune to those higher level ones. There's layers to the mind hacks.
No, I'm not saying his power. I'm not saying his physical power is going to get him out of it. I'm saying his mental resistances are. He literally had a devil god inside of his body that could not control his mind because of how strong his mind is. He has the strongest mind.
But in the universe, that no one in the universe it says that no one if you have a Mangekyo Sharingan that's strong enough, you can infect anyone regardless how strong they are. So
yes, but you can also resist the Mangekyo Sharingan. We saw Kakashi live through what was it?
Oh, dude, don't.
Itachi.
But that's Itachi though.
One, Itachi was intentionally not trying to kill Kakashi in that situation, and two, he was still out of commission for a month and had to have freaking Granny Tsunade freaking work her magic on him for a whole month, and that was when he wasn't trying to hurt him.
Yeah. He was a hidden leaf agent, like a sleep agent.
But
so I'm saying that
but people are saying that he held back. Okay, let's say that. If it's an absolute thing, then it doesn't matter if he held back. He should have still took control. The fact that you can say that he held back means that there is a limit to it. Because him holding back
decided to make him stop using. He decided to stop using it when.
He stopped using it, or he held back.
So he basically took Kakashi to the point where his mind was just about to completely snap and go dead mind, brain dead essentially. He brought him all the way to that point, and because the genjutsu is so realistic, because the one he was using is called Tsukiyomi, it allows him to basically become the god of his mental realm, and anything that he does in this realm to your body, your brain thinks happens to your body. And the most powerful version of this he ever used is he made his, and he didn't even use this part for torture. He put his girlfriend at the time into a 72-year dream state that happened in 0.0001 of a second, and she lived her entire 72 years of life with him in the dream state. And when she died in the dream state, he snapped her out of it, and she died in real life, thanking him for the life they had together.
So why wouldn't Kazuya be able to get out of that, since he's gotten out of similar things before?
I think he's just talking because regardless of power level, it's not a willpower thing with this. It's a disrupt your.
It's not a willpower. It's not necessarily a willpower thing with his either. Kazuya's soul literally has the ability to overtake the souls of people who try to enter his mind and his body. He can control them.
He's not sending his soul in there. He's sending some chakra in there, essentially, to disrupt your brain signals. Essentially, is what's happening.
Yeah.
Oh, but what Rouga's saying is that basically, as soon as somebody tries to fuck with Kazuya's mind, Kazuya's soul goes
his mind will start fucking with them back, and his soul will start corrupting them. Yeah, basically.
Think of it like this: if you're playing an RPG and you break open a pot with a spirit that infects you, suddenly you're possessed. But that's basically what Kazuya is. You break open that pot, and Kazuya's spirit is coming to possess you.
I also would argue that some people are saying that it's not mental, it's actual physical perception manipulation. I would also argue that Akazi is not the type of person who's going to be broken from physical pain. I mean, he's already died once and come back. Jin's face was blown apart with a pistol very early on in the series, and he healed and was fine. He also, I mean, these are not people who have normal levels of pain tolerance. They're devils. Like, they are devil humans.
I wouldn't really argue that a lot of the ninjas are people with normal pain tolerance levels.
But they are. But I mean, but
I would argue that Kakashi does have.
But if you explode their head, they die. So.
Yeah, and again, I think it depends that who Kazuya fights early. That's why I say it depends who he fights. If he goes straight, you say if he goes to pain or that, I feel he will have a difficult fight because pain is a bit tricky.
I think that going into Kazuya's mind is a bad idea, regardless of what universe it is. Kazuya has shown too many times that things that enter his mind, even when they are vastly more powerful than him, literally Satan himself and a dark god have entered. Those are the only two people who have entered his mind. It's Satan and a dark god. And both of them were like, dude, this guy's fucked up. Let's get out of here. And then he completely overtook them. Like, it's just a bad idea to go into his head in any way.
It's like optical illusion as well. It's not just like mind control. It's like some of them have optical
illusion.
Optical.
I mean, it's a very, mind control is kind of, I know when you say mind control, people think like literally controlling them like a puppet, but mind control, when I say it, is just sort of like, just making their mind behave in a way that is unusual to what it's supposed to be doing. They are manipulating the mind is basically the way I'm sort of using it. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's sort of isn't. But I just think that he has too many feats in his own series of being able just don't enter Kazuya's body in any way. Don't enter his mind. Don't enter his soul. Just stay out of it because he generally overtakes and fucks with you if you do.
And what I was gonna say, I want to use Naruto mainly because I don't like Boruto, but like, I will say something about Boruto where they have people that can kind of rewrite history, like rewrite things that could like. So if like Kazuya becomes a big enough threat, like one of the the Delta, like the fucking robot character can literally just be like, oh okay, this person is the most evil person. We can make this person the main villain. Everyone knows who he is, type of thing.
Yeah, if you could rewrite history, you would win. Yeah, it would be over. I'm not going to debate against.
But this is Boruto though. This is Boruto though. This is like Boruto. This is not Naruto. So this is what I'm saying.
It's like, look, if you can erase people from existence, if you can travel way faster than light, and you can literally rewrite history, Tekken doesn't stand a chance. Tekken just doesn't have that type of stuff. Now, I would still argue against the Genjutsu thing working on them, but all that other shit, yeah, Tekken doesn't have a way of getting. Wait another 2 games. Because they get massively more powerful every time a new game comes out.
We just lost their devil power though. I mean, like the devil power.
No, we didn't because the chick has it now.
Yeah, I said the chick has it, but both of them don't have it.
Nah, for now. Give it a second.
Oh,
They're not.
Give it 2 more games.
No, wait till Tekken 10. Let's see where Kazuya's at then.
Kazuya has had the Devil Kazuya has been a playable character in every single Tekken game since the first. I think 3 might have been the only one where he wasn't in it. I think he might have actually been in that one too. I have to remember. They're not going to suddenly remove all the devil powers. It has been a staple of the series since the beginning, and yeah, they're going to find a way to give him those powers back for sure.
Like Heihachi keeps coming back.
Because why would they give it to the chick? Like, if they were done with the devil powers completely, they wouldn't have had the chick have the devil powers. There's clearly they're still telling a story that is related to the devil gene. So, yeah,
also
they're coming back.
First 2 Tekken games, like they literally dropped each other off of fucking cliffs and just decided, fuck it, I'm coming back.
Yeah, in lava.
Yeah.
Kazi was dropped in lava and came back.
How do you feel about Heihachi coming back?
Volcanoes.
I thought it was dumb.
Yeah, me too.
And I thought how it happened was dumb too. They could have done it in a better way. I think it would have been like if they would have done it so much simpler, where he dropped him in the lava and then Heihachi just like walked out of the lava like it didn't kill him. I'd be like, that's badass. But no, they had it to where like Kazuya dropped him in the lava and just missed. Like Heihachi didn't land in the lava. Like he was caught.
He didn't look back.
He was caught by a dude before he hit the lava, and Kazuya didn't look down to make sure his body actually fell into it. And I'm like,
No,
that's
he was too busy doing the creepiest smile.
Yeah, but
of
that
all the
makes
gaming
sense though. He
history.
never looks back. He never looks
That's-
back. He threw him the other time, and he didn't look back either. So it's like.
no, he looked down, he
makes sense.
smiled. It was I thought it was dumb. But now Heihachi's back and he's stronger than he's ever been before, and he's gonna start fucking with people. It is what it is. I'm not super happy about it. I would have been okay with him coming back.
I mean,
probably not
technically,
this.
the entire of Street Fighter is also in that same universe. So.
No, they're not. No, they're not. They're separate. They're separate universe. They
they're
brought
separate.
Akuma in. They brought Akuma in for 7, but that's it. There's no evidence that the entirety of Street Fighter is in there.
Yeah, it's not in this game.
Yeah. Because Tekken X Street Fighter the Versus game, that's non-canon to both franchises too. So also you can't really have both these stories take place at the same time because they both have world-ending storylines that like permanently affect the future, and it's like you can't have both of those existing and them never come into contact with one another. It doesn't. The universes don't really coincide. But
Right, so we have all agreed that Naruto does win because
Yeah,
they can just erase things from existence.
yeah, I
I
mean,
would say Boruto does, but old Naruto, you could argue that Akazu could destroy it. You can get
Well,
rid of all
you
of it.
said the truth orbs can just erase things from
look, if
existence.
it's a
That's
fight,
true.
if it's a fight, everyone in Tekken loses. If it's one guy, Kazuya, being thrown in the Naruto universe with the sole goal of taking it over, given him enough time and as smart and patient as he is, I think he could possibly do it.
Especially if he ends up getting his hands on multiple tailed beast chakras. At that point, he becomes really strong.
Especially if he goes hunting
that-
for like the weak ones and shit, and he just like slowly builds up to the point that he becomes like the biggest threat on the planet. I could see something like that happening.
If he
Again, there's a
starts with,
time
like,
frame that we
1
do
and
this.
3-tailed beasts, and then gets like the rest of them slowly, eventually he comes up against Naruto and just takes Kurama by force.
Yeah, but you have to know that Boruto like literally like was like, oh, all that tail beast shit, that's weak as fuck. We're gonna make some shit way stronger. Like all the tail beasts become irrelevant in Boruto. Like it's all about Uzuki gods and shit like that.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter with how powerful Kazuya's power just naturally increases over time. On top of him absorbing the powers of other people and other people's souls, I think that the exponential growth of Kazuya's power, I think it's going to overcome the Naruto universe pretty easily. I mean, give it like
basically the
5
exponential
years.
scaling in Tekken is faster than the scaling in Naruto to Boruto.
Considerably.
Let's put it that way.
Considerably, yeah. It's insane.
Dan, have we got this Luke Young guy written down? Because he keeps saying the same thing.
What?
Yes, I'm aware. He doesn't have a Discord account, so like I see his things, but people have to stand in as proxies for him. So unless he can find someone who is as passionate as he is about these specific things,
Could be
I'm not acknowledging.
That could be a me and Ruga argument because
What's the debate?
I know Elden Ring, Tarnished from Elden Ring versus Lamb from Cult of the Lamb.
I probably wouldn't argue that because Tarnished literally has people who could throw meteor showers at people. Like it's Cult of the Lamb doesn't have anything close to that.
Radon holds up the literal sky.
Yeah, they're totally different levels of power. Now, I mean, I guess I could maybe argue that for the hacks, maybe they can out hacks them in some way, but on physicals, the winner's clear there.
I think Cult of the Lamb just ends up in an infinite cycle of you've come to bargain dead.
Well, not even that, because like at the end of the game, you're taking on like he was sent solar system level people because Radon holds back all of the stars. He's also, as the Tarnished, you have infinite respawns, like you were just saying, just like you do with the Lamb.
Well, to be fair, the Tarnished's ability to come back is based on his location, because everyone in Elden Ring that can't die. Like death is not allowed in.
Well, no. As long as he's got the grace, he's actually able to respawn. So as long as he's
even if he's not in his world.
Well, he came from a different land. He came from across the seas, and the lands between is where the grace is involved.
But the lands between is where he keeps dying at. Like Melinda.
No,
Melinda actually removes the
America.
One of them. Marika, whatever. Yeah. She actually removes the possibility of death from the lands between.
Well,
and the entire game takes place there.
The thing is that most of the Tarnished, most of the people that come back, including Godfrey himself, are all freaking dead when the game starts in different lands. Like, freaking Godfrey's over in the I can't remember the name of the land, but he's over in his original place, and he's dead. He's got strung up. He's gone. And when she gives the grace back to everyone, even when they're not in the lands between, they all resurrect and make their way back to the lands between.
So Alden, I have a question before you guys keep going on this. Isn't Melania a faster than sound character?
Oh,
That's a hard one.
so someone calculated her exact speed, and I think every one of her sword strikes is faster than sound.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
but
like,
the
Lamb
thing
never
is,
fights anything near that level.
no, Lamb's not
But
that fast.
But the thing is Radahn's speed of light, because he literally travels in on light to hit you when he's consort Radahn.
Yeah, this isn't a fair.
And-
this isn't a fair.
And then on top of
It's a fair
that,
fight. Like, if
the
Tarnish can stand
Tarnish
up
can
to those.
the Tarnish can fight outside of the concept of time. Like, he fights in a timeless void. He
that
can
doesn't
move
matter.
Where there's
That's
no
not.
time.
That's not a feat. That's not. Everybody.
I don't
can do
know when I'm playing Elden Ring. I'm like, yeah.
But even without that one, like, the Tarnished is literally just so much faster than the Lamb.
Fucking-
Like, sure, the Lamb has mastery over death.
Wolverine
but-
has been in a world without time. Batman's been in a world without time. Being somewhere that doesn't where time doesn't exist means you're just not going to age. It doesn't mean anything for how fast you are.
Speed is time and distance, and he's moving when there's no time, is what I'm
So?
saying.
Time doesn't exist. It's not. It's not frozen time.
Which means your speed just equals your distance and will never stop.
Infinite speed, woohoo!
No, it's just it's not it's just not it's not relevant. It's not a relevant factor. Like if you remove the concept of time from a world, it would just be nobody would age. It would just be you would always be what it is basically.
Well, Kyoshi, ancient dragon scales actually have the ability to slow down and stop time. It's in their item description. But yeah, no, essentially because Placidusax is so powerful and he went to that particular location, yeah, he's basically in a space before time, essentially.
Yeah.
So they can fight like in concepts, like they fight for concepts and stuff.
Well, I mean,
it's a very
one-sided
one-sided fight. It's extremely one-sided. It's not.
Now, the only thing is he doesn't really have a way, even with destined death, because the Lamb can just say no to death. I don't think he has a way to actually fully kill the Lamb either. Like,
Yeah,
you can one-shot him every time he shows up, but he's not gonna fucking kill him.
Great. So basically, the Lamb is in a
Infinite war.
He's in a permanent fucking Groundhog Day situation. Where he's
You just got $10 to bring us back to Helldivers. Guys, would Helldivers weaponize Imagination from Warhammer 40k, Key from DBZ, or
I doubt
Argent
it.
Energy from Doom?
Oh, wait, hold up. Key from DBZ or Art. Okay, I don't think it's an or. I think it's like would he do each of those three things? Imagine
would they be able to?
Imagination, no. Key, probably. And Argent Energy, yeah, but they would all get corrupted. No, well, maybe, but they would get corrupted from it for sure.
Now, the Imagination thing is a bit of a ha thing, because technically, psychic power in that one is tapping into the warp and whatever. Or are you talking about orcs?
He's talking about orcs. I'm assuming he's talking about orcs.
Okay.
Do they are they the same as psychers where they use like warp energy?
So essentially, orcs are ridiculous. They're overly hyped a lot because of some of the stuff they've done, but because they have a permanent like psychic field around them that they don't even know about. Anything that they believe can come into reality. I just got a new subscriber. That was weird. Sorry, it just blew up in my ear. But essentially, like, one of the jokes is a whole bunch of orcs came together and just started chanting tank, 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 and then they became a tank and fucking went after people, you know?
No, but does it come from the warp?
Yeah, it comes from the warp because of their psychic fields
maybe.
around them.
They might be able to, given enough time. But, certainly wouldn't be easy.
Yeah.
Wouldn't
the
take
orcs could be the most strongest faction. It's just they're fucking stupid.
I hate it. I hate it so much. Yeah. All right. So are we done with the Naruto versus Tekken topic?
I'm assuming so, but
yeah,
Naruto wins.
Yeah, Naruto wins due to speed and hacks, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of figured that from the start, to be honest with you. Tekken's not that, it ain't all that.
It was a nice conversation to have because like we had a really interesting conversation.
No, I liked the concept when I heard it. I liked that one, and I actually liked Killing Floor and Cyberpunk too, even though Cyberpunk and Killing Floor is very one-sided.
I don't know. I
like
know.
the
Because,
combination.
like Killing Floor has so many of it. It's just like could Cyberpunk.
They're nowhere near the speed.
Keep fighting.
Yes, there's nowhere near the speed or strength. They would. Like, it would be so easy. I mean, anybody.
I agree with you.
Anybody with a. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say we gotta get Different Gravy out of here so we can let other people have a chance.
He's saying, "Get the fuck out, Gravy."
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Get the fuck out. Bye. No,
all
but
right.
in all honesty, that's what like we're looking for with those debates. Like, we're not looking.
Well, that wasn't really a debate. We were just having a conversation.
Yeah, but that was a nice conversation. But we're not looking for like the circular arguments like we ended up stuck in with Helldivers and Star Wars earlier. On that note,
well, a circular argument. Look, it has nothing to do with the type of argument. It has to do with the person who is arguing. If you have two people arguing, if you want to keep repeating yourself, it just means you're not particularly good at debating. But that's not the argument's fault or what topic we're talking about. The reason why, I mean, for all we know, the guy, Gravy might be the same debater and debate that way as well. We just didn't have a debate. We had a conversation. This is a debate stream. It is not a conversation stream. So I don't mind having debates, but you just have, there's different. When you have just a bunch of random fucking dudes come in to debate, you're going to have some really, really good debaters. You're going to have some really, really not so good debaters, because debating is not something that everybody's awesome at. That's kind of understandable.
Very true. On that note, is there anybody who wants to debate Rouga specifically, or am I just pulling in different people who want to talk about things so that they can debate?
4-man Spartan 2 squad versus 3-man squad of Ultramarines. It's outside of my of expertise.
Big Cat, what do you want? James, like, guys, you need to tell me what you guys want to debate about, because I can't just pull you in if you just say yes.
Yeah.
Like, Russian Peanut keeps going, what about the Haran virus?
Yeah, y'all gotta tell me, the people who are saying that you want to debate me specifically, you gotta tell me what you want to debate.
Yeah, like, Rouga,
I'm gonna pull you in and you're gonna talk about something I'm like, oh, I don't have any opinions on this.
Yeah, basically make sure you guys know exactly what your stance is when you come in. That way we don't have to spend 45 minutes trying to figure out what the other person's stance is.
Yeah, that happened with the...
Rouga on Kick-Ass winning the Bully Survival Challenge.
Kick-Ass won the Bully Survival Challenge?
Apparently. Do I pull him in?
Kick-Ass won the Bully Survival Challenge?
Do I have to go over there?
I don't remember. I mean, pull him in, sure, I guess. I don't remember Kick-Ass winning that. Did Kick-Ass win the Bully Survival Challenge?
Let me go look. All I have to do is go to the end of your shit, so it's not like it's going to be too hard to find it.
Yeah, go check that out.
Peanut Pickle says he did not, but he should have. So that's
his argument. He wanted Kick-Ass to win the Bully Survival Challenge.
Did you use the comic version? Because I didn't use the comic version. I haven't read the comics. I read the movie. I watched the movies.
By the way, Peanut Pickle, you've been invited. It should be at the top of your screen, or it should appear as a prompt, depending on if you're on mobile.
Well, no, because if his argument is that the comic book version would win, then he's not arguing against what I said. I said I used the movie version of the character. So if his argument,
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm
not arguing for the comic version. I could, but that like you said, that's not what you were arguing.
Yeah,
for,
I haven't.
So it's not really a point.
Yeah. Okay. So why does he win?
So one of the point it's been a while since I watched the video, but one of the points that you made was that a lot of the bully characters aren't really like on the level of fighting adults, which is something we see Kick-Ass do.
Did I say that?
Pretty consistently.
They don't fight any adults. They don't fight any adults in the game. All the fights are kids.
Right. That's.
Yeah. Did I actually say that they can't fight adults?
I might have misinterpreted you, but that I mean, I can just get that out of the way because that was just one of my arguments.
I got you.
I'll just get to the good one.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So, Kick-Ass's big advantage is just that, and again, this is specifically with movie Kick-Ass, is it doesn't really make sense to even really have him in a melee focused thing like that, with it being movie Kick-Ass, because even though most of the fights he has are melee, he's also got like all that over the top shit with the bazooka and the jetpack with the miniguns, and in the sequel, like even if we just toss all that away, in the sequel we see him using Big Daddy's armor, and in the first movie,
but why
Big Daddy was
why
just,
would he
like,
use that
walking through gunshots and shit?
But why would he use that in a high school where he's just dealing with bullies? Why would he bring a Gatling gun to his high school to shoot at his bullies?
Unless he's a quiet kid.
Maybe.
It was an American high school, right?
Yeah.
No,
No, I thought it was a British public school.
No, it was American.
Oh.
It was American. Yeah. An American boarding school, which I didn't even know those existed.
Yeah, but I mean, even if he's not bringing the miniguns and just gunning people down and stuff, the survival challenge was Kick-Ass in Bully, not necessarily Dave and Bully. Dave's not really going to be
Dave is Kick-Ass.
Really fighting anybody.
I mean,
yeah,
they're the same
is, but he's not going to be like fighting anybody in his civvies.
Of course, he would be fighting people. He would. I mean, Dave is going to be fighting people at the school because every dude in the school either is fighting someone or getting the shit kicked out of them. And Dave is someone who knows how to fight. So it would basically, if he was put into this boarding school in high school to have to deal with this stuff, he would be forced to fight. Now, whether or not he wants to put on the suit and do that or not would be his choice at that point. Maybe he would, maybe he wouldn't, depending on how bad the bullying is. But yeah, there isn't really any crime in Bully. It's just a bunch of teenagers in a high school fucking dudes up. So, but if he's constantly getting having the absolute shit kicked out of him every day, or getting attacked by 15 dudes and be like, I mean, yeah, it's not that hard. I mean, no, if your argument is that he wouldn't put on the suit and fight with the sticks, I wouldn't necessarily disagree with that, but that wasn't necessarily my argument. I mean, I'm not really sure what your argument is. Are you saying I should have called him Dave and not Kick-Ass?
I guess more what I'm saying is that it's kind of weird to, I guess, like, take a character like that and then like sort of with like having him fight without like the suit or the arsenal or really the anything. It's sort of
the concept,
like, stripping him.
Yeah, of course, because he's not fighting supervillains. And the concept of the video was taking a bunch of high school kids from other universes and throwing them into what is arguably one of the worst high schools in fictional history. I know it's not. There's way worse. People don't get fucking drive-by shot. We actually have schools in America. I'd say my high school was a lot worse than the Bullies high school. But point is like, we take a bunch of random high school people. I put Wednesday Addams in there too. I mean, I just put all kinds of different teams. Like, how would you do in the Bully universe? I mean, you can say like, oh, it's not my channel is not a scaling versus battle channel. It's
that's not really what I'm.
Yeah, like it's. I have no issue.
Myself well.
I have no issues with taking away shit from people if it doesn't make sense for them to use it, because I try to take their character and how they would behave into as the most important factor, more so than who would punch who harder in a fight.
Right. The thing is though is that you seem convinced that like Dave would be just like constantly getting into scraps in Bully. Like, I'm sure that would happen.
Have you ever played Bully?
Like that, it would happen. But like in the Kick-Ass movies, Dave's like especially invisible. Like he is so far under the radar.
Have you ever played Bully?
Oh yeah.
Okay. No one's invisible in Bully. Literally everyone is either getting the shit kicked out of them or kicking the shit out of other people. That's what Bully is. But that's the whole school. Like I get that Dave's school he's invisible and no one cares about him, and his bullying is very like not that big of a deal. Like someone will shove him into a locker or something, but not really anything too big. I get that, but Bullworth is not Dave's high school. Bullworth is a totally different, much worse, much more violent. It's filled with gangs and cliques and stuff that are always fighting each other. They make it very clear in that game that if you're a boy in this school, you're either getting the shit kicked out of you or fighting back. There's the only two options. And I don't think Dave is going to be the kind who's going to allow himself to get the living shit kicked out of him. So there will be fights.
Right, but that's sort of inconsistent with what you said about Ferris Bueller later in the video, where because in Ferris Bueller's high school everybody likes him, and you just sort of applied that to bullied.
Because Ferris Bueller literally has charisma-based superpowers. He causes a fucking parade. He joins it. He is a master manipulator.
He didn't cause that parade. He just.
I know he didn't. I know. He took over the parade and caused a musical number across what was that, Chicago, across the entirety of Chicago. Like he has superhuman level charisma powers. Dave doesn't. Dave does not have superhuman invisibility powers. People just generally ignore him in his school. That's not really the same thing. And now he's going to a school where people aren't going to ignore him, and they're going to actually look for reasons to kick the shit out of him. Ferris Bueller is the type of character that can talk his way out of these types of situations. Dave is not. Dave is going to get into physical altercations. He's a relatively awkward dude, really in both movies. I mean, the second movie kind of less, obviously, but the second movie, is he even in high school in the second movie, or is that after he graduates?
He
I know the actor was like 30.
It's just like a really poorly written movie, so everybody's like 10 years older and still in high school for some reason.
It's not good at all. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it sucks.
Yeah, her hit girl was supposed to be like 12 in that movie, and then she ends up kissing Dave on the lips, and I'm like, that dude's like 30. It's like, this is weird. But yeah,
and like somehow she aged 10 years, but he like didn't.
Well, the comic is actually very poorly written. What I have read, not enough to actually talk about it, but it's not particularly
right. But at least
good.
Like that specific part's consistent.
Maybe, I don't know, but like there's a lot of stuff that was in that. Like the comic is very depressing. It's dark. It's not the most comfortable read. And I think that the first movie, who had a different director, Matthew Vaughn, was actually really good at, like, for instance, in the I do know a couple of things, like in the first movie where Kick-Ass reveals to that girl that he's Kick-Ass, and then they start dating afterwards. In the comic book, when he reveals that he's Kick-Ass, I think she pepper sprays him, kicks him out of her house, then starts fucking this black dude at the school, and talks about how he has a tiny dick, and basically just to make him feel bad. Like it's like the comic is extremely depressing, like very like.
Close. She didn't pepper spray him,
it was
but
something
she did
like that.
Have her boyfriend like break his nose.
Yeah, and then if you like if you look at the movie in the sequel, the first interaction between Dave and the girl like dumps him, is like, oh, I was having sex with this, I'm cheating on you and all this kind of stuff, and I'm like, I know this is more close to the comics, but this sucked, dude. Their relationship was really nice in the first movie. Why did you throw that all away to make it shitty like it was in the comics? Like, I hated that. They should have just kept and there was a lot of like very uncomfortable, weird scenes in the sequel that was trying to be like the comic, and I'm like, I don't like this comic, and I liked the first movie, so obviously I'm not gonna like this sequel. But no, I get what you're saying. So, I mean, it seems like your argument is that you think that Dave would behave differently than what I said, or...
Yeah, not only that, but I do feel like you sort of somewhat underplayed Dave's fighting ability with just, like, specifically looking at the first movie.
Dave, no, the second movie he sucks, too. He's not particularly good in the second movie either. He gets better for sure. But when you're talking about somebody like, I'm sorry, I'm going blank on the fucking main character of Bully. Shit. Oh man, that's gonna bother me because I know that character's name. Anyway, when you look at the main character of Bully, he's a dude who could take on 15, 20 other kids his same age or even bigger and take them all out by himself. Dave never does that. Dave never takes on anybody that's more than one-on-one fight, and when he does take on other people, Hit Girl always has to come and like bail him out. I mean, in both the first and second movie, he struggles against fucking McLovin in a fight, and McLovin can't fight.
McLovin.
That's who he is. That's the
I know.
Like he's not.
Honestly, McLovin's probably a better name than what he's actually called in the movie.
Yeah, the motherfucker.
He's probably a better fighter in that fucking movie.
Yeah, he sucks in those movies. Dave's then the motherfucker can't fight.
Like, no, I'm saying McLovin's probably the better fighter. I mean, he at least fired a gun
properly.
properly.
In the second movie, he literally tries to train how to fight, and he sucks at it so bad. And he says, "Fuck this, money will be my superpower," and he never trains or does anything. And at the end of the movie, and Dave is trained by Hit Girl, but at the end of the movie, he still goes to fight the motherfucker, and he still can't beat him. Like, they still are like beating the shit out of each other, and it's like this. You got like, what did all that training that Hit Girl gave you even do?
No, that's not true. At the end of the second movie, Dave's sort of like once he starts like taking the motherfucker gets a lucky shot in, and then after that, Dave just kind of embarrasses him because he's been training and motherfucker hasn't.
Okay, well, lucky shot. I don't generally put a whole lot of weight into lucky shots. I mean, you were hit by a dude. It happened. So I mean, maybe even if you want to call it a lucky shot, Dave has not taken on 15, 20 dudes by himself, and there are characters in Bully who can. So that's really the main, like Dave's never done anything close to that.
Right.
So it's just, I mean, that's it. It's like, I mean, even if he did beat the shit out of the motherfucker afterwards, which, to be fair, it's possible. I don't remember the movie entirely. I didn't like it. But let's say he does, like, let's say they do get into a fight and he beats the shit out of the motherfucker. The movie establishes that that dude can't fight and he sucks at it, like more so than most people. So that's not even really much of an accomplishment. And Dave has easily has 30, 40 pounds on that dude. Like, he's like McLovin is a much smaller, less ripped dude than Aaron Taylor Johnson. Like, that is not, it's not that impressive that he beats up the motherfucker. So yeah, I think I don't change my mind on that one. I think again, cannot remember his name. Did someone post his name in the fucking? Because this is gonna bother me. The dude Bully. I'm totally.
Jimmy Hopkins.
Thank you, Jesus Christ, Jimmy Hopkins. I think Jimmy Hopkins is actually.
Credit goes to Trip for that one.
Thank you, Trip. I think Jimmy Hopkins is destroying Kick-Ass. I don't think that there's now, like, if you want to add Hit Girl in, that'll change things. But if we're just talking about just Kick-Ass against Jimmy Hopkins is whooping ass. Like, he literally takes on dozens of dudes at a time. It's crazy the amount of people he fucks off at the same. A fucking teenage kid taking out 10, 15 other teenage kids of the same or similar size that he is. Yeah, it's pretty impressive. And these kids are trained. Like, all of the preppies are trained boxers. The game specifically points out that most of the people are trained in fighting, which makes it even more impressive that Jimmy could take them all out.
Right, and while it's not quite to the same extent as taking out 15 dudes, we do see again, specifically in the sequel, we do see scenes where Kick-Ass is able to take on multiple opponents, and he doesn't win any of those fights, but it does establish that that's something that he can do.
Okay, but that's not an argument to say that he's better than Jimmy, which is what this started off as. So, I mean, that's cool, but it's not better than Jimmy.
I'm not necessarily saying that he's better than Jimmy, but I'm saying that I don't really know that he'd just be completely destroyed by Bullworth for the the way that he particularly blends in, which you disagree with, and then
him blending in at his own school does not mean that him blending in his own school does not mean he blends in Bullworth. Like I said, people go out of their way to fuck with you in Bullworth, to beat you up, to steal your shit, unless he just basically tucks tail and tries to not. He's just gonna become one of the nerds and get bullied every day. Those are his options. Either that or fight back.
His looks actually make him the perfect target for a school like Bullworth.
There is not a single kid in all of Bullworth Academy, as far as males go, that are not either bullied or the bullies. That is something that is shown throughout. Jimmy Hopkins being there is basically turns the whole school around by taking out all the bullies and getting them all to sort of start agreeing with each other and shit, which is what I was saying for for Ferris Bueller, where Ferris Bueller I think would do something similar, but he would be able to do it just through talking, since he's basically got god level charisma abilities. But Day doesn't have anything like
Ferris Bueller uses talk no jutsu.
Talk no jutsu on everybody, yeah. And I'm not saying that Ferris Bueller would never get a punch to the face. He probably would. But his ability to talk his way out of things is particularly impressive to the point of being superhuman. And there's nobody in Bulwark that... I mean, Jimmy is capable of talking people out of shit throughout the story, and he's got nowhere near the charisma I mean, Jimmy's got to beat you up first, and then he talks you out of it. I think Ferris Bueller is charismatic enough that he doesn't have to beat you up, and he could probably just talk you through it and kind of
And Peanut, a point that you kind of made that would kind of settle this more in Ruga's favor was you said that quite literally no one in Bully fights any adults. Well, if the kids are that fucked up and badass, how badass do you think the adults who've already been through that academy have to be?
Oh, I mean that's just speculative, though. I mean,
it is.
Yeah, it could also be the case that like the kids are that badass because the adults are all pushovers.
Well, we know that Jimmy's not a pushover, and we know that the entire preppy clique are all trained boxers. We know that the greasers all carry knives and beat each other up with baseball bats. We know that Jimmy himself gets trained by an ex-Vietnam vet in actual military martial arts. That's something that does happen in the game. Yeah, he does. That's true.
That sounds like fun.
It's he finds a homeless man who is an ex-Vietnam vet, and the ex-Vietnam vet teaches him how to fight with military-style martial arts. And there are characters in the school who can compete with Jimmy. Jimmy's definitely the best, but they can compete. Like, there's boss fights in the thing. Like, it's a challenge for Jimmy. He doesn't overcome it easy. They can fight. And they can fight very, very well.
You got $5 from Charles Nichols. Halo versus 40k against an audience member. I'll argue for 40k.
Does anybody want to support Halo?
Well, I can get Reaper Rocks in here. He's been blowing up my Discord trying to get in for Halo.
I don't know about.
Me and Dan were in your Halo video.
I don't know about Reaper. I don't know. I mean,
I'm sure. Well, literally you asked that. Alpha Wolf, Mr. M gave $2. I will debate Halo.
Okay.
Like, I'm getting a ton of people from chat who are saying that they would do it.
Okay. Well, Mr. M gave me money, so.
So I need to pull in Mr. M and Charles Nichols.
The power of capitalism triumphs.
Mr. M, I know your Discord name because it's the same. Charles, you have never given me yours. What is your Discord name? I need that if you want to come up here. So I guess that finishes the bully debate.
Well, I do want to bring up one last thing, and then after that probably does wrap it up because I don't think I have further points from that.
Go ahead.
I mean, again, you know, like I brought up earlier in the sequel, Dave, I hate that I have to keep using it, but it's like the Rocky V of Kick-Ass. Like, it's versus relevant, but then like nothing else. But you know, in the sequel, he's wearing Big Daddy's armor, and I know you said he probably wouldn't be kick-assed up most of the time, but you also went over that there's like people there's one specific guy in Bully who's trying to like take over the whole school through like just like through violence and intimidation and shit, and I feel like that would be something worth kick-assing up for, especially if he does like join the nerds and find out about all this shit, and then like no one in Bully is on the level where they're going to sort of do anything to like armor that we saw in Kick-Ass 1, where he's just like walking around getting shot at and just ignoring it like it's not even happening.
I mean, why not?
Well, I mean, is anybody like hitting with like the same force as a gunshot?
If you smack a dude in the chest with a baseball bat or at the side of the head with a baseball bat, yeah, you're gonna fuck him up even if he's wearing a Kevlar vest.
Yeah, the thing is even bulletproof vests aren't stab proof, and even stab proof vests aren't, bulletproof. The mesh is different in the two different types of armor to help you resist the different kinds of damage.
Yeah, if you wear a Kevlar vest and I hit you in the chest really hard with a wooden baseball bat, I will break your ribs.
Right, but also with like a real world suit of armor, if you shoot me with anything, I'm gonna move. That force is going to still travel through. It's just not gonna pierce me. Whatever Big Daddy was wearing was some crazy shit because he's just ignoring the gunshots. Which is not
but
how
you still have
armor works at all.
You still have a whole school of people who pretty much all of the top tiers, and I would even argue most of the mid tiers can fight better than Dave does, and they're all armed with knives and bats. So is he gonna win? No. I mean, I think he's more likely to be ganged up on and have his fucking armor ripped off and have the living shit kicked out of him. Like, I don't see him really doing a whole lot. We've already established, you said yourself, he fights a couple of people at a time in the second movie, and he usually gets his ass kicked. Well, there are several people who are equivalent to that of Jimmy, who takes on dozens of people at a time and does not get their ass kicked. So the skill level here is significantly different. And just putting on some armor on your chest is really just going to make people call you a nerd while they're beating the fuck out of you. I still think you're going to get hit in the side of the head with a fucking baseball bat. You're still going to get grabbed and thrown around and thrown into walls. I mean, sure, it might not hurt as much, but like, there's only so much you could do. Like, if you wear a Kevlar vest and then jump into a fight with 15 UFC fighters, you're getting the living shit kicked out of you. The Kevlar vest is not going to help
you. Now, if you wear plate mail and you jump in there, they might hurt themselves more than you, but they're still going to fucking hurt you.
Yeah.
You be careful with that. I was in a Renaissance fair, and they had these two knights fighting. You know, they do like the fake knight fights, and there was this guy named Ogre, and they were fighting each other, and a dude started like punching on the top of this guy's head while he was on the ground, and he started caving. Ogre's a big guy; he was almost 300 pounds, and he was caving in the dude's helmet armor. And the guy started screaming like, stop, 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 stop. And then they stopped the fight, and then when they tried to get the helmet off, it was like stuck around his head. And they were basically saying if Ogre would have kept beating down on him, he would have crushed his skull through the fucking helmet.
Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah, well, they fight rough, dude. They fight really rough. They give them like these like swords that aren't like sharp on the edges, but they can actually hit each other really fucking hard with the swords. I've seen there have been people who have had broken ribs, gashes on their legs and arms. At the end of the night, they have a ring of fire where they literally light a ring of fire around like 10 dudes, and they just have 5v5 just go at it, and they all fight, and like dudes will get kicked down and fall on top of the ring of fire, and they'll like get up and they'll be like, oh fuck, that's hot, and they'll just keep fighting. Like they fucking fight, dude. They fight. Yeah, those are cool to watch if you've never been to one. But
right.
Yeah, we can move on.
So
I'm
on
cool.
that note, first off, I want to say to everybody who is blowing up mine, Rouga's, or Alden's DMs, we are not gonna fucking answer you. So don't. If you want to get into the stream, go message in the stream chat. Like, but on that note, I have Mr. M and Charles Nichols, the two people who paid you money to be here.
Nice.
So,
nice.
Peanut, I'm gonna send you back to the audience. I'm gonna unmute
No
the
problem.
two of them, and I think they're doing Warhammer 40k and Halo. So, yeah, enjoy.
Now, is there anybody else who wants to? Are y'all good with 1v1? Because Dan, you said there were a lot of people who were interested in doing it.
There is a lot of people, so
do y'all want to do
I
a
was
2v?
actually,
So we can get
I
through
was
more
going to
people.
ask you.
Do you want to do a 2v2?
I was going to ask you, do you guys want secondary people, because I can bring more in. There's a lot of people who want in.
All right.
Throw around.
Okay. Who? I guess in the chat, who is interested in fighting for 40k and who is interested for fighting Halo? Just type 40k or Halo if you're interested in actually.
And Dan, I sent my Discord handle and it didn't seem like you were seeing the messages. That's why I kicked out the super chat with my thing.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. That's just me reading too many messages.
All right, so there was a $5 donation.
There is a fuck ton of Halos. There's a lot of Halos.
There's a $5 donation. I want to ask how you think Blacklight Virus from Prototype would do in Helldivers.
Blacklick Vipers and Prototype would do from Helldivers. Probably not very good because it's closed off to one planet. If it can't leave the planet, it's not gonna do anything.
All right, guys. Alpha Wolf, you've already been up here because I deleted you from the list. So sorry, but you're not coming in.
Yeah, try and get somebody new.
So
wait, who was Alpha Wolf?
Doug Pumper.
I argued with someone named Doug Pumper.
Yes, you did. I don't remember what it was about because this was a while back in the stream, but I know he was in here.
May I make one point before we start the Halo thing about the plates from Kick-Ass?
Yeah, sure.
The plates are level 4 plates. I've actually dealt with a lot of those. Everyone thinks you're invincible in them. No, if I shoot you with a 9mm, it won't hurt that much. But if I shoot you with pretty much anything, like a 357 Magnum, you're gonna have bruised ribs. You're gonna have it
doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. In the movie, it's shown to be basically bulletproof, where bullets don't really affect it. So you have to take it by its movie counterpart, not necessarily its real world counterpart. But I still think he's gonna.
Yeah, but they're saying he's a cop. They're saying he's like a cop and stuff, and I'm like, he's probably carrying level 4 plates. And I based it off that. I'm like, let's say it's slightly stronger. He's still not surviving much longer.
That's just slightly stronger.
Right.
He's not surviving.
Yeah, he didn't survive that gasoline too good.
So
right past the armor.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, gas flux with metal.
Let Dan do what he's doing. Pick 2 more people.
Yeah. So yeah, I was gonna pick 2 more people. I'm sorry that I can't talk while I scroll up in chat, but I did see one person was messaging a lot, so I'm gonna go scroll and see if I can find them. I think they said for 40K. So if anybody wants to do for Halo, let me know your Discord handle and I'll get you in.
So many people. Wasn't Russian Peanut saying earlier that he wanted to do 40K for a while?
Yeah, but he also doesn't have a mic.
Oh.
No, he has a mic. He uses an alt account. We went over this yesterday.
Oh, sorry.
Tarovan did want to do Vex versus Halo, so I can pull him in for Halo, and I can pull in Asterion Moloch for 40K.
We don't. He want to do Vex versus Halo, but make sure he knows anything about Halo. Just pick one of the people who said that they want to argue for Halo. You got a list of like 20 dudes here who all said Halo. Don't go back and find some dude who's talking about something else.
No, I'm pulling Asterion Moloch in for 40K. Just let me find him in the Discord.
Aw, poor Russian Peanut.
Well, Russian Peanut, do you know about Halo? Like, answer in the chat.
You know there's like a fucking...
Asterion just came in. Yes, I know there's a fucking delay.
There's like a 38-minute delay.
What did you put this on? Low latency?
It's on low latency, yeah.
Okay, so it's only like 5-10 seconds. Russian Peanut says yes, he knows Halo, so I'll pull him up too.
Is he good at Halo? Because he said 40K he wanted to do 40K. Because he said 40K. Yeah, he texted up here 40K. Just pick somebody who wants Halo, who specifically said Halo.
And Losers Club, what's your Discord handle?
Losers Club, what's your Discord handle? Losers Club.
I didn't know Rouga sang.
D-boy.
Bro, I'm a fucking soprano.
There we go.
What you talking about?
There we go. We have 4 people in for now.
Nice. Let's double it up. Let's make it 8, bro. 4v4.
Well, Jonas Ori's like, please, I know my 40K shit. It's my first time in a stream.
All right, now
if you guys really want, I can make it a 3v3.
Guys, we'll have the opportunity to do this. I intend on, just for future, I intend on swapping it out. I might do a tier list one weekend for a stream. I might go do a debate. I don't want. So there's going to be other opportunities to do this. So relax.
And for future reference, I will not be late at the start of the streams.
Thank you. Oh, and also, this stream's only been 3 hours and 41 minutes. We usually stream for like 8 hours, so I don't know if we're gonna stream for.
Like we're probably gonna be around for a bit.
Yeah, you're good. Just because you don't have it yet, we're probably gonna, it'll be good. It'll be good. Not everyone's gonna be able to go, but we're gonna get a lot of people, and this is gonna be an ongoing thing where keep coming to the streams. We'll try and get new people every time, and people will be able to come in.
You keep saying that, but I've already told you who wins in that one.
What? Who? What happened?
Oh, this guy named Crazy Nano keeps going, Pokemon versus My Hero Academia. That's not even a fight.
Oh, man. Yeah, no. Pokemon wins that. I'm sorry. Pokemon has literal gods.
Oh, yeah. They win. No diff. Not even a competition.
And that's something to
your
do with the
profile
Deku
picture
profile.
is
My Hero Academia.
So.
Oh yeah, I love My Hero Academia.
He's about
That's my shit.
So
but even I know they.
So you know they lose. He's about as biased as he gets. Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm like, I love my boy Deku, but he would get his shit kicked in by even someone like
Ash Ketchum.
Fuck.
Okay,
Right.
I will say this.
in.
D-boy, I think you got to put your volume down just a bit.
Yeah, just a tad.
Considerably, it's louder than everybody else by a decent amount. So just
yeah. I was about to say yours is a little louder.
You don't sound bad. It's just loud.
Asterion, you need to turn yours up if you can because you're a little quiet.
How's mine?
You're good.
Blade, you sound fine.
Mr. M sounds
you're
fine.
good.
Okay, good. I just gotta.
Yeah, just
tone
down a
it
little
down.
bit.
4v4 is crazy.
All right,
Yeah.
so I can pull 2 more in for each,
Is that
but
better, or do you want it lower?
No. Well,
no, you're good.
I don't mind. I think doing 2-on-2 is pretty good because it allows more people to debate. But if you do 4v4, it's just fucking madness.
It just gets chaotic. Yeah.
That could be fun. We might do a 4v4 later. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
All right.
But for
So
now,
if I'm not mistaken, it's M and Asterion for Halo and Blade and DeBoy for 40k.
No, I'm
No, I'm
Okay,
doing
so it's
Halo.
M and DeBoy for Halo, and Blade and Asterion for 40k. There we go. All right, start. Go.
So
Do
before
things.
we actually like launch into this proper, preface this, right? Because I know Halo. If we talk about, oh, well, you've got the Forerunners, you've got the Flood at the height of their power, humanity pre-fall of the Flood, the Forerunner Empire. The numbers get just ludicrous. So are we just talking like in-game / book Halo feats, or are we talking like height of everything's power?
Well, I feel like
not use height of the power.
Well, hold up. Wouldn't you have to? Because it would depend on who they're using in Warhammer 40k.
Oh yeah,
I was thinking current like actual 41st millennium Imperium of Man.
Honestly,
I
I think
Millennium, because I don't really want to do 31st because that brings in a whole can of worms with bringing Gilliman into the equation, and you can't make Gilliman go up against Halo without Gilliman somehow beating Halo.
So we'll just go with the 40th millennium then. We'll go with just post Horus Heresy.
You know, like right before the fall of Cadia, we just not past fall of Cadia because that brings in the Citrix Malediction.
So Space Marines are going to be the ultra rare. I got it. So Space Marines.
No, Space Marines will not be rare.
Space Marines will be more common now than they were after the fall of Cadia because so many chapters died not only at Cadia, but at Baal Primus and Secundus during the Siege of Baal.
I don't want to give us too much of an advantage too because Gilliman is a major power increase.
And with Gilliman, the Primaris Marines were just everywhere.
Also, that bring in the Lion too.
Ain't nobody touching the Lion.
So if you're using 40th Millennium Imperium of Man, you can do either for Halo, and I don't think it gets too out of hand either way. The thing is, you'd have to use the entirety of the Halo universe just against the Imperium of Man.
So that's the interesting thing.
Whoa. Hold on.
Halo. Oh, go ahead.
So,
Halo.
Before we all get like way too out of hand, I want to say something that might make a few people a bit mad, but I think the Covenant alone would be able to survive in 40k, not like win.
I don't.
But,
All right,
survive.
the debate has opened.
Okay.
Survival. We're
Okay,
not going with winning. Survival, right?
I don't
just
think
just surviving, not winning.
I don't think the Covenant brings anything to the table that either the Inquisition or even the Guardsmen haven't seen and fought before.
All right, so if we're going
I'm not saying they do. I'm not saying they do, but they wouldn't need to bring anything more.
No, the Blade. It's a Tau situation where they can't actually kill the Covenant due to their commitments. They could fit in as a minor faction like the Tau do.
But that's what's wild about the Tau, though. The Tau exist because their guns are more effective than the Imperium.
We're only throwing the Imperium in here. We're not throwing fucking every bullshit. It's fucking and space elves moving at Mach 3 because that's how they fucking are.
I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. M.
He's probably the Harlequins, if I had to guess, because they do have some weird speed.
No, your average space elf is apparently like a blur to your average space marine. they're not hitting with enough force to kill him, but they're moving at such a speed it's hard for the fucking Space Marine
Well,
to keep
be
up.
fair, it's a blur for a normal human, and with Space Marines, it's like kind of a weird thing with their sights where they're just slightly faster than their reaction.
Yeah, so it's all right. So we're just throwing the Imperium, and we're just seeing if Halo can survive, right?
No. I'm doing
Head-to-head?
not. Hold on. Go
Because
ahead.
if we're throwing,
Yeah, no, before you guys keep going, one thing that I did neglect to mention, because this is different from the format that we have been doing for the rest of the stream, if Ruga needs to interject or if there are super chats, you guys, if you hear one of the three people with the mod symbol talking, you guys need to stop for a minute.
Yes, sir.
All right, fair enough.
By me. So
Okay.
We're waiting for B-Blade to speak up.
You can go. Go ahead.
Like the
go ahead.
Imperium, I'm reactionary.
All right, so I'm gonna open up with the fucking in Powerhouse. I was with just all of Halo in general. I'm gonna say is that Halo can survive, but it's kind of gonna be one of those things where it's like survival is a very or by the very strictest limitation of they're surviving because they're still alive, not they're surviving and thriving.
They wouldn't thrive. They can't in 40k universe. The Sea of Souls is corrupted.
But I would say is that that like with what the fucking is that one thing I remember or hearing is that the Halo universe would probably thrive the most, would be able to fight the best against the bugs, and they'd probably get absorbed into the Imperium some way or another, although they'd be heavily viewed as heretics.
The
problem
Imperium.
with you say Blade first, and then I'll say my part with the bugs.
I don't see either the UNSC, the Covenant, or even the Forerunners particularly doing well against the Tyranids of 40k, only because the way the Tyranids work is so much more aggressive than the Hive. The Hive has always seemed more of a passive threat, especially with current Halo, whereas the Tyranids are constantly just rampaging. They own everything outside of the Sol system.
Yes, but they're very weak against things such as fire.
Mr. M, I was going to say my part next. But the Blade, I have to disagree on the Forerunners part. The Forerunners were OP powerful. They only lost because the freaking Flood are near godlike. But in the case of the Tyranids, they just are too high in a number for anything the UNSC could throw at them to really stop them in any large degree.
Oh yeah, the UNSC would get absolutely decimated in 40k. I'll admit that myself, because even the Guard have better weapons than what even most UNSC have. I think the lasgun is a far superior weapon to anything the UNSC might have, at least on the average scale.
5.56. Just 5.56 ain't nothing.
But I think the Covenant, I think the main reason the Covenant would be able to survive is because pretty much every single Covenant unit in the entire roster can use plasma weapons in one way or another. And the only reason the Covenant doesn't seem as powerful in the games is because we're playing as fucking the Master Chief, John Halo.
They aren't even that strong when you're the ODSTs, though.
I know, but even in the game, technically, you're losing throughout all 3 games.
Exactly.
Yes, that is. Someone just donated.
Yeah, no, we'll deal with the donations. Thank you,
All right,
Mr.
Sorry, I'm watching this on 2 platforms.
I
But
do have to ask what the point of your argument is. I'm trying to figure out what you're trying to argue.
Well, okay. You were the guys that brought it up in the first place, so I don't.
I jumped in here because I'm happy to talk about Warhammer 40k.
Yeah, the argument was originally just space. Was essentially from what the guy kept writing in here. It was Imperium of Man versus Halo Universe. I'm pretty sure.
My bad. That was my submission. That was my thing you read off.
I think
just
it's
the
just Imperium of Mankind.
Okay,
where
then.
they've
So
got
anything in
trillions
modern
of
Halo would get
No,
annihilated.
it's not trillions. I answer that. It is quadrillions.
Well, no, I was gonna say where they have millions of worlds with trillions of people on each world. So
No, not trillions on each world. It depends on the world, but Terra alone holds a quadrillion.
Okay,
Over
so if
quadrillion.
that's the case, then anything in modern Halo is getting annihilated. You would have to
There's
go.
literally, if it's just the Imperium of Man, and let's say that the Sea of Souls is not corrupted. The Far of the Eldari did not rip a hole in the galaxy, because that would the only way that Halo could really the entirety of the Halo universe could fight Warhammer, the Imperium of Man. And in that case, then there is quite literally no way in hell that Halo can really do much against the Imperium of Man.
I will bring this up is because this is a massive point that I've always. Go ahead, Dan.
Okay.
Sorry.
So I was just gonna read out the super chat that we got. Pancreas No Work did a video on this, and the Covenant survives, but it's funny to think that an elite would call a Space Marine a heretic because they don't worship the Forerunners, and the Space Marine would just look confused.
Yeah, that's kind of funny.
So that was $20 from Jordan Mason.
That's actually where I got the idea of the whole Covenant surviving thing was from Pancreas No Work.
The main thing about
May I bring up my point?
Oh, you go
before
first,
I
then
let
I'll
you?
say one.
Yeah,
Alright.
M was about to talk before I was reading out the super chat, so.
Yeah.
So the
Go ahead.
biggest flex that the entire UNSC has, and pretty much everyone in war, unlike Warhammer, where they have to go through space hell with where there's like we'll send 100 ships and maybe one will get through. We don't fucking know. It's not an exact science. Compared to Halo, where it's like we just go through slip space. There's not a chance of failure. We just boom, we're there. Or snap your fingers, we're there. Or which I think is a massive thing that Warhammer forgets is that yes, you're bigger. Yes, you have more people. But on a logistical scale, the UNSC can thrive by doing hit and run tactics the entire time because the Imperium can't thrive against that.
They
never
do thrive.
Sorry.
Okay, here's one thing that I.
Asterion, some of the chat's complaining that your volume's still a little low, so just put up just a bit.
Bring it up even higher.
Am I still doing good, or am I too loud?
Yeah,
No,
you're
good, boy.
You're a bit
fine.
loud,
Okay,
but you're
good.
still good.
You're good.
You're at about Alden's level, so it's fine.
Oh, sweet. I'm that loud. That's cool. Sorry.
Okay, good.
Okay, so
No, Alden's just a bitch.
For your argument is predicated on them their survivability is based off of hit and run tactics, and that the Imperium can't deal with it. Which their speed is their only real advantage, but at what point? But that only helps them survive. They don't start to win. They don't start to do any counters because they can't take Imperium in a stand-up.
No, I never said they win.
But the main thing about the Imperium is Imperium cannot really fight an offensive war. All of its wars are nearly completely defensive. Even Crusades are very much defensive wars, trying to reclaim old planets that they lost. Even during the Old Night, let's say that they're basically put into a universe right next to Halo. That would mean they'd actually be able to heal, because the Imperium never was able to heal after Old Night, even during the Great Crusade.
Yes. You go, D-boy.
Okay. The thing is, I do think depending on where you put them in the 40K galaxy, I think the UNSC could survive if you put them in a relatively calm section of the 40K galaxy. I feel like they could, like be able to put down their roots and get their bearings, so that way they can start like and I think they'd actually could reverse engineer a bunch of 40K technology, because they were able to reverse engineer Covenant and Forerunner technology, so I don't see why they wouldn't be able to do the same with 40K stuff if given enough time.
The major problem with that is there is no calm part of the galaxy that they could inhabit that isn't already inhabited.
There's like bubbles in the warp where even the Imperium has straight up lost an agri world, or like a dozen different agri worlds
That is
in
true,
a
but
system.
a single planet is not enough to be the UNSC. For somehow them to be transplanted there, that would require them to be like in an orbital galaxy around the main Milky Way, because those exist in real life. Theoretically, that is the only way that could it really exist. The main thing I'm a bit confused at is now we're kind of somehow talking about where we're trying to transplant the UNSC or other Halo factions into Warhammer 40k.
I'm not. I'm saying is that
Oliver Klozoff has got a good point to try to help out the Halo side. He says the Tau Empire might actually take in the USNC and help them out.
Yeah, that's true.
That is one thing.
Oni might be a bit of a problem.
Oh yeah, Oni definitely wouldn't really like that.
The problem. That is the problem.
Oni's fun.
One thing, guys, if you're gonna bring up something like a named entity like Oni, you can't assume that just everybody knows. Like, I get the 4 people in the chat know, but at least give a bit of a description.
Intelligence organization.
Oh,
Humans is
imagine them as
organization.
Imagine it as everything you think you know and everything we know from the outside view. Imagine that as you're the chief of Oni, because almost nobody, like someone learned that Spartan 2s existed. Oni killed that guy, his family, everyone that he talked to, and it pretty much set the standard for Oni procedure.
Yeah,
if you find anything they don't want you to know, you die. Everyone you know dies. Your entire publication dies.
Also, the Spartans, the people they abducted, they replaced with clones that would die after a year of seemingly natural causes.
Yeah.
That's Oni. They are the worst. They're the best at what they do, except what they do is pretty much the ultra super spy. They're the equivalent of the what are they called in the fucking Warhammer verse? I'm forgetting.
They'd be like a weird equivalent of the Inquisition.
Inquisition.
Except somehow less effective.
I always saw them as like the CIA, FBI, and like NSA had one giant, angry, omniscient baby.
They act like they're a fusion between the Administratum and the Inquisition, really.
Yeah. Anyway, so the big thing is that I'm not saying that Halo, where we put Halo or anything, I'm saying is that Halo could survive based purely on hit and run tactics, being in one place for a short enough amount of time to get some food, bail out before the Imperium has time to send anyone on or use the warp doll. Because for all they know, for all the Imperium knows, it's just an accident. And because remember, whole worlds are lost because some dude forgot to put a 1 or a 0 after, or put his name on a piece of paper, right?
Sometimes they're actually sabotaged too.
I just thought of something that I feel like would actually reduce their chances of surviving, specifically the UNSC and anyone who uses it, is AI, because the Inquisition would go hard for them.
Oh yeah, that
but
actually
all AI kills itself.
No, but you must understand, if the Imperium hears a whisper of AI, you have the entire Mechanicus coming in with every forge fleet in existence to freaking ransack your civilization. There's nothing stopping them. They will not stop.
So on that note, Jordan Mesa donated $20 again. The Covenant has better tech than the Imperium. An example is slip space. It takes hours, but it beats going through hell and probably ending up in the wrong time. And plasma guns, if you overload a plasma, it just overheats.
Well, the thing is the Imperium has plasma weaponry. They've got, they've got plasma heavy bolters, and on top of that, the thing that everyone keeps forgetting about going through, the warp is, it's unpredictable, but it's fucking hilarious when you show up before you left.
That reminds me of a ship, a Dark Age of Technology ship from the Heights of Mankind showed up in modern 40k, and it just couldn't be stopped because it could, do things like teleport ships inside of other ships.
Yeah,
so it has the orc gun technology in itself?
Basically, it was an AI that all its crew had been killed, and it just disappeared eventually when it got sick of everyone.
It murdered a bunch of, I believe they were, it was like Ultramarines and Tech Priests.
Yeah.
It murdered them with onboard computers and weaponry, said, y'all are fucking idiots, and then just jumped back out.
I'll come back another couple of decades.
So pretty much just awesome dudes who take the L, loser, leaves, refuses to elaborate further.
It called them like uncivilized barbarians that aren't even a shadow of humanity's former glory, and then just fucked off with itself forever again.
It probably left the galaxy.
And got eaten by the Tyranids.
Wouldn't have been eaten. It's inorganic. They tend to ignore necrons too.
Oh yeah, they hate fighting those.
So yeah, they get nothing in return.
Is that the chances of Halo surviving pretty much depend on one, the flood, which I'm not sure. Like they'd probably just send a group of salamanders and the flood's done. For two.
No, you must understand. If the flood gets out of containment and spreads anywhere beyond a single world, and unless the Imperium gets that under immediate quarantine, the flood will kill everyone.
Except the flood is also.
I don't think the flood will have that much success, especially against something like a hive city.
If it spreads past a single world, and if it gets on a hive city, everyone is screwed. No,
hive cities are their own contained things, though.
No, you must understand. The lore of the flood makes it nearly unstoppable.
Yeah, it's pretty much you either annihilate everything around it, which is why you use Halo rings. But the problem becomes also is that they absorb the intelligence of everyone they touch. So imagine they touch one High Lord. Everything that High Lord, his family, everything ever recorded is now under the Flood's control. So let's say, oh, we have the secret code. No, you fucking don't. We know that code because we absorbed the dude who knew it.
If it expands beyond a proto hive mind, the Imperium is screwed.
Yeah.
Gordon Meso gave you another $5, Rouga. The difference in plasma guns is if an Imperium plasma gun overheats, it explodes and kills you, while the Covenants just need to cool down.
It's also if you mistreat the machine experiment and machine spirit. That's kind of a lore thing that's no one's exactly sure about because machine spirits are real to some degree.
Machine spirits are real in real life.
Just remember though, the Space Wolves actually take it as sport to pick up their opponent's weapons and kill them with them.
Yeah, that's true, but also that's the Space Wolves. They're a bit freaking weird. They got Rune Priest and all that.
Well, I'm just saying they would get the weapons and just start murdering them with their own weapons just to have fun.
Don't the Space Wolves have their own special? Don't the Space Wolves have their own special version of warp magic too? Like no one knows why they just do.
It's bull crap, and they're either just people who don't want to acknowledge they're actually using the warp, or they're somehow a freaking nascent warp god that's on Fenris.
And as far as the flood goes, for like if they tried to get a foothold, I think there's a couple of things in 40K and the Imperium specifically that works to their advantage. For one thing, the average Imperium citizen probably can barely fucking read. It can't read. If they're just getting Hive City, if it gets into a Hive City, yeah, it might get a navigator, but that doesn't mean they're going to be able to magically get into the warp to travel.
No,
you're assuming it has to consume the knowledge. That is my understanding of how the flood works.
It's not that it doesn't have.
It's incredibly slow to reaction. So if it does not react fast enough, that single flood thing will turn into basically a multi-system wide infection that will just take out everyone.
Yeah, it's going to be like exponential growth. One begets
they're slow to react to things that don't involve like something that would piss off the Inquisition, but the Ordo Xenos, I feel, would be on that.
So
as soon as it grew.
Yeah, but
no, the problem is that due to how slow the Imperium is, it might take them 5 years to react to that, even at their fastest.
Yeah.
So basically, the flood, if it gets enough biomass, becomes essentially a god, and if it gets sorry. There are several stages to it, and the first one that you'll usually see is a grave mind, and if it gets to a grave mind state, it's already a strategic genius. If it gets past that into a proto mind state, or even past the proto mind state,
other way around.
Oh, right, sorry.
It's proto mind, grave mind, and final one is key mind.
Yes, thank you. So if it gets to a proto mind state, it's already a strategic genius. If it gets to a grave mind state, it means that it has already developed inter-system travel and has infected way too much biomass. If it gets to a key mind state, it would be the equivalent of a Warhammer Chaos God, if I'm not mistaken.
It would make Zinch look like Gork and Mork.
No,
also, Jordan Meso gave another $10. Machine spirits are the AI, the Mechanicus just lie to hide it, like how Lehman Russ tried to say, despite all evidence, that his rune priests aren't psychers when they clearly are.
I do have to
I smell a heretic in the chat.
Key mind it wouldn't be exactly equivalent to a Chaos God, and it wouldn't be equivalent to whatever the hell the Emperor is. It'd be more equivalent to a seemingly slightly above minor Chaos God, kind of like Malal.
That opens up another question, though: is how would the Flood interact with Chaos?
The Flood, well,
I just
I think
remembered
I think
this
it
about
would.
Keymind, sorry.
they can't
So,
really
something-
because. Oh, sorry. You go.
I was reading something because I have one of the older books. I don't know how old, but I was reading and I found a passage, and it was talking about how Keyminds also create infinite mass. They essentially become eldritch gods, more or less, as they can create an infinite mass. Which you've already got something that is strategic genius and reacts at in anywhere in the universe. It's reacting at the same time. Where compared to the Imperium, if it learned something, it's probably been like 10, 20 years since it happened. The Grave Mind and Keymind have already heard that, and it just happened 2 seconds ago. You're dealing with 20-year your reaction time too. I know.
I have something to add
What?
to that, Mr. I do not remember the exact topic or specific source, but the Forerunners, when they were fighting the Flood in their last days, they looked at the skies and the stars looked wrong. The Flood was actively warping reality.
Yeah. So once they reach Keymind stage, they
it's past Keymind stage where that starts happening. Like you need like multiple Keyminds, but at a certain point they start warping reality itself beyond anything that even orcs could do if all the entire galaxy was filled with orcs.
So basically, they at a certain point they get their own form of chaos corruption.
No, they're past chaos corruption. They are quite literally equivalent to a Catan that ate every single Catan and more.
Which is a ridiculous statement because unlike Chaos Gods, we need to work.
God.
Yeah, so unlike Chaos Gods, where we need to work to get into a physical universe, the Catan are just like, no, I control the universe, I control elements of it. Except
they have to
instead
eat,
of one of
eat suns and souls.
Yeah.
Well, souls are basically just a slightly more tasty sun.
Yeah, so pretty much. So the Flood would definitely probably strive in that universe because the moment they get dropped on pretty much any world, even if it wasn't of major importance, they'd start taking over rather rapidly due to the very low quality of life on them.
Well, quality of life isn't the factor; it's the fact that they are.
No, if you don't have any way to control your spread. So like let's say Necromunda, and I know Necromunda is a bad example, but
it's Necromunda.
Let's say
It's Necromunda. It's never a bad example.
So Necromunda, let's say you get it down, you just drop one spore off to the lower levels. No one has any real way to deal with that. Like,
actually,
there's no.
One of the factions in Necromunda has access to an intact STC that leaks radiation, but all of them have highly advanced power armor. But so if that's theoretically it started a small infection near them, they could deal with it. But other than that, yeah, the entire Hype City's screwed.
Which means
yeah, Jordan Meso is contributing to this conversation by just giving donations. So
I like this man.
Remember when the Flood got to advanced hive mind, only Cortana, a literal AI, also the smartest AI in the Halo universe, could outsmart it. If the Flood got an Inquisitor or a Psyker, it's going to be nigh impossible to defeat it.
Also,
maybe Necron.
That's assuming that the Flood are going to instantly get warp fuckery powers the minute they consume somebody, though. But they don't eat the soul, and that's how they access the warp.
They don't need to eat the soul. They just need to control the body and create a gestalt consciousness that, like how the Emperor is.
The Emperor's primordial, though. He's not a primordial. He's a perpetual, just like Vulcan.
Was a perpetual. Now he's a gestalt consciousness made up of thousands upon thousands of screaming psychers.
All right, I'm gonna drop a little Halo lore here. The Flood are tiny pieces of Halo gods. Corrupt pieces, but they are tiny pieces of Halo gods. So if one infects you, they are corrupted versions. But if one infects you, you are basically being infected by a divine plague.
Well, actually, the thing is, I don't know if this is like confirmed, so this might be speculation, but I wanted to bring it up that like the Flood is like basically not even like fragments of the precursors, but just like normal precursors corrupted. And the only reason that the Forerunners were able to get the Halo rings off in the first place was because the Flood let them, and they were just like trying to teach them some kind of convoluted lesson or something. But I don't know if that's true. I just heard about it a lot, and
Flood is complicated. You could make 50 theories, and all 50 of them could be wrong.
The Flood does
or all
infect the
50 of
soul,
them could
because
be
if it's
right.
part of a god, it's going to infect your soul. That's kind of how demonic possession works. It's hijacking not your body, but your soul. And if we're basing it off a god, it's probably taking over your soul too. So it's probably taking a psyker soul.
It's probably taking the psyker soul and forming into a gestalt consciousness, like I had mentioned with the Emperor. Because soul merging very much is a thing in 40k.
Yeah, because the Emperor's just Ken Shaman in a trench coat, and I don't care if it's retcon. It's still my canon.
Might be retcon, but he definitely is
Funny
thousands
as
upon
fuck.
thousands.
Love
He is
that.
definitely thousands upon thousands upon thousands. Actually, no, millions at this point. Millions of screaming psyker children.
Yeah, well, maybe they shouldn't have been psychers, fucking weirdos.
To be fair, psychers.
Much rather be a blank than a psyker. Let's be honest.
Yeah,
I'd rather just be a blank. Being a psyker would be ass.
But what would happen if Erebus gets your hands on you and turns you into a freaking weird demon blank combination that can kill the Emperor?
I would consider myself, even in 40k, to be the most unlucky individual because I had to be near Erebus. Because he is the worst thing to happen in 40k, including Horus.
To be fair, I hate Erebus.
Magnus did nothing wrong. Erebus did something wrong.
Man,
No,
I
so
love Angron.
We've
So
completely deviated.
No, so
from Halo
UNSC
and
probably gets UNSC probably gets their ass fucked.
Yes.
Probably survive a little bit, but they're probably gonna end up dying eventually.
They could try for a time,
Covenant-
not very long.
Let me ask the classic Halo v40k question then. Spartan versus generic, like Gen 2 Spartan, like a Spartan 2 versus your generic Space Marine.
Well,
How many years
before we get to the Space Marine versus Spartan thing,
generic Spartan?
No, Asterion. Before we get to that, Jordan Meso gave another $10. This man is dropping so much money on you, Rouga.
Jesus.
I need to up him.
You need to shoot that man. He has
A psyker has a gene that gives them their connection to the immaterium, so it can definitely be harvested and used, and would use their psychic power to alter minds to make spreading easier.
Oh,
I believe that's a point in favor of the Flood.
Actually, the thing is, when the Flood reaches the grave mind level, and they start making pure forms and shit, that isn't just like random biomass they put into the shape of a Flood form. That's like actual DNA from other creatures they've infected in the past. So they would actually probably be able to make every single Flood form a psyker, if that's true.
Created by,
not to be outdone, Mr. M just gave you $100, Rouga. Said, I will not be outdone.
God, this has got to be the easiest fucking money I ever made in my life.
Yeah, you're not even fucking talking.
Just fucking sitting here.
Like you haven't said a word in the past like 10-20 minutes.
Yeah,
no, but
Rouga literally hasn't even said a word, and it's just raking in money.
Okay, I appreciate all of you. I really do. No, okay, so it seems like you guys were talking about the Halo versus Warhammer. It's kind of shifted over to individual Spartan versus individual Space Marine. Have you guys come to kind of a conclusion on who would win versus universe?
Yeah, it's 40k. Yeah, of course Halo can survive for a time that could be upwards of maybe a century, maybe more if you're stretching it. But yeah, Halo will succumb eventually. Do you agree on that, you guys?
Yeah, I think most in general Halo loses. And at best, modern Halo can survive, but nothing more.
They don't survive.
So
I say it really comes down to where does the Flood get dropped? Because it gets dropped on a hive city, Warhammer's fucked.
So so it sounds like DeBoy and Mr. M lost because they were saying that he could. Well, you won because you were saying that he could survive, and they were saying they couldn't.
Yes.
Yeah. I definitely think they could survive. I don't think they would win, not by any means.
But the original concept of the argument was if they could survive.
Yeah, I think the whole like just Halo as a universe was a little too broad because like there's a lot.
it's a too broad. Can we just narrow it down to Covenant and the Covenant and the UNSC? Yeah, let's just
Yeah,
discuss
if we
those
narrow it
two.
down to just that, I feel like
Just those
they. Okay, I think there's something interesting to be said that if we put both the Covenant and the UNSC into 40K, because when the Flood showed up, the Covenant was, well, I wouldn't say more than happy, but they were willing to ally with the UNSC against the Flood when they showed up. So I have a feeling that they would probably team up after some sort of great schism in. Well, I don't know. I
Yeah.
think the only reason the elites teamed up with the humans in the first place was because the prophets betrayed them by replacing them with the
Charity
brutes.
got overrun by every single flood form, and freaking hell, it got turned into would have turned into a key mind if High Charity didn't get destroyed.
Yeah, so I think it's, if you remove the flood, it's probably gonna be they survive for or X amount of period. Who the fuck knows? But it's not gonna be
I feel like if it's the actual like OG Covenant, like Halo 1 and 2, like full almost as zealot as 40K into their belief, pre-schism, all that, I don't think the Covenant's going to switch to hit and run tactics fast enough to survive. I think a couple of ships get away, but they're gonna ram their head straight into the first human outpost they find and get just
and find out that this world is dog eat dog and the Imperium ain't dead yet.
There's just a billion angry guardsmen waiting for some
Best case
shit.
scenario for the Covenant is it fractures into a bunch of remnant groups that survive for a relatively long period of time, but the main Covenant will definitely just get obliterated.
Yeah, so I think it's a loss for UNSC, loss for the Covenant, and a win. And if we factor in a flood, but that's only for survival. By standards of who wins, it's never going to be like Halo universe. We could give them like 20 team up, and then it's like, well, yeah, but fucking the Imperium is the Imperium.
All right.
I will
Well,
say that-
Jordan Meso gave another $20 to continue being part of this discussion. If it's all of Halo, including the Forerunners, then Halo is winning because of race at their very weakest compared to the War in Heaven's Necrons just showed up, especially since their suits give them scientific psychic powers.
Actually, with the Necrons getting brought up, that does bring up an interesting point. If any of the factions really pissed on the Necrons' boots, they could just say, fuck whatever star you're closest to and create a supernova in an instant.
Wouldn't it, hold on, wouldn't the only reason they don't really use that in the first place was because they're worried about making a chain reaction of fucking
Yeah, but if you shit on
supernovas?
someone's boots hard enough, they're gonna stop caring real fast.
They don't know.
I suppose.
They don't know what will happen if they activate too many. Basically, is the reason they don't use it, because they just don't know.
It's the same problem we encountered with the original atomic bomb. We haven't used it before, so we don't actually know how the fuck it works. But in theory, and that's pretty much the big problem, is that in theory, and the Necrons are probably still at the in theory, and they really don't want to find out in practicality.
The Necrons are not at their full power. I'm not saying they lost a lot of people. They obviously did that. But the main problem with the Necrons is they sealed away their technology that allowed them to defeat the Catan.
They're still a little sleepy.
They're still a little sleepy, but they also sealed away the technology they used to break the Catan because the technology was so dangerous that it quite literally would break people's mind when they saw it. Even Necron minds.
There's even there are shards of the Catan that are active. Tries in the Infinite, for example, he has a shard of a Catan.
It's the Deceiver.
Yep.
Oh yeah, he would doesn't he feed it shards of itself as rewards for it telling its Trizin stuff?
He also talks to it.
He's a little bit of a psycho.
That's what he does.
What cannibal dog bullshit is this?
This is the same man who keeps a legion of
Yes. Can I say this real quick to Mr. M? Mr. M, you must understand the Catans were shattered by the most powerful thing you can think of. I don't know what it was. It's never been explained. It's sealed in a vault. But they used to shatter their gods into pieces because gods of real space cannot be killed, only broken.
And
yeah, I know.
Hold
but
on.
Still, what the fuck? Imagine if you told that to someone in real life. Yeah, so I feed this human and parts of human, and when it starts telling me stuff I like, Like, like imagine explain
No,
if you told
it's
that
not
to another
just
human, you'd be fucking killed.
it's not just other Catan parts. It's like parts of itself. So it's like cutting off his hand and
Oh,
fitting him to.
that makes it better.
Also, another thing is they did kill a single Catan, but when they killed it, it removed a law of the universe.
Yeah, it turns out killing up a physical aspect of reality is kind of a big deal.
Okay, but the Catan were kind of dicks. They needed to go. They made Krorks. Let's be real here.
Wait, no.
Yeah, and
the Catan didn't make Krorks. That was the old ones.
Oh,
No,
yeah, that was the old ones.
You're right. My bad. Wrong faction.
The old ones made. The old ones need to go because they made fucking in Eldar space elves, and they made but then it's lesser than by they made Krorks.
The last one died in the Eater of Slanesh.
Well,
Yeah, so-
wasn't there like some kind of theory that the Tyranids were in an old one creation to wipe the galaxy clean?
It is theorized they're a defensive measure, but we don't know because they were all attracted by the Pharaoh's device. They were not attracted by like anything else. Otherwise, they would have arrived way sooner.
Listen, the Tyranids are just a fat woman at a goddamn Golden Corral buffet. Okay,
it's kind of like the Yuzhang Vong from Star Wars.
They just kind of fucking came in.
Aren't those the anti-force creatures from Star Wars? I don't know that Star Wars.
Another $20 from Jordan Meso. Remember, Master Chief's new Mjolnir armor was compared to a hazmat suit, not armor, a hazmat suit, and every faction currently in 40k is a shadow of their former selves. And if all the Necrons came together, everyone loses.
Yes, that is exactly how that ends.
That's exactly why I asked if before the conversation even started was what time are we talking about? Because Golden Age humanity, we don't even know what they could do.
We can guess to we
know that there's an AI that hates modern age humanity.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, I do too.
We do know some of what they had.
The first Titan ever created came by, popped up out of the warp, fucked some shit up because it'd been possessed by chaos after a millennium of hell.
No,
and then
it wasn't possessed by chaos. It was a demon that had been basically brainwashed by the AI before consuming the AI to thinking it was the AI, but it was actually a demon, and it just never realized that.
But there was one thing I wanted to say when we brought up Trizen, because like in like Halo and stuff, he would immediately see High Charity, and there would be one hell of a Pokeball to have.
I think he'd be more interested in that Forerunner tech. That's some interesting stuff. He definitely put that in his museum.
Oh yeah, he would definitely like try and Pokeball a fucking Halo ring or something. I don't
He'd
know.
steal Master Chief and just put his ass in stasis forever.
How this conversation is going.
Put the Master Chief in the shooter.
I do like how this conversation is going, but I do have to bring up the point, despite that my own interest in where this conversation is going, that we have pretty much finished the argument. We have finished whatever debate we had, and now we're just kind of talking about cool stuff of the respective universe. So I may ask if, for the sake of said stream that might or may not be still going on due to the boredom of many, that maybe we should perhaps finish this out as respectful people.
What are y'all talking about?
I actually really appreciate you saying that, Asterion, but I think Rouga has something he wants to say.
What's up? What y'all talking about? How's it going?
He was taking a nap.
No, I wasn't taking it. I was just fucking around right here. I was listening to what you guys were saying, but like I would have been. I don't. This is if y'all are talking about one universe I don't know and one universe I know, I can kind of interject, but I don't know either of these things. So I basically had nothing to add. So I wasn't gonna bother you. When you guys were just talking about cool shit, you might as well be talking fucking Chinese to me. I thought y'all were still debating. I don't know what the fuck y'all are talking about. I don't even know who the Necrons are, so it's like, okay.
Necrons are basically...
No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good.
But
robots
no, on that note, I
40K.
was actually about to suggest something very similar to what Asterion was saying, so that we can get more people in.
So we came to a conclusion. Everybody knows who won and who didn't, or whatever.
Yeah, Mr.
Halo can survive.
All right, cool.
There's no need for another summary. I'm good. It was nice talking with y'all.
That was fun.
All right, glad you guys enjoyed it.
All right. If the four of you can see yourselves out, chat. What the fuck do you want to do next?
No. I talked to someone already while they were communicating. A guy wanted to argue 40k.
Okay, I'll just be out.
I'll see you, man. Someone wanted to argue 40k against Helldivers or Doom, and I told him he can go next. I forgot what his name is,
Who
though.
was that?
I forgot. He told me, but I forgot. Hey, if you're still here, post down below.
I have a few people in here who wanted to do Helldivers and who wanted to talk about like training and shit.
Okay, well, I already promised this guy earlier that I would do. The choice is mine. The choice is mine.
I know it's yours. I know it's yours. I told chat earlier. I don't have final say. You do.
Yeah, the choice is mine. No, his name is the choice is mine.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't being. You thought I was being a dick, being like the choice is mine. Like, who the fuck talks like that? No, his name. He's telling me his name is the choice is mine.
No, I found him. There we go.
Just thought I was being a complete asshole. Like, no, Dan, get in your fucking place. The choice is mine. Jesus. Okay.
Well, welcome. The choice is mine. The choice is Rouga's. So fuck you.
Always.
Jesus. Okay, so just to make this a little more interesting. What's up?
He has a good mic right off the bat.
Yeah, it's nice. We all correct. Okay, so to make this more interesting, because I actually kind of liked the 2v2. I think it was more engaging than a 1v1. Does anybody want to join us? Because he wanted to talk about Warhammer 40k versus either Doom or Helldivers. I'll be honest with you, I'm tired of talking about Helldivers, but I'll talk about Doom. I could do a Doom versus Warhammer 40k debate. That does it for me.
Oh. Wait, before you do that, we got 2 more super chats. Jordan Meso, remember the Forerunners considered binary primitive, the stuff even Dark Age humans used, and when a Forerunner explorer found an old Force ship, was shocked they ever used it, and don't mention the domain. Mr. M donated $5. We had the most calm fans from Halo and 40k. I was expecting to get angry. You know what? That is very fair. I was expecting a lot more heat in that last debate. Ruga said he likes the 2v2 idea, so if there are people who want for Warhammer 40k and Doom, you said?
Yeah. I'd rather talk about Doom than Helldivers. I talked enough about Helldivers. I mean, we could do Helldivers again later, but I liked the idea that I was given an option, and I'm gonna pick Doom. So, who in the chat knows a lot about Warhammer 40k and would like to assist? The choice is yours. And who knows a lot about Doom and would like to assist me? If there aren't any people that know a lot about Doom, I could just do a 2v1. I don't mind. But
Tarovan the Glorious or Russian Peanut has been begging for this for ages. So
Russian Peanut. I saw him begging for a while.
I'm gonna let him in.
Yeah, let him in.
And then who wants to do Doom? Anthony Leon, what's your Discord handle? You're the first one I saw, so.
First come, first serve, bitches.
Hey, I mean, I have the power. Anthony, Doom. Discord handle.
I know a decent bit about Doom, but I've read a lot more books in Warhammer, and I play a lot more Warhammer games. So
there aren't that many books on Doom. There's a couple of non-canon comic books that really don't matter all that much. Pretty much all the lore it takes place in the main games.
All right, there you go. So for the 2 of you who are trying to get in right now, it should appear as a big prompt on the middle of your screen. There you go. You guys got it.
All right. So, let's before we get started, let's narrow it down. What exactly are we talking about? Are we talking about universe versus universe, Doomslayer in 40k, 40k surviving the demonic invasion? What are we talking about?
Yeah, that's a hard place to narrow down, right? There again, do we narrow down to just 40k, 41st? Do we do 30k?
Well, that's gonna be okay. So what you pick is I don't know anything about 40k. So whatever you pick, just pick whatever time period you feel like talking about the most. And we'll go from there.
Okay. Let me think about it for just a second.
So yeah, the choice is mine and Tarovan. The 2 of you are doing Warhammers, so come to a consensus on that. Gaben, I guess you're here to help Rouga with Doom.
Okay. Wait, is my mic alright?
A little loud, but yeah, you sound clear.
Yeah, Gaben,
okay,
you're not bad. Tarovan, take the batteries out of that fucking police scanner. I swear to God.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's bothersome.
Oh, shit.
Or chuck it, put it in a closet.
Right. Throw it out the fucking window, like.
Stick your dick in it, whatever.
I mean,
just a thing to get it to stop
I could hear it.
noise.
I fucking dropped my phone. Shit.
On the police scanner. Okay, so you guys talk about which one you wanna talk about.
I think
Well-
honestly the 41st and then Doom Invasion, because then you can also go all the way to the point where you're fighting Davoth and the Primevals and everything. If we want to go that far.
So you want to do
Well-
yes. So you want to do the demonic invasion. So we're gonna leave Doomslayer out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I
I
mean,
mean, it's-
Doomslayer just solos any universe you put him in.
He's
Like,
not.
I'm
It's
sorry.
he's.
I mean,
spec-
Doomslayer just. Yeah.
He's broken. It's not really a fair character to put in these sort of challenges.
All
but
right.
I do like him. All right, so let's let's get started. Why do you think Warhammer 40K wins?
Well, when it comes to Warhammer, like the Necrons, first off, well, the Necrons they have tech that can like blow up entire solar systems, which is pretty which compared to what they used to be, it's pretty generic, but. Then there's some of the standard issue Necron weapons. For example, their features are called.
They
I
break
forgot what
things
their
down on
standard
like a molecular level. It's
yeah,
a Gauss
Yeah.
rifle. Type
Help him out.
Yeah, the Gauss rifle.
Yeah. I don't want to like rip into you, Glorious, but you got to talk faster, man. You got to
Sorry.
get your points out a lot faster than you
Yeah,
are.
I was gonna
Sorry.
jump in and say you gotta pace it up a bit more. Remember this is a live stream, so people are expecting a little faster pace.
Yeah, like if you bore people, they end up leaving, and we're trying to entertain ourselves. We're trying to entertain them too. And if you can't entertain them, then it's what's the fucking point? We could have this conversation outside of stream. But yeah, so about the so what were you saying about the Necrons, man?
Then there's their I'm pretty sure it was called their phase blades. I don't remember exactly what they were called, but if I remember correctly, the phase blades are capable of like basically slashing through any type of armor. And I also remember, if I remember correctly, they're also capable of slashing through dimensions.
Yeah, that's where the name comes from. Is the phase? They can phase in and out of dimensions, therefore getting through any kind of armor you have.
Then, speaking of which, if I remember correctly, like in the Imperium of Man, like their chain swords, I don't remember exactly what they were called. Pretty sure they're called chain swords, but we see the regular Space Marines with chain swords, sword clashing Necrons with phase blades, meaning their swords are capable of resisting blades that can cut through entire fucking dimension.
Okay, you look. None of this is really going to help or be useful. I don't think that it matters that you have weapons that are going to hurt the demons. Of course, they have weapons that are going to hurt the demons.
Because Argent Energy works at a higher dimensional level, and even if you want to lower it to a third dimension, that's already like high universal because theirs works at a different dimension.
Okay, so the whole
gotta step in for moderation here first. Gaben, whenever you talk, there is background music.
Yeah.
Can you fix that? And no, actually, I think that was it.
I'm trying to find shit that's wrong with you, Gaben. No, but
it wasn't with Gaben. It was something else completely, but it just slipped my mind.
I got you. No, but yeah, I mean, the weapons really don't matter because the question isn't whether or not you're going to be able to damage the demons. They're probably going to be able to damage the demons. For one, I think it's very possible that the Argent Blood will melt your fucking weapons. I think maybe that's possible. But again, I don't think it's going to matter. I think the demons vastly outnumber the number of people who exist within 40k, like to an insane degree. I would say that they actually outnumber all factions within 40k combined. They also
Hell's an infinite dimension, right?
Hell is kind of yes, but it's also an amalgamation of countless universes since the beginning of time.
Right?
That have
just
been
infinite.
Yeah, it's like so. Yeah, they could just keep coming. The only real you're not going to be able to stop them just by throwing numbers at them. basically every single person in Warhammer 40k is going to be very susceptible to the corruption. The corruption, because they're already relatively corruptible and corrupted themselves
that's
already.
true.
So basically, the moment the demons come in, the corruption is going to start affecting people really quick. Certain people we've seen get affected in a couple of weeks, and then they're going to have things like Space Marines turning on each other and killing each other and stuff, because as they're turning into demons, when people become corrupted, they become vastly more powerful versions of themselves. So demonic Space Marines will be significantly stronger than regular Space Marines. Yeah, and I really don't see a way that Warhammer 40k, even characters like the Emperor of Mankind or even Chaos Gods, are going to be able to permanently put down well, for one, most of the Chaos Gods aren't going to want to put down the demons until Davith becomes a problem. Right. But actually, you know what? I'm wrong. Khorne is going to want to put down the demons, because if the corruption comes in and turns everyone into demons, that's it. There's no one left to fight. So
that is true. A lot of the Chaos Gods, they feed off of emotion, right? They feed off of emotion and worship, basically.
Yeah, and the demons don't have negative emotion.
Yeah, they just they follow orders and they have no fear.
Yeah.
So
here's the thing. Like, Tzeentch also thrives off change, which there's going to be a lot of change happening.
I mean,
hell outside of
at first
time and space.
Until Doom wins, then Tzeentch should be like, "Oh, this is a bad thing."
So Tzeentch shouldn't be able to be affected by that, because hell is outside of time and space. It's outside the multiverse.
What? Wait, who won't be able? Oh, well, I mean, hell is for sure, but he should, if he gets empowered by change, the change that happens within Warhammer 40k would still affect him. However, once the Warhammer... Okay, so are the Chaos Gods in the Warhammer 40k universe, or they exist in a different universe outside of it?
It's like a pocket dimension, something like that.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay, so it's all one universe. Okay, so yeah, when...
How did you go from background music to sounding like you're in a fucking church?
Yeah, you're echoing now, but it is what it is. If you can fix it, try to fix it. If not, just keep it.
Who?
Gaben.
He went from having background music to sounding like he's in the middle of a fucking church.
He's walking in multiple rooms trying to find that perfect spot.
Probably.
We all know the pain. Hey, what was I saying? Where was I? What was I saying? I was saying something. Right.
You were talking about
multiple universes, whether or not the chaos are multiple
Once
universes.
the demons are going to start corrupting everyone, they're going to start turning them into demons. The demons are going to be more powerful versions than the already existing demons, and the demons are going to start basically copying powers that those demons have, because you're going to get like fucking Tyrannid fucking demons and shit you're just going to have a bunch of super powered versions of them. And then the entire universe is going to get sucked into hell. I mean, is there even any evidence that the Chaos Gods will not get corrupted? Because the corruption has corrupted gods in the Doom universe.
Let's see. The Chaos Gods, they're more like forces of nature than they are like beings, right? Like the Khorne is a force of like passion, or not passion. It's a force of like hate, war, honor, right? Tzeentch is a force of change. Nurgle is a force of life and death, like rebirth. And then, wow, I'm getting old and my nouns are dying.
Slaanesh is
passion, success. Yeah. So I don't think that you could corrupt the Chaos Gods. I do think, like, my argument is less about the numbers and the power of the armies in Warhammer, and it's more about heroes finding their way to get to the point that Doomslayer gets to, right? To get a Crucible, to maybe even kill Primevals, to get to Devoth. I think that in a lot of ways, Warhammer would be able to stand up to Doom, like give these heroes time, and then the heroes would have a chance to get to where Doomslayer got.
Well, Warhammer 40k doesn't really have heroes, really. I mean, they have heroes, but their version of heroes. But most people in Warhammer 40k aren't heroic. They're super fucked up. But
I mean, power. I guess I should say powerful.
Yeah. But I don't think that's ever going to happen, because Doomguy himself is a primeval.
Beast.
He was born a primeval. It's not something he came into existence as a primeval. It's not something that he earned or acquired. He gained more power as he grew older and older and older until he basically became a god. But I don't really see how Warhammer 40k can go down that same suit because none of them are primevals. I don't see them like stealing the power of the demons and fusing with them, and like I don't see any of that happening. I mean, really, the only reason why Doom Guy is capable of doing what he's doing is because he's a primeval and because he has the powers specifically of being incorruptible. He is incorruptible in body, mind, and soul. There's nobody in the Doom universe who matches that same type of character. I don't think just any warrior in anything could become Doom Guy. It takes a very specific type of character in order to become that. I don't even know who you would pick. Like, would Titus
Sun
become
Wukong
that?
is the only character I can think of.
Well, no, I'm
Titus is
talking
great,
about it.
but
I'm
he's
talking
not-
about Warhammer.
He's not like he's
Yeah,
great.
Warhammer.
He's basically just a great.
It's just
space
like
marine.
yeah, I know.
Like I would be thinking like Khal Drogo, who lives in the warp, or some of the Primarchs who probably live in the
Wait,
warp.
did you say Khal Drogo?
Yeah, he like Game of Thrones. Yes.
Which came out first?
I think Warhammer.
Someone
first? I'm
ripped
not sure.
somebody off. There's no
Somebody
way.
ripped
That's
somebody
too.
off, yeah.
That's too.
Warhammer was a
extreme.
thing during the 80s, so
Try not to talk at the same time, Gabe. And you keep talking when other people like let them talk, or you like make sure you stop. Just make sure you stop them before you start talking. Don't just keep talking over each other.
Would you like me to find out which Khal Drogo came first?
No, I don't care that much.
Well,
okay.
Well, if you, I know you don't. I know you don't know like barely anything about 40k, but the orcs. First off, the orcs are like fun guy. I don't think the demonic corruption is gonna be able to corrupt every single orc.
It absolutely will.
Because
yeah.
Well,
unless they all believe that it's impossible for them all to be corrupted, which they have no reason to believe because they're going to start getting corrupted pretty shortly after the demons get there. They're going to see that it's possible, so they're not going to believe it. Ergo, they're all going to get corrupted. In fact, they might even fear the corruption even more if they start seeing massive swaths of them becoming corrupted, and they all might get a unanimous belief that they will be corrupted faster than they otherwise would. I think if you yeah, I don't see any way that they're not getting corrupt. Like if you would put Doomslayer in there, maybe they would get to a point where they would start worshiping him as a god or something like that. But yeah, with the Doom corruption, I don't see how they would be immune to it.
Well, so orcs in 40k are pretty much immune to the Warhammer, orcs in 40k are pretty much immune to the Warhammer corruption because they just don't really follow the Chaos Gods. They follow their own orc and mork. Like they care about getting stronger and more fighty, but they mostly just care about fighting and winning. So that might be where the Doom corruption could come in. But I think like they haven't been shown that they get corrupted in their own universe. So I don't know if they would be corrupted.
Not all
by
corruption.
Well,
not all corruptions are the same. I mean, you just said yourself that the reason why they don't get corrupted is because they don't worship the Chaos Gods. That's not a relevant factor for the Doom demonic corruption. I mean, as long as you have a soul and a body and a mind, you can be corrupted by the Doom demonic corruption, and they have all three of those. So I don't see a reason why they wouldn't be able to be corrupted. I would have to say you'd have to tell me how the corruption in Warhammer 40k works, and why that would matter.
well, the Khorne would honestly probably be one of the few characters that could probably stop the demonic invasion, because everything they do is just going to empower him, and because of how many like demons there's gonna be like just flowing in to the Warhammer universe, all the bloodshed, violence, crap like that, you're just gonna make him probably gonna make him strong enough to where he can, like probably handle it by himself.
Yeah, but none of the Chaos Gods are capable of destroying the entirety of their own universes by themselves. They don't have that level of power. When you go and look over into the Doom universe, I mean, fuck, even the Icon of Sin can destroy a whole universe on his own, and he's not even the strongest Titan. And then there are demonic demon lords that are above the Titans, and then there's Davith himself that are above them. Like the Chaos Gods are not that powerful. I mean, the thing that makes them so like powerful in the Warhammer 40k universe is that they're hard to kill because they're basically like the concept of that thing made real. But gods in the Doom universe can destroy concepts. There's no reason why Davith couldn't just erase them or kill them pretty easily. I mean, they're just concepts. Conceptual erasure is not something that's super unique in terms of fictional stories when you're talking about things that are this powerful. So
yeah, I think Davith could definitely erase any. Like, Davith is insane. Davith is an insane character, and that's where kind of like everybody hits the roadblock in Doom. I feel like is Davith and the Primevals, as they're just not destroyable unless you can destroy concepts. And like, yeah, Warhammer gods can't do that. I do think that once Doom opens up, like all these demons start flooding into the Warhammer universe. Wow, freaking.
It's late, man. I know, man. It's late.
It's late, and I did a D&D session today too, so I'm fucking. I'm
bro,
burnt.
you need to go exercise or something.
I was the DM as well. Anyway,
go for a run.
We did the god we just talked about, the god of war.
Corn.
Thank you, cornflakes. Corn would get massively boosted, I feel like, by the demons coming in, just because they exude violence, death, and war, right? Like the whole point of the, I'm gonna say hell, but don't they have their own name for the universe? I can't remember.
Jakad?
Jakad, yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Jakad, their whole point is conquest and war, right? Like that's the kind of the whole point of Jakad.
Just kind of corrupt and shit. So Davith's whole point was to grant immortality to his people, because he loved his people so much and he hated that they died and they had to suffer like bad fates. So he created basically the Jakadians, who were incapable of feeling any negative emotions or pain or suffering. He heightened their level of ambition. He took away their need to sleep or drink. He took away things like their guilt and their fear. And surprise, surprise, doing all this made a pretty fucked up society. So yeah, they end up becoming demons because of a bunch of stuff. It's sort of up in the air. We don't know how much of it was because of Argent energy, or how much of it was probably the majority of it was because of the rage that Davith felt for being trapped by the father. Because Davith that's another thing. The demons exist because Davith's like just anger passively corrupted an infinite realm of beings to all powerful demon creatures. Like, just his emotions affect the infinite multiverse, like, which is kind of crazy. Which you could also even argue to an extent. Well, I guess that like the moment the demons actually enter in Warhammer 40k, like Davith's mental state would just suddenly start affecting that world in kind of a similar way immediately. But yeah, I don't think that Khorne is just not powerful enough. I don't think Khorne is powerful enough to take on most of, like, the demon lords or even
that's what
all
I'm
the
saying.
Titans.
I think that opening up Jakad to the Warhammer universe, like the moment the demons start flooding in, the moment that those portals are open, that power source is now going into Khorne, into all the gods of chaos. And there are gods for the elves too. I can't remember all their names either. But
Gigarak. Cain.
Cain is another one that would be very powered up, I feel like, by the demons. I think that would power up Khorne enough, because you're adding in universes of beings that have been conglomerated into Jakad.
Sure, but I mean, look, you have then it kind of seems like you have a character like Khorne who can infinitely rise in power, and then you have a character like Davith who has infinite power. Davith would win that. I mean, yeah, Davith doesn't have any limits to where he can. Now, maybe you could say that with enough of that fighting and rage and well, there wouldn't be any rage because demons don't get angry. But with that violence building and constant, for one, it's temporary, because eventually all of them will be corrupted and then the violence would stop. I guess demons do kind of sort of fight with each other a little bit as well, so I guess they would still always kind of be there. But even if you want to say that they got stronger because of that, would he get to the point where he's so strong that he has an infinite amount of power over that of Davith, who could literally erase all of existence, an infinite multiverse of infinite timelines with a thought? Like, is Khorne ever going to get that strong? Because he can't do anything even close to that. So
yeah, I don't think that he would. So my argument wasn't that he would delete or kill Davith. My argument was that Khorne, or a hero or a superpowered being of Warhammer, would get to the point of Doomslayer and basically be able to beat Doom by doing what Doomslayer did.
Well, you'd
By
have to.
beating
Well,
Davith to a
there's
standstill.
no way he's going to go through the exact same storyline that Doom did. I mean, he would have to go meet the Makers. He would have to get trained by the Sentinels. He would have to go into the Divinity Machine. None of that exists in Warhammer. They have no way of doing the exact same things that do. It's not like Doom Guy, like, you know, just picked up an item that the demons were carrying with them and got, you know, the power that he has. There was a lot of shit and billions of years of story that got him as strong as he is. There's nobody in Warhammer that would no one in Warhammer has access to that stuff. That would be more so than just, they would have to like go through hell, then somehow acquire power that Davith's power, and then put it into a Divinity Machine, and then use the Divinity Machine, and then fight for billions of years acquiring Wraith energy crystals that also increase Doomguy's power, and like there's a lot of stuff that Doomguy went to get to the strength that he is.
Okay.
Then I don't think
If I'm being honest-
no one in Warhammer is going to become Doomguy. It's not going to happen because nobody's going to go through the exact same plot line that he went through. Basically, is my argument. All right, go ahead, Glorious.
Well, well, I'm assuming Choice knows about this, but there's actually a Catan, the only living Catan, if I remember correctly, that was stated that if it was released onto, if not released, but if it were to return to the Warhammer universe, then it would be its doom. Like everything would end, if I remember correctly.
So what are you saying, that a Catan's going to show up in the demon realm and destroy all of hell?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that I'm just saying that there are beings that could stand up, if only just barely stand up, to the demonic corruption and the demons.
Not really, because I mean, look, even let's say there's a being that exists in Warhammer 40k who has the power to instantly erase the entire Warhammer 40k universe. That would not be a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of the power that exists within Doom, because Doom is just a much larger universe. Like you're talking about, like it's not just Davith. The crazy part is Davith is not even the most powerful god in the Doom universe. He's just the most powerful one we've met. Hugo Martin, the creator of Doom, has actually talked about how there are other gods that are even above Davith that we just have. Like, Davith created the multiverse as we know it. But the multiverse, the infinite multiverse of infinite timelines that Davith created, is not the entirety of the Doom, verse. There's more. There's other gods outside of that have created their own multiverses and their own worlds, and they're going to eventually explore that in future games. Davith is just the one that, we've seen thus far. But it's just because the world of 40k is smaller, and the god, none of the gods can just snap their fingers and alter all of reality to be exactly the way they want it to. Davith kind of can. So they're just not comparable. It's just not on that same. Like, you literally have to have a god, not like Dragon Ball Z Beerus type of god, not a god like a chaos god, like an actual legit, like one above all type god. In order to overcome a person like Davith. Or you would have to have someone that just defies literally every law in fiction like Doomguy does, who can just kill anything at all times and just be as strong as he wants to be. It's really not a fair conversation, to be honest with you, to really put Doom
the more I'm looking at this.
Does that mean that,
what's up, Dan?
Does that mean that Davith can get beat by, the Mask or by Deadpool because of their rules?
What do you mean?
Well, the Mask's whole thing is that, he literally has reality warping and stands outside of the laws of the known universe, at least the universe that he's in. And Deadpool is kind of the same way, with his fourth wall breaking abilities. And
no, I mean, people talk about Deadpool very oddly. Deadpool gets his ass beat a lot by regular dudes with regular stuff.
He really does.
Yeah, I know there's the whole Deadpool killed the Marvel universe. It is a alternate dimension, an alternate universe story of a much weaker version of the Marvel universe, where he was capable of killing people like Hulk and things like that, where in 616 Hulk has been shown to not, that shit doesn't work on him. So it's kind of like it's kind of like Marvel Zombies, where like Marvel Zombies, Galactus was killed because a bunch of zombies bit him and ate him, and he turned into a zombie. Galactus in 616 would never turn into a zombie from getting bit by a zombie. It would never happen. In fact, it actually did.
My point with the mask still stands. David could technically be beat by someone like the Mask or like Popeye, who can come off the page and punch his own creator.
That's not. I mean, not really. Why?
Because that's basically what you said. You said that David can be beat by somebody who defies the laws.
No, I said he could be
known universe.
No, I said he could be beat by Doom Guy, who defies. So that wasn't saying that he could be defeated by anybody who defies the law. Doom Guy is literally created to overcome any issue that he could possibly overcome. His power is that he is as strong as he wills himself to be. If he doesn't have a power to defeat someone, he will will a new power into existence to overcome it. That's what Hugo Martin said. That's like there's a reason why I haven't put Doom Guy in any Would You Survive challenges, because it's dumb. It would be a dumb conversation to have. He would just dominate everything. It's not really fair. And Doom Guy, Davith, and the demonic invasion was specifically designed to be unstoppable. And then Doom Guy was specifically designed to be someone who could stop something that is unstoppable. So it's go ahead.
This isn't fair. This isn't fair.
No, I mean I don't know anything. I don't know anything about 40K, and that's why I was. He said he wanted to talk about it, so I was like, okay. I don't know what 40K has. But
so I still have a few.
I feel like
a few ways that this could go about.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
So there's a few characters in.
I feel like he gave up, and he should just be like throwing the towel, because like he seems like he's done. Glorious.
Well,
Glorious. I can send you back to the audience. Like,
he just threw in the towel.
Yeah. Yeah, like I don't think there's anything 40K can really do.
Man.
Sure. Their characters are strong and all, but
for the two people that we brought in.
Level.
For the two people that we brought in for 40K, I do have a question.
Yeah.
Would 40K in its golden age, instead of in the 40th, would Warhammer in its golden age have been able to resist the corruption better than the 40K age?
Well, the thing about that is each faction in Warhammer, well, most of the factions in Warhammer, their golden ages were at completely separate times. For example, the Imperium's golden age was during the Dark Age of Humanity. The Necrons, the War in Heaven. The Eldar was when they were at the height of their empire. The Orcs when they were the Korks. Most of these factions existed at completely different times at the heights of their power. So if we were to do that with that scenario, we would have to just smash them all into into the Warhammer universe at their heights of their power.
I actually think the War in Heaven, they might be more susceptible to the Doom invasion, because at the time of War in Heaven, they didn't have to deal with chaos corruption. They had to deal with super powerful people making super powerful things, like the Old Ones, and facing off the Necron and the gods in the Chill universe. They turned them into star gods. Yeah. Like they would have to face those things, but they wouldn't have any defense against the corruption. Whereas like in modern 40K, everyone is kind of like, everyone knows demons can corrupt you, right? Or like it's a bedtime story for everybody, or everyone in power knows that can happen, so they kind of resist it on basis, right?
There's also the fact that there's one less chaos god, which instantly makes it weaker when we think about it god-wise.
I don't necessarily think it matters. Like, look, the moment you can have 100 chaos gods. I think the moment you put Davith in, the power, it's just too off balance. The Davith kind of breaks the whole system. Like,
but
go ahead.
Sorry for interrupting you, but ignoring Davith, because Davith breaks the system in pretty much any of your Doom survival challenges.
Basically, yeah.
Do they get
He's
to
a hard stop
Demon
for
Lord
most
tier?
things.
Mr. M, fun fact, the Elder God of War rarely wins fights.
Except against Slanesh, apparently.
Well, apparently. But if we just like remove Davith from the equation, just put like Hell and its demonic invasion, can Warhammer reach the Demon Lords?
Okay, so well, you guys are gonna have to tell me, because you have okay. So as for Titans, you have the Icon of Sin, who is not the strongest Titan, but he is a very legendary Titan. He's able to have universal ranged reality warping, and if left for too long, this happens passively. He can't do anything about it. It just happens naturally. And if you leave him around for too long, the reality warping will break the universe and will essentially open up a hole in space that will drag the entire universe into hell. He was also the corruption around him is also significantly stronger than normal demons, as when he awoke, he corrupted the entire planet of I forget the name of the planet, the Maker homeworld. He corrupted every single Maker on the planet except for the Con Maker and Doom Guy. Everybody else on the planet got instantly corrupted when he woke up. So much stronger corruption. Basically, if he shows up on any planet he arrives to, everyone will be immediately corrupted. There's characters like there's Titans like Dreadnought, who was able to single-handedly take on the entire Titan homeworld, which is pretty impressive when you see how strong the Sentinel homeworld, which is pretty impressive when you see how strong the Sentinels are. He's weaker than the Icon of Sin. But then you have the strongest Titan, who we only know as Titan, and he was said to be the strongest ever. We have no idea how strong he is. We just know he's above that of the Icon of Sin. What's up?
Yeah.
What's up?
I was just agreeing with you. Something above the Icon of Sin.
Yeah, it was just somewhere above there. And the Demon Lords, we've never seen. We've never heard anything. All we know is that the only thing more powerful than the Demon Lords is Davith himself. So, like, bare fucking minimum, in order for them to survive, they have to be able to survive universe-level reality warpings and the ability to break an entire universe apart passively just by existing. That's without Davith being there. But even then, they're still probably going to fall to the Demon Lords. Now, one thing that's really cool, because I'm getting like super excited about Doom: The Dark Ages, because the fucking gameplay looks incredible.
Oh yeah.
I'm super. Dude, y'all see the new trailer that just came out?
Yeah.
Oh god, it looks so good. Okay, so they introduced in that trailer, they show this really big fat demon, and we don't know who he is. They don't tell us who he is, but it looks very similar to concept art that they released in the lore book that I own of Erebus. And Erebus is one of the demon lords, and he's said to be like a very powerful demon lord. So I think we're gonna get demon lords in Doom: The Dark Ages. I think that there's a main villain who people are just calling the Hell Prince, but we don't know his name yet. But people think that he's a demon lord, and people think that the fat dude is probably Erebus, and that's going to be a demon lord, and we're going to start seeing demon lords and how powerful they are. So as of right now, we don't know.
So remind me, the Icon of Sin can only be killed by a crucible or being like deleted from reality, right?
No, as far as we know, it's just a crucible. We actually so to be fair, Davith said that if Doom Guy beats him in a fight, then like they made a deal. Davith's like, okay, we're gonna fight fair and fair 1v1. If you beat me, every single demon that is outside of hell, they'll be gone. They'll be erased. But you have to beat me first. And because he deemed it as true, it was true. Doom Guy beat him. All the demons got erased outside of hell. Hell was sealed off from the outside world. Doom Guy did his thing. We never saw what happened to the Titans. So did they get erased? Maybe. We don't know. But so I can't really confirm yes or no on that one. But as of right now, it's possible. But before, like short of that, since we really can't answer, even erasing concepts, which is something that Doom Guy can do, since he was able to do it to Davith and other gods in the series, he cannot just physically kill a Titan. So like for whatever reason, Titans their existence is more solid than Davith is. Because Hugo Martin has said that it takes like primevals are permanent; they cannot be killed except by another primeval, since they have the ability to erase concepts. But Doom Guy cannot kill the Titan, certain Titans he can't kill. Icon of Sin being one of them, without Crucible. So I don't know. I don't think that there's a way that exists within 40K
Warhammer
to actually put down certain Titans.
So that's why I was asking.
Yeah,
can you shunt them to other realities, and then can they travel through? Can the Icon of Sin travel through time?
Yes, but not in the way that you think. Basically, they can go. Hell exists outside of time, and they can essentially leave hell in other timeline and other periods in time, basically. So like Doom Guy gets sent to hell at the end of Doom 64 in the in the modern era. He eventually gets kicked out. There's like a little DLC that they came out with where he fought like the mother demon's sister or whatever, and she booted him out of hell. She's like, you can't stay here, get the fuck out, you're killing all of the demons here. She boots him out. When she boots him out, because the hell is outside of time, when he comes out, he's not in his normal time. He came out like billions of years in the past, which is why he's meeting the Con Maker, and the Con Maker got introduced to who demons were, and then she made the deal with demons, and that's what created Argent Energy. And in Doom 2016, Doom Guy is reliving the exact same events that he went through in the original Doom game, but just now, like billions of years later for him, but the same exact time for everybody. It's basically an alternate timeline, but of the same universe is what he's living through. So yes, they could travel through time, but it's not as simple as I'm just gonna like open up a hole and travel through time. They have to like go back to hell and then pop out of hell in a different time period, essentially. But if they go ahead.
Well, the War in Heaven Necrons, I honestly think I'm not sure about this, but I'm pretty sure the War in Heaven Necrons could possibly manage to recreate the Divinity Machine. Possibly.
How would they even know
I'm
about
not
the
sure
existence?
about
I mean, look, even if that were possible, they would have to find out what the Divinity Machine is. Which how would they
have to learn about it?
How would they find that out? It's not in hell. It's in a totally different universe.
Yeah.
They would they'd have to find it, they'd have to figure out how to build it. Then they would have to get a source of Davith's power, which in this particular case we were assuming that Davith was awake. If Davith's not awake, where are they going to find a source of Davith's power? In the store in Doom Guy's story, they got a source of Davith's power by the fucking Samor Maker, because Samor Maker was the right hand of Father, and Father was the creation of Davith, so he had a connection to him. That's how he got a source of him. But also, most people they made it pretty clear that the vast majority of people go insane when they use the Divinity Machine normally, and no regular person would be able to survive going into the Divinity Machine with Davith's power. Doom Guy survived because he is a primeval.
Yeah.
If any Space Marine were to do the same thing, even with Davith's power, they would die. It would kill them.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think that if we're talking like defeating, sorry, go ahead.
I feel like no matter how we slice it, if okay, so I think we can all agree that with Davith, the Warhammer 40k universe is probably fucked.
No, I still have like
Davith,
2 or 3 ways to get to Davith, but yeah.
We'll go for it. Because I think Glorious gave up a long time ago. I honestly don't. I don't even know why he's still arguing, because it seems like he doesn't agree that they could even win. But if you still think, then you go for it.
So I think that to get to Davith, there's one character in particular that I'm thinking of, Lucius the Eternal. He's a Slaneshi captain for like the Slanesh. He has a sword where if you kill him, if you defeat him in combat in any way, and you take any kind of pride in it or like joy in it, he then eventually usurps you and like basically takes over you, your powers, your soul, everything. That's like the power of the sword. Now, if Davith knew about that, he could delete the sword, but he wouldn't know that.
Yeah.
Or any creature that fought him wouldn't know that until that happened.
He actually should know, because Davith can look into infinite timelines. He's essentially omniscient.
Okay. Well, then that guy wouldn't work. Okay. So another path, you said somebody would have to basically survive for millions of years, go through the same path or a similar path to what Doom Guy did, or is there? It has to be Doom Guy's path to get to Davith.
I mean, it would depend on what the path you're talking about is. Like, if you're talking about getting in the Divinity Machine and getting Davith's power, that's going to kill basically everybody. Yeah. There's the only Doom Guy is essentially the only person who could have gone through in the Doom universe. Doom Guy is the only person who could have gone through that process and actually come out the other side still alive. So you would have to find, but also I just think it's very unlikely that they'll be able to find the machine that is not in their universe or hell, and then find out how to make it, build it, then get some of Davith's power. That just all seems Very unlikely, and even building the knowledge to even know any of this stuff exists or where it all is, I just don't see that happening. So maybe there's a path they can do it, but it's not going to be Doomguy's path.
Yeah, I think there are characters that could survive for millions of years. There's Necrons that could survive millions of years and do it. There's Necrons that have been awake that long, and they're a little crazy, but they still have a goal. There's Perpetuals in the Imperium and the Eldar who can live as long as they live forever unless you destroy their soul, which Davoth could do, but as long as he doesn't
what's
know.
stopping them from getting corrupted?
Oh, the Necrons don't have souls.
Yeah, the Necrons don't have souls. The Necrons can't be corrupted.
No, but
they're basically
no,
automaton. But the
you don't.
Perpetuals, yes.
You don't need a soul. Not all demons have souls. It corrupts body, mind, and soul. All you have to do is have one of the three.
I guess the Necrons would be corrupted then. I thought they had to have a soul. The Necrons do have their mind, so they would eventually be corrupted. So the Perpetuals could maybe, because they just can't die. And somebody like the Emperor, I think he would eventually be corrupted. But if he had enough time, say thousands of years, to eventually get to Davoth and kept his stuff being corrupted, which I think he'd have one of the best chances because he has such a high willpower. Once again, it's like a battle for time in my head. If your universe can survive long enough to get to a point to face Davoth and face him down, what that path is to get there, I think there are characters that can do that. Like Khal Drogo, who lives in the warp. He's constantly. I don't know if Khal Drogo can be turned.
Well, so
he lived in the warp for thousands of years
small
already.
correction because chat went crazy last time you said Khal Drogo. Khaldor Drago.
Khaldor Drago. My bad. Sorry, chat.
I was so
Khaldor
confused too. I was like, that can't be right. But I took your word for it. I was lied to. Well, I heard about
with Warhammer. They rip everything, so it made sense to me.
Yeah, I heard about Sly Mambo or whatever. That's basically like a Rambo
Sly
parody,
Marbo.
parody
He's
guy.
wrong, but at the end of the day, he's a human. He would eventually die.
Yeah. Well, people said he was a meme character, but I don't know. When people told me about him, he didn't sound like a meme character to me. But
Oh wait, wasn't Sly Marble the one that dated a Tau? Or was that?
I have no idea. Are these motherfuckers dating each other? I thought they all hated
I don't
each
think
other.
so. I don't think anybody has got a Tau. Well, I mean, there are Imperials that live in Tau worlds, and they might. No, they wouldn't. The Tau wouldn't let them have Tau.
I could have sworn that there was a space marine, if I remember correctly, that was dating a Tau. I could have sworn there was.
Are Taus
Not random.
sexy or something?
No, they're cow people. They don't even have.
This is
boobs.
gross. That's gross. That's super
they're
gross.
cow people.
That's
They're
awful.
cow people with a vagina on their head. Basically.
Way to fucking ruin my goddamn fantasies. Okay. All right. Well, okay. So okay. You seem like you're saying take basically the strongest characters in the universe, like the Emperor of Mankind, then have him not get corrupted for thousands of years and be able to face off against Davoth in a 1v1 fight. You believe that he would beat Davoth in a 1v1 fight?
I think he could, because he has been shown to face characters that move definitely faster than the speed of sound, near the speed of light type stuff. Like facing his own son, who had basically all the powers of the Immaterium, which is the universe that the chaos lives in. It's all the powers of emotion and magic and everything.
Well, the characters in the Doom universe are quite a bit faster than light.
Yeah.
I thought they only got 2 light. I thought the Marauder was
the Marauder. The Marauder's so fast that you cannot hit him with any weapon that you have, including light weapons. The Con Maker uses light as a weapon and you can dodge it, but as I said before, that they would scale significantly below the top tiers, and again, like I said, Doom Guy's strength and speed matches that of his will, so he's as fast as he wants to be. So
even without a physical combat, I think that the Emperor, with his mental might and the abilities that the warp gives him, and the power he can pull from it, would be able to take on Con Maker.
What could he do? I mean, we're talking Con Maker probably, but maybe the Con Maker's not like a god, you know. She likes to think she is, but she's not. But I'm talking about specifically fighting Davoth. This is a man that could just think all of existence away. It's what can the Emperor of Mankind do?
I guess get his attention. It would have to like I said, it would have to be, hey, look at me, Davoth, fight me. Basically, get his attention to get that fight to happen.
Where he would have to chat, because Davoth can't erase Doom Guy. That's
right.
He's
that's
not
the reason
capable.
Doom Guy is able to get there, because he's a prime.
That's the whole thing. He has to actually be able to defeat and kill Doom Guy. That's his only option, because they're both primevals. Without the Emperor of Mankind having a similar defense or whatever. I mean, you're just putting two gods up against each other, but one is just significantly more powerful than the other. So the odds of Emperor of Mankind winning just seems very unlikely.
Yeah, not long ago it would have been as perpetualness, but they've kind of tied perpetuality to your soul, so you can delete perpetual, like the perpetual power, if you delete the soul. But yeah, let's see. We had Lucius, which I think is possible, but if Davith can see it coming, then he would just delete the sword. Could delete the Emperor. The Emperor has time and gets his attention and challenges him. There's other characters that are like nearly as uncorruptible, if not more than the Emperor, that could, I think, withstand the corruption long enough to get to there. As far as like, if we take Davith out, I think there's ways to take on the Icon of Sin. But yeah, I don't think there's no character in Warhammer. I'll concede there's no character in Warhammer that I think could get to Davith and defeat him, right? With like not like in a sure way. I think there's like a 0.00001 chance, but there's a chance. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like there are characters that can survive the amount of time, resist the corruption to a point to get Davith's attention.
I don't think that I don't doubt that Davith may gain respect for some warriors in Warhammer 40k and give them the chance to fight him. I don't doubt that necessarily. He's a pretty honorable warrior for like the fucking god of evil. But I just don't think that any of them would be able to win in a fight 1v1 fight. I just don't see how they would be able to overcome that much of a power gap.
That's where I think like Khorne would be the best chance, because he would be powered up by the demons. He would have the best chance, I feel like, to actually face Davith in a physical fight.
Wait, hold up.
That's an old point we made. Sorry, go ahead.
If both Khorne and Davith are honorable, well, most depictions of Khorne are honorable, but so theoretically, I feel like Davith would probably 1v1 Khorne first, and remember that Khorne is fueled by violence, meaning he would get stronger as the battle goes on.
It doesn't matter. Like I kind of already went over this, but if you're just infinitely gaining, like acquiring power, that's cool. But you're fighting someone who has infinite power, so you'll never reach that infinite level that Davith is already at. I mean, Doom Guy versus Davith is basically two infinite powered beings fighting each other. So go ahead.
Sorry, Rouga, I thought you were done.
Go ahead.
Chat wants me to bring up the Tesseract Labyrinth, the Necron Time Prison. Can that theoretically seal away Davith?
I'd say it could seal some of like the Icon of Sin, but not Davith. Davith could probably just walk out. He'd be like, I don't want to be here anymore. Delete this universe. I'm out of here.
Now, to be fair, Davith was sealed. He was sealed by Father in a life sphere.
Still.
Yeah, but the life spheres, I don't know what the time prison is, but the life sphere is literally, it's a being's entire conceptual existence trapped in an orb. So, like, I don't know if that's what the time prison is.
So I don't know what the time prison is, but the Tesseract Labyrinth is basically like a moment of time that you can lock a being into forever.
So
well, they're above the concept of time, so I don't think you'd even be able to do that to an imp, to be honest with you.
What chat is saying is that it is an infinite. It just says that it's an infinite labyrinth. Which, if it's a time prison, guys, how is it also an infinite labyrinth?
Yeah, I think the Tesseract, by the name being Tesseract, is a time thing. I'm pretty sure it's a time, like a section of time.
Well, either way, I mean, Davith can teleport. He can instantly travel between universes and stuff. There's ways of getting out. Like I said, the life sphere that he was trapped in, he wasn't really trapped in it. He was more so turned into a life sphere. But yeah, it's someone's entire conceptual existence put into a sphere. So it's his memories, his thoughts, his entire being locked away in this like little ball, colorful red ball, and that's kind of what it. And even when they did that, he was still able to affect the outside world by corrupting things. Like, even doing that to him did not stop the demon corruption. So even if that were to work and you trapped him in prison, it actually wouldn't solve your problem. You'd still be invaded by demons. You'd have to wipe them all out. So it's I mean, I don't see it working. I don't.
Yeah. So somebody I was looking it up. The Tesseract apparently not only like seals you in a moment of time, but you only exist in that universe of that Tesseract. Like you don't exist in any other universe apparently.
I mean, that's fine, but Davith, there's only one Davith. He already doesn't exist in more than one universe. So,
I'm just trying to see if like I thought of that, and then I also talked myself out of it while I was thinking of it because like he could just walk out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why he couldn't just open up a portal and leave. Like even basic bitch demons can open up portals between universes and travel between them. They do that's how they invade. Once a portal is open between Hell and another universe, they basically have free access to that universe and could teleport all up inside of it and shit.
So that was my thought again. Was so there's the Eldar could use the webway and make like webway pockets. That's like their own universe. But I don't know if the demons would also be able to teleport from because the webway is not like it's a weird tech. It's kind of outside of time and space and allows you to transfer from one place to another instantaneously. So I'm not sure if it would like work on the same laws as the demons teleporting in and out of realities. So that's what I was going to say to do with the icon of sin. It's just like every time he pops up somewhere, Eldar just make a webway portal, dump him in the webway portal, leave him there. Like just push him up forward. And then if that doesn't work, then you can also use time abilities to push him into the future.
Now to be fair, to be fair, I think it is possible that you might be able to lock in like the icon of sin somewhere. Because while they do have the ability to teleport between different places, we actually never see Icon of Sin do that.
That's what I was wondering, is if he can do that.
No, the Icon of Sin walks through a massive portal to get from, God damn it, I'm forgetting the planet name, the universe name. It's no, not that one. It's a higher universe where the makers are from. I'm forgetting the name of it. But he's there, and then he walks through a giant portal and then goes to Earth. No, you know what? I'm lying. He can. Because when you do his boss fight, you do the first half of the boss fight, and then you fuck him up, and then he actually opens up a massive portal, walks through it, and then you have to follow him through that portal. There's no reason to think that portal didn't come from his own creation, so no, he can create portals into other...
Urdak.
Okay, Urdak, thank you. Jesus, that was going to bother the shit out of me. Yeah, Urdak is where the makers come from. So, so he should be able to... We do actually see him open up a portal.
I wonder if there'd be a way to build a webway portal like around him, like a hula hoop, and then turn it on.
Perhaps. Yeah, but I mean...
Cut him in half.
I mean, Doom knew, like, they were, like... The fucking... I always have a soft spot for series like Doom and Tekken. They're not... The stories aren't the best. In fact, they're, like, downright dog shit sometimes. But you could tell the people who write the stories are not writers, but they're just throwing all the coolest shit they could think of at the screen and hoping that something really awesome comes out. And sometimes stupid shit comes out, but sometimes really fucking cool shit comes out too, because that's what happens when you just have a bunch of bros throwing random shit at the screen trying to make shit that's cool. And I feel like Doom is kind of in that cat. Like, if you read the Doom lore, you read some stuff, you're like, that's dumb. And then you read some other stuff, you're like, that's fucking cool. That's really cool. So it's like,
I kind of... Warhammer gets crazier and crazier, but I feel like the level of Doom crazy is like, yeah, we're just creating universes offhand. Like, in Warhammer, that takes a lot of effort. Like, the old ones created the webway, but that was like their piece de resistance of what they did.
The purpose of their existence is totally different. I mean, Warhammer 40k, the purpose of its existence is for all these different factions to permanently war forever. The purpose of Doom's existence is to have the most badass, unbelievable, awesome fucking dude just wreck shit on, like, an unstoppable force. So, like,
the big gun.
He could just keep beefing up the power levels of everyone involved infinitely every time a new game comes out, and it won't affect his story at all. When Warhammer 40k ups the power levels of one faction, they kind of have to up the power levels on every faction, because the story doesn't work otherwise. Like, you can't break it to where one can overcome the other. It has to be perpetual war. Doom guy isn't in perpetual war. I mean, I guess he was, not anymore though.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's really not fair to use it in any challenge. I made the Doom survival challenges because I like talking about Doom, and I enjoy it as a series. But I mean, even I admit, like, if I had to sit down and think about somebody who would survive the Doom demonic invasion, it would take me a really long time to fucking think of somebody.
I think the closest was Warframe. Warframe did okay.
Warframe only did okay because Rouga doesn't know jack shit.
I don't know anything about Warframe.
Warframe should not have done as well as it did. I'm
okay.
gonna be honest, and that's coming from somebody who knows the Warframe lore.
Everybody told me everybody told me that I didn't give it enough credit, and Warframe should. Well, also, it's fair to note that I think. Did I make the Warframe videos before the Ancient God? No, I didn't make it before the Ancient Gods came out. Ancient Gods been out. I'm lying.
No, Ancient
Gods.
Gods.
It been out. It been out way before that. Yeah,
Charles Nichols gave you $2. Education Ray removes you from existence entirely. And Warhammer, I'm assuming it's a Warhammer item.
I have never heard of that item. That's crazy.
I mean, it doesn't. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you, because.
Oh, Eradication Ray. Sorry.
Did you say education? Oh, education. That's funny.
He misspelled it in his super chat, so I read it as education, but he corrected himself after. So.
Characters in Doom can't erase shit from existence. For instance, Davith can erase shit from existence, but he can't erase Doom Guy.
Yeah.
Like you can't. They're beyond that. You have to in order for Doom Guy to kill Davith, he has to actually physically kill him. A Primeval can kill a Primeval. If Davith wants to kill Doom Guy, he actually has to pierce his flesh with his own sword. He can't just snap his fingers and erase him away. They're beyond the concepts of those things.
But he shoot him with a gun.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, in the game, he stabs him with his blade. But because because any weapon that Doom Guy holds becomes a god-killing weapon. His will amplifies the power of his weapons. So
Doom Guy could literally pick up a pistol, and now this pistol can kill Davith.
They became. What I always like to say is he could pick up a spork and kill any guy he wants with his fucking spork that he got in the hospital cafeteria.
So Doom Guy wins.
He can pick up.
I mean,
he can
I don't know a lot
just
about the
pick up,
faction, but the orcs. I mean, if they believe in something enough, it kind of happens. So maybe they would have a chance in some way. I don't know enough about their faction.
If you got all of the orcs together and got them all to believe that Davith didn't exist, Davith would cease to exist.
Yeah.
I'm so excited for Doom: The Dark Ages. I'm not gonna lie, man. They told
they took away staged kills, but I mean the other system looks cool too.
Well, they added something to replace it. I'm a little sad about the execution kills not being as visually exciting as they used to be. But they did add. It is a cool system. I'm not gonna lie.
It keeps that rhythm going. Like you feel like you're following the music.
Yeah. But they said what did he say? He said that playing Doom Eternal is like flying a fighter jet, whereas playing Doom: The Dark Ages is like driving a tank. He says it's a little slower. It's not as much aerial combat, but it's like you have it almost kind of looks like a first-person God of War game because you have the shield and you can parry and counter attacks from demons, and then you get melee weapons and shit. I'm like, it looks fucking cool. But he also said that they're going to focus way more on story in Doom: The Dark Ages, and it's basically going to be the prequel to the Slayer Testaments that we saw. So it's basically he said it's essentially the Doom Slayer origin story and how Doom Guy became Doom Slayer before he was trapped in hell for the 2 billion years or however long he was in there at the end of the Slayer Testaments. And everyone who read the Slayer Testaments thought the same thing. Where's that fucking game? And we're getting it. And that's pretty cool. The only thing I'm bummed out about is that I think that Doom I would have liked a sequel to Doom Eternal because of where it left off. And I'm bummed out that we're getting a prequel instead of a sequel. But it's not over. I mean, we're gonna get a sequel at some point.
Yeah, we fought God.
I'm sure your sequel's
I'm always worried that the sequel's not gonna they're gonna start making Doom games without Doom Guy as the main character. That always worries me that's going to eventually happen.
There's nobody set up like they could even do that.
What's up?
Well,
who could they throw in as a Doom guy? You know what I mean? Like you can't not have Doom and not have Doom guy.
I mean, you think the same thing about Kratos, but everyone's still terrified that Atreus is going to be the fucking main character. You know, no one thought that Dante was going to be replaced by Nero, but he is. You know, it's like you just never know. And I just feel Doom Guy is a character. He is an old style character that you just don't see in games all that often. He's just like pure testosterone. Just like you don't see that often anymore.
I think the reason that you always get this Warhammer Dooms thing is because of that same feeling with Space Marines in the Warhammer universe. Is like we're here to fuck shit up and kill it. And
the same thing. So a lot of that for a lot of that for Warhammer is also due to the fact that it came out as a tabletop first.
Yeah.
So tabletop games are still massively associated. Like you said that you were playing D&D earlier, and Ruga's first comment was you got to do some exercise. Like there's still so much there's still so much stigmas around tabletop games and around characters like Doom Guy. That's why there are so many funny videos to watch, like Radical Feminist Reviews Doom. And it's just fucking hilarious to see their reactions.
To be clear, when I said that he needs to go get some exercise, it was not because he was playing tabletop. It's because he went through a several-hour tabletop session to then sit in a several-hour-long stream. This dude has not moved his legs all day. That's why I said that. It wasn't because of a stigmatism against.
It didn't really work out, but yeah, I need.
Okay, that's a different thing.
Well, yeah.
But my point still kind of stands. And
Yeah.
on that note, I'm pretty sure we have come to the end of what this conversation and / debate was, and it comes down to Warhammer has a very, very slim chance, not non-existent, but very, very slim at even reaching Davith, and if they do, it's even slimmer that they win.
If you remove it, if you remove Davith entirely, and you just have to deal with the demons, I still think it's unlikely, to be honest with you. Like again, I can't say
they
for
can take on anything physical. I think that the Icon of Sin, I don't know how they beat it. I think there probably is a way through some shenanigans, maybe with the eradication ray or something like that. Like I know you can delete souls and delete beings in Warhammer, but I don't know if the Icon of Sin has a soul. We don't know what the Icon of Sin is.
I'll tell you this: it would have been
the Icon of Sin is a primeval. That's what we know.
You know what would be cool? I think we need to know more about them before we actually talk about it. But I think eventually, especially with the Dark Ages coming out, if we learn more about the Sentinels, like the Sentinels versus like the Imperium of Man, might be like a really cool conversation.
Yeah, I think that would be really cool. But so on that note, chat, I know that you guys are rapidly declining because we've gone from over 100 down to 65. So are there any other topics that y'all want to debate with Rouga or with each other?
Well, it's fucking 12:30 in the morning for me, motherfuckers. I mean, people are gonna leave eventually.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm not saying it as a bad thing. I'm just saying that like they are declining.
Definitely shenanigans. Okay, so does anybody else got another debate that they wanted to do before?
Jonas Ori said, I'd like to debate Warhammer versus StarCraft 2, Star Wars, or Warframe.
I don't know any of those things, so I can't help you with any of that. But if we have any Warframe fans here, Warframe conversations are always pretty interesting. If anybody knows
Warframe has a lot of cool things.
Warframe's a cool universe.
It is a cool universe, and it does tend to get slept on, but that's also because it's an MMO.
It's because it's MMO. It's also because it's a pay to play. So it's that's a big. Even though I played it a little bit,
like it's free to play, but it's pay to win.
Well, not it's not as egregious as a lot of things because there's nothing in the game that you can't unlock through gameplay, and a lot of the things aren't even really that hard to unlock. It's actually relatively good as far as the pay to play things. Like I don't think it's like I still think Helldivers is probably the gold standard for not having to spend money to get everything in a game. But if Helldivers is the gold standard, Warframe probably comes in a close second. Like you can literally get everything in that game without really even playing all that long, without spending a single dime. I honestly don't know how they even make money.
I know. I actually got fairly far into it, and I have a lot of the stuff. The reason that like I'm not a huge fan of it is because I found that once you play it a bit on your own, you realize how repetitive and boring the gameplay gets.
Have you played the different modes though? Like there's like they've added a bunch of cool gameplay modes like there's a fucking jetpack, you can fly through space and it sort of becomes like a shooter thing, and then like they do different stuff. It's pretty cool. But yeah, I can see if you're just like playing as your dude running through levels and hitting dudes, I could see how that would get boring.
Yeah, and I haven't gone back in like 6 years now.
I'll say this:
they've added so much.
Movement's really fun.
I'm heading out, guys. I got a long day.
Yeah, see ya.
Oh, go ahead, man. So yeah, let's get to the next debate if we're gonna have one. So anybody else got a debate?
Unknown Basic, can I debate Manhunt versus Arkham Knight?
I also see two people. Well, I see a lot of people in the chat with their hands up.
Yeah, there is some guy, Juggernaut, Trip, Crazy Namo, and Inquisitor.
Kirby versus Doom.
I think that just ends up in an infinite fight because Kirby gets infinitely more powerful, and so does Doom Guy.
Fun. I am Juggernaut.
Kirby lore is broken as fuck, by the way.
Since we just did Doom, we'll do a Kirby Doom in a future stream. But since we just did Doom, let's try and mix it up and keep shit interesting. Like I said, I think I'm gonna probably start doing these debate streams more often because this is fun. We had a way bigger turnout than we ever did with the tier lists, and everybody was a lot more engaged with this. So
and especially if you're gonna be like posting your videos more, I can have the event links that they'll just take people here to register for the event.
Yeah.
That you can just put under each of your videos.
Yeah, that'll
and
be
we
fine.
might even get a bigger turnout.
Yeah, that'll be fine.
So
and this
do you
time,
want me to start scheduling these for like every 2 weeks?
2 weeks? I mean, we could do one next weekend. I don't mind. We could do it every week. I don't care.
Well, I'm asking you because like I can schedule them weekly, I can schedule them monthly, I can schedule them bi-weekly. Like it's up to you.
Oh, you mean like a permanent thing where okay, where you don't even touch it and it just automatically. I mean, I don't mind. I don't mind like scheduling it myself. You know, I don't mind having it scheduled every week.
I can schedule it every week too. Like it doesn't matter. Like I'm saying, if you did want to make it like a consistently every last Saturday of the month is one of these, I can set that up really easily.
Okay, we'll talk about it later. We don't have to do it right now. We'll talk about it later. Yeah. But maybe. I mean, I think I'll probably do one next week. But yeah, yeah. So don't get worried. We'll do Kirby versus somebody else at a later time. Kirby versus the Fateless one. I don't think that one would be fair.
No.
I don't think that one would be fair.
Fateless one by the end of what you were saying from Kingdoms of Amalur is just so busted.
I'm not saying I don't necessarily think he'd be able to kill Kirby. I just think that he's broken in a way where, because of his ridiculous level of power over fate, essentially he can't be beaten. He might not be able to beat the people he's fighting, but he can't be beaten either. So you could basically put anybody who's significantly more powerful than him against him, and it just automatically turns into a stalemate. So it's either the Fateless one wins or it's a stalemate.
Yu-Gi-Oh versus MTG as a card game, MTG wins.
I don't know what that is.
Magic the Gathering. It's
I should have probably dealt with that one. Dragonborn versus the Fateless one. That's kind of the same situation, isn't it? Like Dragonborn is vastly more he's vastly more powerful.
A lot of hacks too.
Yeah, but he's vastly more powerful than the Fateless one. But the Fateless one, like, I think it'll just be another stalemate. I mean, we could talk about it. But I honestly just think it'll be a stalemate. Because remember, like in terms of like how powerful the Fateless one is, his most impressive feat of power, not hacks, is that his existence within Amalur was going to destroy the entire continent. So he had to leave because his presence was just going to destroy it. That's pretty cool. But Skyrim has like fucking multiversal god like being, like the dragons are gods that created the multiverse. So it's like
Alduin is literally the world destroyer.
They're very different levels of power. But I'll say this. For characters who are capable of blowing up continents, I think the Fateless one's probably the best one I've ever seen. For two people who are relatively equal in power, his hacks are the most broken. They're insane.
Right. So, y'all are just throwing out like random debate topics. Who wants to actually come up here and talk? Like, I can pull from the chat too.
Well, a lot of people in the chat have DeBoy has his hand up again. He was up here before, but like, what do you want to talk? Because a lot of people are saying things that I don't even know anything.
I think a lot of them are still talking in the Discord chat too, which again we aren't checking.
What it is, man. It is what it is.
I mean, I can check it, but there's a lot more people now.
Crazy Nano 14 wants to. I mean, Crazy Nano has a lot of things. Bring Crazy Nano in. Bring him in.
Crazy Nano, you're coming up.
Yeah, because he's got a lot of shit right there.
The Darkness versus Spawn, Lost Soul.
Oh, I'll do that one. I'll do that one. Fucking heartbeat.
I don't think Lost Soul is actually in the chat here, but
Hello, does anyone hear me?
Yeah, I
yeah,
hear
we
you.
can hear you, Crazy.
Ah, cool.
Jackie versus Spawn is not close. Spawn gets absolutely fucking wrecked by the darkness. That's not close at all.
Well, there you go, Sir Vex.
I mean, if you want to debate it, we could debate it, but I'll be debating you with a handicap.
Max R, I know you want to go. I'll pull you up after because you've been waiting since like the beginning of the fucking stream.
So Leader of Lost Souls, he says.
But what do you want to talk about?
Wait, give me a second.
Sorry.
He says Leader of Lost Souls says, I mean, to be fair, the Fateless one could lose if someone has just better fate hexes or bypass or negate it or some better shit like plot manipulation. So it depends. I'm aware that other people have that. The reason why I put the Fateless one has the strongest fate manipulation I've ever seen in fiction, which is why I put him on. It's not just because he has fate manipulation. I've explained it in a couple of my videos before, but his fate manipulation is so amazing that he was able to take the god of fate who invented the concept of fate and was above the concept of fate, and he tied her to fate and then killed her. She brought all of the other parallel versions of him, all of the different versions that he could have fated to be, and made him fight an army of himself, and he beat them all, despite the fact that they were all him. Like, one him versus hundreds of other versions of, well, there weren't hundreds. There was quite a few, though. Of other versions of him that should have been able.
It was like 20 different.
Yeah, it was something. Yeah, that were equal strength to him, and he still overcame them, which should not have been possible. But he just has this mastery over fate. Characters who could see into the future, who could see his fate, who could see into timelines, who could control timelines. None of that has any effect on him whatsoever. He is completely out of the boundary of control over his fate and whatever form that takes. It is easily the strongest I've ever seen in fiction, which is why I put him so high. So it's not going to be as simple as a character who has fate manipulation resistance. He can literally do it to people who are above the whole concept of fate in the first place. I don't know what that sound is.
It's something in Crazy's background. Crazy, do you have to deal with that or mute your mic?
No, you're
Yeah,
good.
sorry. that was a show I was watching. Sorry.
Yeah, you're good. So what
sounded like a 3-year-old.
What? Yeah, it sounded like you had a baby in the room or something. He was watching child porn. No, what was that's canon. That's going in the lore. That's going in the Rouga stream lore. No, what conversation do you want to talk about? You said Kirby and Doom or something else.
I said Kirby and Doom because someone else said Kirby and Doom, but I just wanted to change it up, so I wanted to do Kirby versus Sonic.
I don't know Sonic. So does anybody in the chat who wants to debate Kirby versus Sonic, who thinks that Sonic could beat Kirby, want to come up? Because I don't do Sonic and I don't do Kirby. I don't know nothing about either of them. I have a friend who's fucking obsessed with Sonic.
Yeah, anybody just anybody in the chat already that I can just pull up. I mean, chat is telling you that Kirby wins hands down. Crazy.
Well, what side did you want to pick, Kirby or Sonic?
I was on Kirby's side.
Well, you can't do that. Okay, hold up. How about you pick Kirby, and then you let somebody else pick who they want to go up against Kirby, and then you can debate that way instead of picking a fucking rigged fight for somebody.
Yeah, that is a rigged match because like Sonic, even with his Chaos Emeralds, even if we take the Archie Sonic, loses.
Okay, so who in the chat thinks that they have a character that would absolutely thrash fucking Kirby and they want to debate it? How about that? We'll do it that way. People pick their own characters instead of being a goddamn dictator.
You just asked an impossible question. Kirby has fought against multiple Eldritch level gods. And
so have a lot of characters have fought against multiple Eldritch level gods. That's not unique. Fiction's a lot of shit, bro. Anybody can write anything in a story.
Alright, who wants to come up here and debate against Kirby?
Ooh, Anthony says Scarlet King.
Ooh. From SCP?
Yeah.
Yep, SCP-001, the Scarlet King.
Someone else.
SCP-001 is not the Scarlet King.
Someone else. Oh, he might not have the knowledge to do it. Okay, we also got Optimus Prime, which is pretty decent. Okay, so Kirby beat Doom. Can't he? We just did. I would do Doom, but we just did it, so I'm trying to do something else. And it was a fucking slaughter for Doom. So.
And also Kirby versus Doom. Kirby gets to the Demon Lords.
And later merged with the Mother of Existence. Leader of the Lost Locust. Mother of Existence is not that powerful, and God and Satan in the Spawn universe is probably the weakest version of God and Satan that exists in any fiction anywhere. The Spawn universe is actually not that strong. Okay, so I see Ghost Rider. I see Optimus. Now, wait, Saturn, you've listed like 3 characters now. Are you actually planning on debating these, or are you just like throwing out random people?
Just listing people.
Don't list
Saturn. If you're in the chat, I can pull you up.
Please don't
Mr. M, do you want me to pull you up so you can talk about Lobo?
Please don't just list people. Talk about people who you actually think would win. I'm sorry, who you actually want to debate with. So right now, everybody who wants to.
One person brought up SCP, and now I'm just getting like shit tons of SCP numbers in the chat.
I don't know what that is. But Donald Trump, funny. Okay, so whoever. Okay, right now, from this point on, just put one name of a character who, if you want to debate that character, not just ideas, because then you're just going to confuse us of who we're going to pick. So put out your ideas. I saw Optimus Prime, but I don't know if that person actually wanted to debate them. I saw Scarlet King.
Alright, so far I have Mr. M with Lobo, Max R with the Soviet Union.
I will debate. Okay, so Mr. M is Lobo so far is the one. Doctor Who is not a bad one. That could be interesting.
Doctor Who.
Simon the Digger is another interesting one. A lot of these
sounds weird, but Richard Nixon.
A lot of these are
Arthur
dumb.
Morgan.
A lot of these are dumb. Okay, we're gonna let it vote. We're gonna do Simon Digger, Doctor Who, and Lobo, and we're gonna see who people want to see against Kirby. How about that?
That sounds. Let's do that. We have 67 people still watching. Hey, it went up.
Yeah, I mean.
Oh, 69.
I think people
69.
Are,
nice.
yeah, I think people just drop out, come back in, whatever. Okay, so Doctor Who, what was it? Lobo, and who was the third one?
Simon the Digger.
Simon the Digger. All right, Doctor Who, Lobo, Simon the Digger. All right.
You know, just for a future stream, you should just make a video where, like, can these characters run for president and actually get elected?
I had a video like that already.
He did. It did terribly.
Hey, no, the people who watched it loved it. Just not a lot of people watched it. People on my channel do not like politics. Okay, Kirby opponents. Which opponent should it be? You guys vote. Also, we haven't been saying this a lot, but if you're in the chat, you can actually come into the audience by clicking the link up top.
Yeah, we haven't mentioned that as much as we probably should have.
No. There's like, how many people have there had here?
I mean, we had over
1,500 people have come through here. We have not told them all about the fucking Discord link.
No, but we did have over like 60 in the audience at one point, which was a lot because there was also 20 people with their hands raised just perpetually.
Yeah, just waiting for their chance.
And you know what's nice? I don't have to remind people that they don't need to vote in the polls because it's literally just the 2 of us.
Just the 2 of us.
Well, Alden was here, but he left because he was waking up his baby.
All right, there's 26 votes so far, but there's 70 people in the chat, so I'm waiting for more people to vote. So
you
far,
voted for Doctor Who, Rouga?
So I didn't vote for anyone, did I?
You voted for Doctor Who.
How? Oh no, I didn't want to vote for anybody. How do I unvote it? Can I
don't think you can.
I didn't want to do that. Oh man, I made it rigged.
No, I think I rigged it by pointing out which one you voted for.
I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry.
Maybe we should count Ruga's vote as -1.
Well, I mean, I'm not doing the math on it.
Yeah, well, it doesn't say how many votes each one has. I'm sorry, guys. That was my bad.
If Doctor Who wins out by like what looks like one vote,
it
we'll
looks
take
like
second place.
Well, it looks like Doctor Who and Lobo are like 1 vote apart. Now they're 2 votes apart. Nobody wants Simon the Digger. You know what I think it is? I think I don't have
20% of people want Simon the Digger.
Yeah, but compared to the other 2, I think Normally, like anime characters are like super popular. I actually did see Dragon Ball Goku in there too. I saw like 2 people comment Goku, but not when I asked the second time, so I wasn't sure how serious they were. But I think because I don't do a whole lot of anime characters, the people who watch my videos are not super big anime people. I'm sure
See,
quite
I'm
a
a
few.
big anime person, but like
I think
y'all keep trying to talk about animes, and I'm like, come on, guys, like you're picking terrible animes.
I think gamers more watch my channel than anime people. You know, I think I think I have more of a gamer thing.
I'm a very big overlap in both, because like I've been sitting here playing games the whole time we've been streaming.
Yeah, man. If I wasn't here, I'd be playing Unicorn Overlord. Oh, I beat Albion.
Oh,
now,
nice.
Now all I gotta do is Cornea left. I
Nice.
just gotta like beat the fucking final dude.
Did you get the Battle for Storm done already?
Which one's that?
It's like a level 38. It's like one tiny town on a little island in Cornea. You can get to it from like the very beginning of the game, but it's a level 38 fight.
Probably. I don't remember. Probably. I'll look for it. I probably did. I mean, you have to realize once you get to the end of the game, you've done like 200 fucking battles.
Yeah, but it's this little liberation quest, and it's actually a I think it's an achievement, is complete the Battle for Storm.
Yeah.
Because it's like this one little tiny town, and it's like the last liberation quest that you're gonna end up doing, because it's on the same level as like the liberation quests for the plains.
I'll look it up. What's it called?
The Battle for Sorm. SORM.
Sorm. Okay, I'll look it up next time I am. All right, so it looks like Doctor Who wins, and I think that's more than one vote. So.
Yeah, that's more than one vote.
So even though there's 70 people here, only 34 voted. So I hope you guys.
Less than half of you.
I hope you guys are happy. Who picked? Who wanted to debate Doctor Who?
I'm scrolling it up and finding it.
I just have comment. Someone said Darkman67 said that. Was Darkman one of the slow talkers?
I don't think so.
I don't remember.
He's in the chat. I can bring him back.
So we did have a couple of slow talkers tonight. I just for future we can't keep having these slow ass talkers that like kill the pacing of the debates. I assume they passed out. What the fuck?
Yeah,
When,
Shaggy. Okay. I'm pulling you back up, Shaggy. Don't talk slow. Ruga's already mad.
I mean, was he one of the ones who talked slow? I'm not mad. It's just come on. Don't come into a stream debate if you know you can't talk like well. You know what I mean?
Shaggy.
I wasn't one of the slow ones. I was the one that was arguing for Kratos, even though I didn't know nothing about Kratos.
Kick
right.
this
He's the
motherfucker out of here.
No, he's the one who stepped in when he wasn't passionate about something.
I knew.
Are you actually passionate about Doctor Who?
I actually know Doctor Who. I'm a big Whovian. I actually know Doctor
Okay.
He's a
Crazy.
Did you come from Whoville?
Crazy. Darkman. Kirby versus Doctor Who. Fight.
What's the name of the third Doctor actor?
Couldn't tell you. I'm more of a new Who fan than an old Who.
Motherfucker, get out of here. What are you talking
What's the name of the 11th Doctor? Actor.
Matt Smith.
Incorrect. He was not the 11th.
Oh no, yeah, he was. Matt Smith was the 11th. David Tennant was the 10th, and then Peter Capaldi was the 12th.
Peter Capaldi was the 13th. But anyway, fight.
Wasn't I don't remember.
Go ahead, guys. Start your. Oh, now do
I
you?
know nothing about Doctor Who.
You don't have to. You don't have to know, motherfucker. They're all not all your arguments are fucking rigged. You don't get that all the time. But okay,
Right,
so
my
wait. Before we start, is there anybody? Does anybody in the chat want to make this a 2v2? Does anyone know Doctor Who? And does anybody know Kirby who want to support these guys? And we can make it a 2v2.
I actually could use, especially if anyone in chat knows old Who more than new Who.
I know Darkman. I know that you can use it. I am aware. We are all aware.
I can help with the Doctor
Hey.
stuff.
James. Oh, do you have a mic, James? If you want a bit, I don't know if a bit is good enough. We need people who actually kind of know it though.
Again, I can help with Doctor Who.
Do you want to
So this is a
join the debate?
2v1?
Do you want to join? No, it's going to be a 2v2. He's going to stay out of it if we can't find someone to help you with Kirby.
Exactly.
Does anybody want to support Crazy with Kirby and carry for Darkman?
I mean, I'll carry for Darkman.
All right, nobody's saying that they're Kirby fans. I think you're alone, Crazy. Nobody likes Kirby.
Damn.
I got one.
Someone call me
Someone
Jeff.
call me Jeff. Okay, get someone call me. Now, do you know Kirby? Some, or like you just kind of like I just kind of want to talk a little bit.
I do
Basic,
know
if you
Kirby.
don't know a lot about Kirby, then
That's not unknown. I'm talking to some. Some is saying he'll support Kirby.
yes. Some call me Jeff.
Played most
You
of the
played
games.
most
All
of
right,
the games, but
bring.
You know the lore.
Bring some up. Bring some up. I mean, he played most of the games. Just bring him up. We'll
Which
see.
one are you? Some call me Jeff.
It's fucking 1 o'clock in the morning for me. You know, if we destroy the stream now, we had a good run.
It is 2 a.m. Yeah.
Not for you. That's because you're
Some
Canadian.
call me Jeff. What is your username on Discord? I need your handle.
Someone call me Jeff. Did Darkman have a sec? Oh no, you were supporting Darkman. Huh?
Oh yeah, there you are. I just didn't see you in the chat.
Just didn't see you in the chat. Leader of the Lost Souls. Yeah, Leader of Lost Souls. If I don't know how long we're gonna take the stream, but if you want to debate Darkness versus Spawn later, we could do that. I could use an easy win. You know.
Fumi, if you're trying to support Kirby in chat, you're gonna need to drop some money.
Wait, what's going on? What's that? Wait, what? Who?
Fumi said, "I'll try to make sure to support Kirby in chat." But anytime somebody's tried to support a debate in chat, the only comments that end up getting read are the super chat.
Well, I mean, we're focusing on the debate. I'm just not looking at the chat at that time. But you know, capitalism, baby. All right.
Capitalism. If you give him money, he looks.
Well, I mean, you could see it. It's like a big colorful thing that pops up on the screen. I'm like, oh, what's
Rouga,
that?
you want to close out the poll just so that it's so that the link can come back?
I mean, I guess you want to fucking end my poll for me. There, poll's over. Poll's over.
There's a link at the top of the chat, guys. If you guys want to come to the Discord.
Well, the link was there before. The poll doesn't make the link go away.
No, it does block the link for people who are looking at poll results.
Oh.
So if it's not you, the link is blocked.
Because I was able to click on the link while the thing was there.
Yeah, I know, but look, Cervex, the poll blocks the link.
Well, I don't know what to tell you, man. I guess I have a bigger poll than you. I was talking about my penis.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I know. It was a clever one.
Is your penis bigger than McBlue's?
I never saw McBlue's penis. I didn't see it. I didn't see it. I heard him. I heard it. But I
You are correct, James Salas. We did have a Rouga penis size debate the other night.
That's true. No, it was really funny. So I made a I was testing out this this system. What do you call this? The stage thing. What do you call it?
The stage chat.
Yeah, I was testing out a stage chat, and I just named it something random, and I named it Rouga's penis size debate. And there was a solid like 15, 20 people who showed up. Was like, oh, we're doing this. Let's do it. And I was like, wait, what? And there's like a bunch of people wanting to. It was funny. Anyway, have you seen anything on Prototype Universe? It's quite a fun one. Yeah. Okay, let's fucking do it. I guess. Y'all, you guys take it away.
All right. Okay. So one of my main arguments is I forgot the name of the gun, but I know.
Oh, I'm sorry. What? My bad. Before you guys started. Leader, and actually really anyone, I am not requiring scans for this. It's a stream, so it would be boring to watch people constantly looking for scans. We're using kind of an honor system at the moment, and that's all we're doing until I figure out a better way to do it. We're just going off the honor system. Well, I know the Doom comics. I'm sorry, not Doom comics. I know the Spawn comics for the most part, and I really know the Darkness comics. So if we did have a debate on that, you could say what you want. I probably would have at bare minimum have heard about it, so it's fine. We can have a perfectly fine debate, and I will trust that you're not lying to me, and you could trust that, or hopefully you would trust that I'm not lying to you, and that's really all we're gonna do. It's an honor system, and honestly, if you're wrong, the chat will correct both of us.
Well,
like
the chat will correct you if you're wrong about something, and if you say something that sounds absolutely outrageous, I am also here staring at a computer. I will look shit up.
Yeah. So it's fine. I'm not worried about scans because that would make a streaming debate. That would make it boring as shit if we had to stop every 5 minutes and be like, okay, well, let me go look this up. Okay, I'll wait here in this fucking empty chat with 70 people just listening to nothing. Yeah, we don't do that. So anyway, sorry for interrupting you, Dark Man, but I felt like that was information
Who was it earlier? The only guy who came in with like notes prepared? I think it was Excalibur.
Yeah, I think it was. Man came in.
Oh, no, that's
all right. Go ahead,
that's
Dark Man.
completely fine. Also, thank you, Lost Souls, for reminding me that it's the DMAT. It's a gun that erases you from time and space. It's like you've never existed in the first place. So, my first question is: does Kirby have existence erasure? Existence erasure, like protection or something like that?
He's survived. Well, does the gun like have to hit him or something? Like, is it just like a flash of light and then it erases him, or is it like a bullet that if it hits him, then he like that gets erased?
It's like, well, it was back in the 70s, so it's like a laser and it hits you, and then it's like you don't remember why you fired the gun because you were erased from all time and all space. You don't even remember why you fired the gun, but it just ceases to exist.
It's kind of like the ultimate nullifier with Mr. Fantastic and Galactus.
Point, shoot, gone, and that's how the gun works.
Nice.
That's how most guns
that's
work,
why.
Mr. M.
That's
how
why
my guns.
First question is,
definitely how my guns work.
Does Kirby
He has survived this before.
I mean, he's fast enough to dodge it, but I also feel like he would probably eat it.
Kirby has no faster than light feats. I'm sorry. Where are you pulling that from?
No, he's survived existence erasure before from a being that was like eating reality.
But is that something?
I don't know if
that
it's
he
technically
developed?
canon or... Oh, sorry.
Was that something that he developed, or was that something that he just always had?
He was like eaten by the thing. He was eaten by it, and he wound up eating it from inside of itself. It's in one of the games. I can't remember which one.
It's in one of the games because he's eaten by an embodiment of a chaos deity, which Kirby is also the embodiment of that same chaos deity. So that's why he's able to eat it from inside of himself. He would not necessarily be able to eat the DMAT gun, but even if he were, also Mr. M just gave another $5 to tell us the gun hits you at every point in every time. It doesn't matter when or how fast. It's a point. You pull the trigger and you never exist. So technically, it exists outside of space and time as a gun. If you point it and shoot it, there's no dodging it. You're just gone. But even ignoring the DMAT gun, Kirby doesn't have the ability to withstand some of the things that Doctor Who could do, because Doctor Who can seal him away, because we've seen the most powerful beings in the Kirby universe be sealed away. Galactonite is sealed away. The Clockwork Stars are sealed away. Like, there are so many things in Kirby that can just be sealed, and it's gone, it's done. Like, you're screwed.
Yeah, Kirby can also like goods himself into his own pocket dimension of himself. So like he ceases to be in that existence in order to tap into a power he had absorbed in the past, and then come back with that power. It's in the anime.
Oh. Well, I guess my second question would be probably how fat, like, the Doctor has been stated to make millions of calculations, like in a like how fast it was faster than a nanosecond, I think. He made like millions of calculations. So, and I know that's not like a pure speed feat. That's more of just calculating, like thinking. But even if his reaction time and speed is just a fraction of what he was doing in that moment, How fast is Kirby like typically?
Well, is Super Smash Bros. Ultimate is canon? That which I don't think
Smash
it is,
Bros
but
is
I'm gonna.
not canon. Smash Bros is the imagination of a child. If you're pulling feats from
Yeah.
Smash Bros, it is not canon.
Okay.
I mean, I think all
It's
of
like-
Kirby's the imagination of a child.
No, but like
No.
he is technically fast enough. He is able to travel from one place to another really quickly because he has that star, and he
So
just has it.
the warp stars are not something Kirby inherently has. They are something that is part of Dreamland and part of the entire world of Kirby lore. It is just a mode of transportation that exists. That's why people in Kirby and the Crystal Shards can use the warp stars to travel between different planets.
No. And then the cool thing about Doctor Who is, has Kirby in the past ever just been weaker? Like, was he ever a
Oh, yeah.
baby? Was he just ever just generally just weaker than he was?
I mean, in theory, you can go back to
Yeah.
when he was part of one consistent existence as part of the Void God.
Well, then theoretically, shouldn't the Doctor be able to hop in the TARDIS and just go back to a point when Kirby was weaker?
There are certain time locked times. Like, would that be like you'd have to know where to go?
So, yes,
That
you
is
have to know where to go. However, it is also stated that Time Lords exist in all times simultaneously. So,
Don't they
Time
have
Lords,
all knowledge of time?
yes, they have all knowledge of time as well. The TARDIS is essentially a vessel to bring a physical body to where their mind already is, but Time Lords are living through their entire life at one time. It's really hard to explain, but basically Time Lords are a fourth dimensional being. They see all of what's happening, and it's always happening. It's always and it's never happening. It's a really hard concept to convey.
Well, yeah, I've watched pretty much every Doctor Who.
Also, does Kirby, is the only way Kirby like kills people like eating them, or does he kill them in other ways as well?
He can kill them in almost any way. So like if he can eat them, it's most of the time his main mode of like just offing people. But if he already has like a really good copy ability, he can also just use that or just attack normally, which he is he is capable of doing.
I mean, he knows karate. He can, eat the sonic screwdriver, and suddenly he has whatever bullshit ass pull powers that the Doctor, pulls out.
I mean, if the Doctor like whips out his little existence eraser gun, Kirby could just eat that and then use it against Doctor Who, and then done.
Well, Kirby still has to get to the thing to eat it. I think that the Doctor would be plenty fast enough to pull the trigger and erase him from existence. If he could.
Well, yeah, but sorry.
Well, like I said with the DMATs, it erases you from every point in time basically instantaneously.
Mr. M, $5. If Kirby eats you, you still haven't died yet. It's a pocket dimension of infinite space. Yeah, I was gonna mention that. Kirby does not kill anybody. In his games, even the enemies that you are technically killing are just disappearing because his games all take place in Dreamland, and those enemies just respawn at King Dedede's castle. Like, the enemies that you kill never actually die.
Wait, would that mean if oh, sorry.
If Kirby just did the things that he does to these enemies, would it just kill the Doctor, or would the Doctor just not die?
The Doctor would be stuck in a pocket dimension of infinite space if Kirby were to swallow him. The thing is, then you get into the is Kirby immortal argument, which that's a hard one. But it really boils down to
couldn't the TARDIS theoretically travel inside of Kirby if he has a pocket dimension inside of him?
yes, in theory.
Does it escape? Could it escape?
Yeah,
Also,
so the Doctor
yes, questionably. Basically, like, this entire argument boils down to, would the Doctor use the DMAT gun on Kirby? Probably not. Would Kirby end up trapped in a bottle? Probably. Um,
Yeah, I'm not saying like it is out of character for the Doctor, at least nowadays, to use the DMAC gun. Like we haven't seen it in like decades, but he does have access to it.
it was out of character even back in the older generations. He used it only on very specific aliens who were literally the arch enemies of his race. He never used it on something that was just like a minor inconvenience. Doctor Who has at its core always been about like problem solving. So the DMAC gun
Oh
being
yeah,
a Deus Ex Machina, they never really liked using it. That all
but
being
it
said,
is something that he
Kirby and the
has.
Doctor would get along famously.
I was
Like
just about to say, wait a minute, wouldn't just Doctor Who just help Kirby?
Doctor Who would just adopt
Probably.
Kirby. Like he would just become his new companion,
Yeah, I could
like
see that.
the robot dog was. Like
Well, it depends
But I
what
guess it turns
version
into
of the Doctor that we're using. I
also
would say.
$5, five doctors. From Mr. M. The TARDIS also loves the Doctor and has chased after him. This is canonical. The TARDIS has real feelings and will chase the
Well,
Doctor.
yeah, like when the TARDIS was a woman and they kissed, they actually, loved each other.
Or when the TARDIS
So
opened its heart so that Rose could absorb literal time energy to go save the Doctor.
that as well. That as well. No, that just brings the question: what would be like? Say Kirby eats the Doctor, and then the Doctor gets out. Would Kirby still have the powers of the Doctor, even though he left, or would he
well,
not anymore?
if Kirby takes like too much damage, he'll lose it. But if he's like doing a
No,
no hit,
that's
he
a
won't.
gameplay mechanic. That's a
Oh.
gameplay
Yeah,
mechanic.
because I read
In
somewhere
lore,
that Kirby has access
has
to all his transformations.
yeah, in lore, Kirby has access to all his transformations simultaneously. He can do whatever the fuck he wants whenever he wants because again, he is the embodiment of a chaos god. Um,
I mean, he killed
So what would-
himself.
yeah, he swallowed himself before to survive something. Like Kirby is insane. But if Kirby
Well,
were to
say
swallow the Doctor and gain the Doctor's powers, I think he'd just gain a second heart and the ability to
Think real
get a new
fast.
face. Like I
well,
don't really know how that would work.
yeah,
Maybe
because
he gets a cool gun.
No,
Maybe he
because
gets a
that's not
sonic
for the
screwdriver from
Doctor.
his head. Like who knows?
He gets just a sonic screwdriver. That's what he gets.
Also, Kirby is canonically like 4 inches tall.
He is.
Okay, here's a question: would the sonic screwdriver really work on anything in Dreamland? Because it's not really.
What does it do?
The sonic
It
screwdriver
affects.
works on anything that isn't made of biological materials, so it would be able to like open the doors. It would mess with King DDD's rocket hammer. It doesn't do really well with wood, but it can calculate wood. It just took it a long ass time.
So
Like hundreds, if not thousands of years.
Thousands of years, because the Doctor's first incarnation used a sonic screwdriver on a wooden door for the 12th incarnation, or 13th incarnation, sorry, to finally have the sonic screwdriver be done calculating how to unlock a wooden door.
So you're telling me it's just it's a screwdriver that can mess with any technology, no matter how primitive, and
Yeah.
it would take forever to figure it out.
No, it's
No,
a
not-
screwdriver that can calculate anything. It's just it does really poorly with biological. And the thing is, the calculation that it was doing for the wood was to find the perfect frequency to resonate at to make the wood spontaneously combust. So that took like thousands of years. But if it's just like figuring out how to unlock a lock, it calculates that in instants.
Yeah, I thought it wasn't. I thought it just didn't work on biological stuff, and it just had a hard time working on wood. I didn't hear anything about like the biological thing. I thought it was just wood
So that
hard.
wood thing was specifically from the Day of the Doctor, which is a crossover episode where they brought the 3 incarnations of the Doctor together. So you had David Tennant, Matt Smith, and somebody
War
or
Doctor.
an alternate actor for the first Doctor, because the actor who played
It
the
wasn't
very
the-
first Doctor is gone now.
It wasn't the first Doctor. It was the War Doctor. It was like between the ninth. It was between the eighth and ninth when he was at war with the Daleks during the Time War. It wasn't the first.
Okay, well, still, but it was like all the doctors all coming together at the end of that to fight the Time War again and save Gallifrey. But basically, yeah, that's the first time that he thought to calculate the resonance of wood and figure out how to burn it. And the reason that it takes that long is because each different tree will have a different resonance, especially based on like age, humidity, like all of those things are factors. So the only way that that worked was in that one specific scenario. But again, if you use it on any like modern technology, like it will mess up a computer, it will hack into any database you want, it will repair anything, it'll make a phone capable of inter-time communication, which is really fucked up. Like you can call to the past from the future or call to the future from the past.
Yes.
It's weird.
So,
but the
so the
screwdriver is
Doctor
basically its own
loses that.
Deus Ex Machina.
He loses that quite often. So let's say Kirby eats the screwdriver, he could just disassemble the gun in the Doctor's hand.
Yeah.
Well, does it disassemble? I thought it just like would turn it off or something.
It does whatever the plot needs it to.
That is precisely what the screwdriver does. But yes, if Kirby managed to find it and swallow it. $5. The sonic screwdriver accounts for every possibility, so organic material takes a long ass time as there are a lot of variables for organics. Yeah, that's basically what I said. But thank you for the $5, Mr. M. I don't know why I'm thanking you when it's Ruga's money.
Okay, so this brings up an interesting question. I know these universes aren't compatible in the slightest, but I still think it's kind of fun to like think about what would happen if you just have like Kirby and the Doctor's universes. Like what would happen? That's just fascinating. What if you take like this super mad like what if this super magical world just comes in this highly scientific place?
It'd be really
well,
really
the thing
funny.
is
Like,
there is time magic with Doctor Who. Like the Time
But it's
Lords
time
are
magic,
a race of magicians and do have magical abilities. There's a whole race of headless monks. Like there is magic in the Doctor Who universe.
But the majority of the Doctor Who universe runs on technology, was my point.
I suppose like the Time Lords might band together to try to all stop Kirby, seeing him as this force of chaos.
Oh,
No,
definitely. I think
again,
that
because
all the
Kirby.
Well,
Sorry,
Kirby
Jack.
doesn't have any malicious intent, so I highly doubt they would actually try to just get rid of him.
Well,
They would just try to figure him out.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Kirby isn't inherently evil the way Void Termina is. So the Time Lords would probably come together to try to fight against Void Termina. And when they realize that this tiny little 4-inch tall ball of pink happiness is the antithesis of Void Termina, they'd be like, all right, let's give this thing whatever the fuck it wants.
Yeah, all he wants is
it
his
wants
cake.
is a slice of cake.
If he has
like,
cake, he's fine.
Like literally, Kirby, all he wants is food. So if you feed it, the tiny little pink ball is happy. And if the tiny little pink ball is happy, it defeats Eldritch Gods. That's that's how Kirby works.
That is true. But
I
would the
suppose.
Time Lords see Kirby potentially as a danger to the danger
like
to time, essentially?
Like I said at the beginning, the Time Lords would likely just seal him away in a living painting, the way they did to the final battle or to Gallifrey itself. Like
But
they
could
would
Kirby
probably just
escape
lock
that
him away.
painting?
No, because we've
Does he
seen
have
so
the
many beings in Kirby be sealed away that are more powerful than Kirby. So
Yeah, he's going the time.
Is it canon that all other Kirby's are also in Kirby's universe? Isn't there multiple of them?
No. Technically all of the other colored Kirby's that you see that are extensions of Kirby himself. Like basically they split off from him the way he did from his original god. Mr. M gave $5. The Doctor is an anomaly with how peaceful he is. It turns out the Time Lords had a war council since before our Doctor was born. Yes, the Time
That is
Lords
true.
are extremely militant, but the Doctor would absolutely love to keep Kirby and study him.
Yeah,
That is
I would too.
Fuck, I'd just keep feeding him
there's-
cake and petting him.
You know,
Just
here's a
imagine
question.
any Doctor Who story, but with Kirby in it. Now that's something. Like the
But here's a
silence.
question. Sorry. I have a question.
Nothing. What do you think?
I feel like this could be a lot more of interesting like conversation if we had both Kirby and Doctor Who go against like their enemies like together. Like let's just combine all the enemies that they faced and see how like they would go. Like how would both they do against like what was his name?
Well, I
the
mean,
weird angel guy with the one eye.
That wouldn't be as interesting as you think, considering Doctor Who beats his enemies and Kirby beats his enemies. I mean, it would just be a rigged fight. You know that Kirby can beat, the Penguin dude, and Doctor Who can beat his enemies. So it's like, what's the point? You're just putting two dudes that have beaten two dudes, but you're putting them together now. They're gonna
And
win.
also, the main villain that you were thinking of is Nebula, the main villain of the first couple. But leader, you said there is a Dark Kirby in the Mirror World. Yes, there is, and that's because the Mirror World has a reflection of every inhabitant of Dreamland who lives in the Mirror World. There's even a Dark Meta Knight who has agreed, and Dark Kirby even agreed to watch over the Mirror World and make sure that nothing from the Mirror World escapes into Dreamland itself.
Actually, I like this one comment. What if we take the Doctor and we make him face Kirby's enemies, and we have Kirby and we have him face the Doctor's enemies?
Well, then it's not even really a fight either. The first Dalek Kirby comes across gets inhaled, and Kirby gets a suit of armor. Like,
But like, what if we instead we just like we gave just erase the absorbing abilities from Kirby and just give him like Doctor Who's inventions? Would that like make it more fair?
What if we have Kirby, but we just give him everything that he has, but he just can't have anything that the Doctor's universe has?
So wait, did you guys come to a conclusion on who would win?
If it was an actual fight, Doctor Who would easily beat Kirby.
yeah, Doctor Who would just steal Kirby away, and Kirby's stuck in a Time Lord living prison.
So what you're saying is, Crazy did another. It was a fucking rigged fight again. Okay.
No, Crazy didn't do a rigged fight because he lost.
Nah.
I lost. How is it rigged?
Oh, he was right. He was Kirby, you guys. Bro, I'm fucking barely here right now, man. I'm just.
Rouga just unicorn overlord.
No, I'm not. I'm literally just sitting here listening to a conversation that I don't know anything about. Like, it's just like I was like, what am I supposed to fucking say?
Meanwhile, I would know way too much about both sides.
I got you. Yeah.
Hey, I'm just happy I could avenge my previous performance. That's all I care about.
Yeah, you did better this time, Shaggy.
But it doesn't erase your previous performance.
Yeah, that will forever live on the internet.
It'll follow you to your grave. There's no getting around
about it on my deathbed.
Yeah. So are you guys done with debate? Y'all came to a conclusion.
Yeah.
I suppose.
All right, let's move on to the next one.
All right. The three of you see yourselves back to the audience, please.
All right.
I know you're kind of tired of the Helldivers 2 roundabout, but are you willing to have a short debate on if not the other franchises works for me? What other
other franchise works for me, is what he said.
Oh, a roundabout, but are you willing to have short debate on if it not any other franchise works?
Okay. Rouga, I know you're kind of tired of Helldivers 2 roundabout, but are you willing to have a short debate on it? If not, any other franchise works for me.
You read that shit wrong, man. That's not what it said.
No, that is exactly how it says. But basically what he's saying to you is he knows you're tired about going in circles about Helldivers, but would you be open to a short debate on it? If not, any other franchise works.
Facing what?
I don't know. He didn't get that far.
I gotta get that far, man. What are you doing?
Oh, yeah. I just want to talk 40k. There's a lot of Helldivers in 40k.
We just did we did Helldivers once. We did 40k twice. I think we're probably gonna say done with the Helldivers for 40k. Don't worry. This is not. We're gonna start doing this every weekend. So just come in next time. It's just we've talked about it quite a few times. I want to debate V for Vendetta.
in Arkham.
What would the debate be? Like whether or not V for Vendetta would survive? You don't even know my position on it. I might say that he would survive, and then there would be no debate. You know?
No, Batman kills his ass, but also Mr. M paid for that. So do I bring him up?
I don't know what the debate would be. That like, does he think that V for Vendetta would that V for Vendetta? Does he think that V would survive Arkham City?
Quick, Mr. M, drop more money and tell us.
Or would it be that like V would like dominate Arkham City or beat Batman? I mean, what's the argument? Let's see. If you're down, I'll see if you can relearn some Fable again. Want something different in the future? I haven't played Fable in a long time. Probably not since Fable 2. I didn't like Fable 3. Fable 3 was trash.
I agree with that. He did actually drop another $2.
He did drop.
V would stop Protocol 10.
V would stop Protocol 10.
I don't. You know what, Rouga? I'll let you take this one.
Okay, we could talk about it for a bit. Sure. Have Mr. M come in.
He's on his way. There he is.
Fable 3 goes Alright, how would V stop Protocol 10?
So, the big thing about V is, even compared to Batman, he's a genius. And this is very much like, so V meets a woman, and pretty much the moment after he meets her, or he designs an entire plan on how she's going to become the next V. We don't know his thoughts on this because the entire comic series never shows you a single thought bubble. Well, but it is figured, but it is explained that he did plan everything after he met her almost immediately, which includes every single piece of psychological fucking torture he put her through. And if he's able to figure that out after like 10-15 minutes, he can probably figure out what Hugo Strange is doing, who he's working for, or why he's working for. Because V also planned the entire downfall of a nation without actually being in the nation.
Okay, how's he gonna figure it out? How's he gonna figure out Protocol 10?
So, when V was being experimented on, when he was being experimented on to become essentially a Captain America, he figured out how to escape using fertilizer, but it's never explained how. So I think it's pretty much V just gained super intelligence and was able to think at a higher level and figure out exactly how much fertilizer is needed to blow open a wall and burn down essentially Auschwitz, but making super soldiers. So I doubt he's going to see this and be like, yes, I wonder what's going on, and instead look deeper, because V has shown to be a very clinically precise person.
Okay, now how is he? Yeah, but you didn't answer my question. How's he gonna stop Protocol 10?
He's gonna immediately find out that Hugo Strange is doing something weird. Immediately start researching it with an internet that he didn't have in his universe.
There's no internet.
Somehow able to figure everything out.
There's no internet.
All right. Well then let's go. V has a massive wealth of historical knowledge and knows that nothing like a massive prison happens without someone else pulling strings. It's never for the good of people. It never has been. V is very big on telling you history.
Well, it's not supposed to be for the good of people. The whole point is that they escaped.
Yeah, but that's the thing is V is like, no, you don't make Warnoff a massive part of your city and just be like, yeah, so we're gonna throw them in there and kill them. By the way,
they didn't throw them in there. It was a mass escape. They walled off the city because all of them escaped. They didn't throw them all in a giant city-sized prison. They all escaped, and then they walled. Huh?
Well, in the lore of Arkham, because they just got done replaying Arkham City, the lore is that they took all of Blackgate. There was a massive escape from Blackgate, and then they decided, all right, after they rounded them all up, they decided to warden off a part of the city.
That's what I said.
Well, it was after mass escape. Everyone got back to Blackgate. They made Arkham City, and then they sent all the prisoners back to into what is now known as Arkham City. There's no mass escape, and they warned the walls up.
You just said there was a mass escape, and that's what they put the walls up. That's literally what you said.
They put the walls up after they caught them all. That's what I said. They caught them all, put them back in Blackgate, made Arkham City, then threw them all back into Arkham City.
I don't think that's what happened.
Sorry if I. All right.
I don't think that's
well,
what
I'm
I don't
sorry
think
if
that's what
I keep
happened.
interrupting you.
I think what happened was they escaped Arkham City, and then they were trying to stop them with the military and stuff, and they kept going. And then they got guns, so they put the walls up, and then that's when they enacted Protocol 10, which was basically that they were going to blow them all up because all of them had weapons. Like by the time Arkham City starts, everything's
It has already been around for a couple weeks.
yeah, like it already been an issue. Like they didn't I think you read into that lore wrong. They didn't escape. Like that doesn't even make sense. They escaped, we put them in Blackgate, but then we let them out on purpose into the city. That's not what happened.
Strange came in and said, "I have this new rehabilitation method that I swear will work, guys. I just need you to section off a part of the city so I can do this method, and let's build a giant prison out
But
of
the
it." I
giant,
swear
but
I'm
the
not
giant
doing
city
something.
wasn't put up as a rehabilitation method. It was put up as something
They
that
didn't
was
know that.
required because, well, no, I'm saying that he didn't sell it as a rehabilitation method. The walls were put up as a last resort after everyone had already escaped the prison. They essentially abandoned an entire section of the city, including civilians that were in that section, because they didn't want it to spread into the rest of Gotham.
That is actually also explained in Arkham City. It's not that they left those people in there; it's that those people refused to leave even after having the property he's bought out and sold, and they're like, "Yeah, we'll give you a new property, a homeless shelter, blah blah blah," and the people are like, "No, we're not fucking leaving here."
No,
Here,
I
that's
get
also
that, but
explained to me in
I get that, but that's not what happened though. You're saying that they built the walls and then allowed them to like just opened up the gates of Black whatever.
It was while it was being built.
That's not what happened. No, they built the walls after the escape happened because they didn't want them getting into Gotham City, into Greater Gotham City, and they tried to stop their continuous spread.
Either way, V is able to stop it because V1 is a genius too. Who, unlike Batman, where he's even though he's kind of superhuman, V is outright superhuman.
No, Batman from Arkham City is superhuman, and he's more superhuman than V is.
Have you seen the comic book, or are you basing this off your knowledge from the movie?
Neither. I'm sorry, it's a game, Arkham City.
No, V. Yeah, and I'm saying is that V is stronger, faster, and smarter than Batman is in Arkham.
Smarter probably. He's not stronger.
He lifts a car in V for Vendetta. He lifts an entire car one-handed and tosses it, which
Batman rips a giant vault door off its hinges. He rips it off the wall. Like out of the fucking concrete wall.
Isn't that after you got the fucking Titan bullshit?
Nope. That's Arkham City. He has to rip through a part of the wall in one of the sections of the game, and you just shoot your grappling hook at it, and he pulls it, and he rips it off the wall. You're definitely superhuman in that game when you're
yeah,
Batman.
I know you're superhuman. And
yeah,
also,
he would
Batman
be physically stronger. I think
not faster, smarter than.
I wouldn't necessarily say he was smarter, but I would say that he has gadgets that would make him a better detective and better at figuring things out than V has, because V doesn't have those same gadgets. I would also say that Batman is a better fighter. Batman can jump into a room of 40, 50 dudes, take them all out without ever getting hit, which is something that V never does in the comics or movie. Overall, no, I don't see V doing a better job.
Yeah, because he's a master fucking psychological manipulator. Why the fuck would I go into a room full of dudes with guns? Which also in the comics.
Well, he's gonna have to have some serious physical ability. If his goal is to stop Strange, that means he's gonna have to take on the League of Assassins, including Ra's al Ghul, who are better at fighting than he is. If he runs into even half of the issues that Batman does, he's gonna have to go up against Killer Croc, and he's gonna have to go up against Mr. Freeze and all of these other people who he just doesn't have the physical ability to deal with.
All right.
Batman doesn't have the physical ability to deal with them either, but he's got the gadgets to help him out, and V doesn't have any of that.
Although I will say is that V also doesn't have to worry about being fucking poisoned by Joker blood.
That's fine, but that doesn't help him. I mean, because Batman cured the Joker blood by going and finding Ra's al Ghul, which is where he learned about the entire plan and what Protocol 10 was in the first place. I mean, without he just won't, like, I mean, V doesn't really have any way of knowing what's going on or how to fix it. I mean, he could try and go and find Hugo Strange, but he will be. But if the closer he gets to Hugo Strange, if he attempts to do that, the closer he's going to get to the things that are going to kill him the fastest. You're talking about armed military helicopters shooting down machine guns and rockets at him. You're talking about having to deal with Ra's al Ghul, who doesn't want Hugo Strange to be stopped. You're talking about a lot of
He was busy having phone sex with the fucking dude in charge of like the entire story, the big bad guy. He was pretty much fucking with the dude's computer the entire time, and it turns out, when he finally is told near the end, it's like, yeah, by the way, you've been talking to a dude, because the entire time he's having like a sexual fantasy that the computer is a woman. The entire time, every time you see him. And it turns out it's just V psychologically fucking with him the entire time.
Sure, but what's that got to do with anything I said? It's like every time I say that something, these are specific things that he's going to have to get over, and every time I tell you a specific thing he has to get over, you tell me some completely unrelated thing about him being smart in some way that has nothing to do with what I'm saying. That doesn't him psychologically manipulating some dude over a phone is not going to help him beat up Solomon Grundy. Like, that's not going to help him. It's not going to help him to win in a fight or survive being chased by the League of Assassins. Like, none of that's going to help him at all. So like you have to deal with the challenges that he's actually going to have to deal with in this challenge. He doesn't have to fucking phone sex anybody in Arkham City. That's not going to save his life.
All right, I'm willing to concede on that point. I'm willing to concede V probably doesn't survive.
Oh no, Dan left. He couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe it. Okay. Well, I guess that debate's over.
Yeah. I give up. I concede.
Did Dan fucking tell me why he was leaving, or did he just dip? He may have just dipped. Yeah. I think it might be time to start calling it for tonight. How long was this stream out? Stream was 7 hours. I think that's plenty for today. Yeah, man, new guys, you fucking missed it. You fucking missed it. But this actually went really well, and I think we're gonna and hopefully, if we do it more and more, we'll have more people. People will get better at it. We'll have a lot of really really cool debates. But yeah, I'm.
And Dan's internet won't crap out at the end.
Oh, is that what happened? Yeah, we're like, man, Dan just dipped. After you dipped, everybody was like, oh, I guess it's over. It's time to leave. Dan's gone. No,
wow,
but
is that really how that goes?
I guess.
My internet just decided completely to just die and disconnect from everything.
You can't, man. You're the tech guy. You can't do that. That can't happen.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I live out in the middle of nowhere.
You missed the end of the debate. Mr. M conceded. So
I kind of figured, because that sounded like how it was going when my internet crapped out, and I'm just like,
It is what it
I
is.
should figure this out and get back, but.
I got you. Yeah, no, it's done. It's getting late. I'm gonna go to sleep. I got work to do in the morning, and we're gonna do this again next week. This was a lot of fun. So if you didn't get to debate this week, don't worry about it. Come in next week. We're gonna try and get a bunch of new. Oh, cool, Mr. M. V is near to my heart because of my job. See you, Rouga. All right, see you, Mr. M. Thanks, man. Thanks for the 50. But yeah, we're gonna try and do this every weekend. I don't know if we'll do it during the week. I don't think so. We're probably going to do it on the weekend. We'll try out doing a couple weekends. And then maybe if we could do it during the week, maybe we'll do it during the week too.
I have a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
What if we started it a little earlier? Because that way I know that more people can get on, like, later.
Like, I'll put, like, 6 o'clock instead of 7 or 5 o'clock.
And that way it's also not done at 2:45 a.m.
Two fucking yeah, I mean, we can. No, that don't bother me. Well, actually, you know what? I feel like it's dumb to even ask this question. I feel like it's just common sense that it would probably be better to start earlier. Yeah, we'll try starting it at 6 or 5 or 6 next week.
All right, sounds good.
Yeah. We'll talk about it, and we'll discuss what we're doing and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, no, this did good. Thank you guys for coming out. It was pretty bad. So we're probably gonna do this again next weekend instead of the tier list. I mean, I might not be done with the tier list. I might do the tier list again too. But I think this was a lot more fun, a lot more engaging. So
I think that it also helps that it wasn't nearly as frantic with the amount of people being controllable at all times.
I don't really mind. To be honest with you, I don't really mind that too much. I mean, you can always kick them out of even the other fucking thing we were doing when it was getting frantic. We had the option to kick them. I just wasn't.
Yeah.
Because it was, it just was. The franticness didn't really bother me too much. But no, we're gonna. I would like to have more complicated. Maybe even like we can have like debates actually ready to go for people. Like, okay, here are the debates. Now let's get people who wants to cover this side, who wants to cover this side, or whatever. And then we can have multiple people and mix and match. Maybe we could do like a random thing where we have different people pick different characters, and then we put them in like a bowl or something, and then we're like, okay, let's pick 2 random names. Who wants to cover them? And then it's just like, oh shit, you have to just defend this random fucking dude, against this other random dude. I don't know. We could probably change it up and have a lot of fun with it. But anyway, thank you guys for coming out, and I'll see you. I'll probably have a video out. Shit, maybe not. Probably I usually have it out by Tuesday. It probably won't be out by Tuesday this week. Maybe I'll try and get one out by Tuesday. If not, you'll get one out by Wednesday. And I'll see you guys next weekend for a stream. See y'all. Bye.
See you guys.
Bow. Bow.